Chapter 13 of The Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 13. One of the most extraordinary of phenomena, or alleged phenomena, of psychic research, or alleged research, if in quasi-existence there never has been real research, but only approximations to research that merge away, or that are continuous with, prejudice and convenience. Stone throwing. It's attributed to poltergeists, their mischievous spirits. Poltergeists do not assimilate with our own present quasi-system, which is an attempt to correlate denied or disregarded data as phenomena of extratelluric forces expressed in physical terms. Therefore, I regard poltergeists as evil or false or discordant or absurd, names that we give to various degrees or aspects of the unassimilable, or that which resists attempts to organize, harmonize, systematize, or in short, to positivize, names that we give to our recognitions of the negative state. I don't care to deny poltergeists, because I suspect that later, when we're more enlightened, or when we widen the range of our credulities, or take on more of that increase of ignorance that is called knowledge, poltergeists may become assimilable. Then they'll be as reasonable as trees. By reasonableness, I mean that which assimilates with a dominant force or system, or a major body of thought, which is itself, of course, hypnosis and delusion, developing, however, in our acceptance to higher and higher approximations to realness. The poltergeists are now evil or absurd to me, proportionately to their present unassimilableness, compounded, however, with the factor of their possible future assimilableness. We lug in the poltergeists because some of our own data, or alleged data, merge away indistinguishably with data, or alleged data, of them. Instances of stones that have been thrown, or that have fallen upon a small area from an unseen and undetectable source. London Times, April 27th, 1872. From 4 o'clock Thursday afternoon until 11:30 Thursday night, the houses 56 and 58 Reverdy Road, Bermondsey, were assailed with stones and other missiles coming from an unseen quarter. 2 children were injured, every window broken, and several articles of furniture were destroyed. Although there was a strong body of policemen scattered in the neighborhood, they could not trace the direction whence the stones were thrown. No. Other missiles makes a complication here, but if the expression means tin cans and old shoes, and if we accept that the direction could not be traced because it never occurred to anyone to look upward, why, we've lost a good deal of our provincialism by this time. London Times, September 16th, 1841. That in the home of Mrs. Charton at Sutton Courthouse, Sutton Lane, Chiswick, windows had been broken by some unseen agent. Every attempt to detect the perpetrator failed. The mansion was detached and surrounded by high walls. No other building was near it. The police were called. 2 constables, assisted by members of the household, guarded the house, but the windows continued to be broken both in front and behind the house. Or the floating islands that are often stationary in the Super Sargasso Sea, and atmospheric disturbances that sometimes affect them, and bring things down within small areas upon this earth from temporarily stationary sources. Super Sargasso Sea and the beaches of its floating islands, from which I think, or at least accept, pebbles have fallen. Wolverhampton, England, June 1860. Violent storm. Fall of so many little black pebbles that they were cleared away by shoveling. La Salle pour tout. 5/264. Great number of small black stones that fell at Birmingham, England, August 1858. Violent storm, said to be similar to some basalt a few leagues from Birmingham. Report Brit Association, 1864-37. Pebbles described as common water-worn pebbles that fell at Palestine, Texas, July 6, 1888, of a formation not found near Palestine. W.H. Perry, Sergeant, Signal Corps, Monthly Weather Review, July 1888. Round smooth pebbles at Kandahar, 1834. American Journal Science, 1/26/161. A number of stones of peculiar formation and shapes, unknown in this neighborhood, fell in a tornado at Hillsboro, Illinois, May 18, 1883. Monthly Weather Review, May 1883. Pebbles from aerial beaches and terrestrial pebbles, as products of whirlwinds, so merge in these instances that, though it's interesting to hear of things of peculiar shape that have fallen from the sky, it seems best to pay little attention here, and to find phenomena of the Super Sargasso Sea remote from the merger. To this requirement we have 3 adaptations. Pebbles that fell where no whirlwind to which to attribute them could be learned of. Pebbles which fell in hail so large that incredibly could that hail have been formed in this earth's atmosphere. Pebbles which fell and were, long afterward, followed by more pebbles, as if from some aerial stationary source. In the same place, in September 1898, there was a story in a New York newspaper of lightning, or an appearance of luminosity, in Jamaica. Something had struck a tree. Near the tree were found some small pebbles. It was said that the pebbles had fallen from the sky with the lightning, but the insult to orthodoxy was that they were not angular fragments, such as might have been broken from a stony meteorite, but they were water-worn pebbles. In the geographical vagueness of a mainland, the explanation, up from one place and down in another, is always good, and is never overworked, until the instances are massed as they are in this book. But upon this occasion, in the relatively small area of Jamaica, there was no whirlwind findable. However, there in the first place, bobs up. Monthly Weather Review, August 1898, 363. That the government meteorologist had investigated, had reported that a tree had been struck by lightning, and that small water-worn pebbles had been found near the tree, but that similar pebbles could be found all over Jamaica. Monthly Weather Review, September 1915, 446. Professor Fassig gives an account of a fall of hail that occurred in Maryland, June 22nd, 1915. Hailstones the size of baseballs, not at all uncommon. An interesting but unconfirmed account stated that small pebbles were found at the center of some of the larger hail gathered at Annapolis. The young man who related the story offered to produce the pebbles, but has not done so. A footnote. Since writing this, the author states that he has received some of the pebbles. When a young man produces pebbles, that's as convincing as anything else I've ever heard of, though no more convincing than if, having told of ham sandwiches falling from the sky, he should produce ham sandwiches. If this reluctance be admitted by us, we correlate it with a datum reported by a Weather Bureau observer, signifying that whether the pebbles had been somewhere aloft a long time or not, some of the hailstones that fell with them had been. The datum is that some of these hailstones were composed of from 20 to 25 layers alternately of clear ice and snow ice. In orthodox terms, I argue that a fair-sized hailstone falls from the clouds with velocity sufficient to warm it so that it would not take on even one layer of ice. To put on 20 layers of ice, I conceive of something that had not fallen at all, but had rolled somewhere at a leisurely rate for a long time. We now have a commonplace datum that is familiar in two respects: little symmetric objects of metal that fell at Orenburg, Russia, September 1824. Philosophical Magazine, 4/8/463. A second fall of these objects at Orenburg, Russia, January 25th, 1825. Quarterly Journal of the Royal Institute, 1828, 1/447. I now think of the disk of Tarbes, but when first I came upon these data, I was impressed only with recurrences, because the objects of Orenburg were described as crystals of pyrites or sulfate of iron. I had no notion of metallic objects that might have been shaped or molded by means other than crystallization, until I came to Arago's account of these occurrences. Oeuvres 11/644. Here the analysis gives 70% red oxide of iron and sulfur, and loss by ignition 5%. It seems to me acceptable that iron with considerably less than 5% sulfur in it is not iron pyrites. Then little rusty iron objects, shaped by some other means, have fallen 4 months apart at the same place. Mr. Arago expresses astonishment at this phenomenon of recurrence, so familiar to us. Altogether, I find opening before us vistas of heresies to which I, for one, must shut my eyes. I have always been in sympathy with the dogmatists and exclusionists. That is plain in our opening lines. That to seem to be is falsely and arbitrarily and dogmatically to exclude. It is only the exclusionists who are good in the 19th century are evil in the 20th century. Constantly we feel a merging away into infinitude, but that this book shall approximate to form, or that our data shall approximate to organization, or that we shall approximate to intelligibility, we have to call ourselves back constantly from wandering off into infinitude. The thing that we do, however, is to make our own outline, or the difference between what we include and what we exclude, vague. The crux here, and the limit beyond which we may not go very much, is acceptance that there is a region that we call the Super Sargasso Sea, not yet fully accepted, but a provisional position that has received a great deal of support. But is it a part of this earth? And does it revolve with and over this earth? Or does it flatly overlie this earth, not revolving with and over this earth? That this earth does not revolve and is not round or roundish at all, but is continuous with the rest of its system, so that if one could break away from the traditions of the geographers, one might walk and come to Mars, and then find Mars continuous with Jupiter. I suppose someday such queries will sound absurd. The thing will be so obvious. Because it is very difficult for me to conceive of little metallic objects hanging precisely over a small town in Russia for 4 months, if revolving unattached with a revolving Earth. It may be that something aimed at that town and then later took another shot. These are speculations that seem to me to be evil relatively to these early years in the 20th century. Just now, I accept that this Earth is not round, of course, that is very old-fashioned, but roundish, or at least that it has what is called form of its own, and does revolve upon its axis, and in an orbit around the sun. I only accept these old traditional notions. And that above it are regions of suspension that revolve with it, from which fall objects by disturbances of various kinds, and then later fall again in the same place. Monthly Weather Review, May 1884, 134. Report from the Signal Service observer at Bismarck, Dakota, that at 9 o'clock in the evening of May 22nd, 1884, sharp sounds were heard throughout the city, caused by a fall of flinty stones striking against windows. 15 hours later, another fall of flinty stones occurred at Bismarck. There is no report of stones having fallen anywhere else. This is a thing of the ultra-damned. All editors of scientific publications read the Monthly Weather Review, and frequently copy from it. The noise made by the stones of Bismarck rattling against those windows may be in a language that aviators will some day interpret, but it was a noise entirely surrounded by silences. Of this ultra-damned thing there is no mention, findable by me in any other publication. The size of some hailstones has worried many meteorologists, but not textbook meteorologists. I know of no more serene occupation than that of writing textbooks, though writing for the war cry of the Salvation Army may be equally unadventurous. In the drowsy tranquility of a textbook, we easily and unintelligently read of dust particles around which icy rain forms, hailstones in their fall, then increasing by accretion. But in the meteorological journals, we read often of air spaces nucleating hailstones. But it's the size of the things. Dip a marble in icy water. Dip and dip and dip it. If you're a resolute dipper, you will, after a while, have an object the size of a baseball. But I think a thing could fall from the moon in that length of time. Also the strata of them. The Maryland hailstones are unusual, but a dozen strata have often been counted. Farrell gives an instance of 13 strata. Such considerations led Professor Schwedoff to argue that some hailstones are not and cannot be generated in this Earth's atmosphere, that they come from somewhere else. Now, in a relative existence, nothing can of itself be either attractive or repulsive. Its effects are functions of its associations or implications. Many of our data have been taken from very conservative scientific sources. It was not until their discordant implications or irreconcilabilities with the system were perceived that excommunication was pronounced against them. Professor Schwedoff's paper was read before the British Association, report of 1882, page 453. The implication and the repulsiveness of the implication to the snug and tight little exclusionists of 1882, though we hold out that they were functioning well and ably relatively to 1882. That there is water, oceans or lakes and ponds, or rivers of it, that there is water away from, and yet not far remote from, this Earth's atmosphere and gravitation. The pain of it. That the snug little system of 1882 would be ousted from its reposefulness. A whole new science to learn. The science of super-geography. And science is a turtle that says that its own shell encloses all things. So the members of the British Association, to some of them, Professor Schwedoff's ideas were like slaps on the back of an environment. Denying turtle. To some of them, his heresy was like an offering of meat, raw and dripping, to milk-fed lambs. Some of them bleated like lambs, and some of them turtled like turtles. We used to crucify, but now we ridicule, or, in the loss of vigor of all progress, the spike has etherealized into the laugh. Sir William Thomson ridiculed the heresy with the phantomosities of his era, that all bodies, such as hailstones, if away from this Earth's atmosphere, would have to move at planetary velocity, which would be positively reasonable if the pronouncements of St. Isaac were anything but articles of faith, that a hailstone falling through this Earth's atmosphere with planetary velocity would perform 13,000 times as much work as would raise an equal weight of water 1 degree centigrade, and therefore never fall as a hailstone at all, be more than melted, super volatilized. These turls and these bleats of pedantry, though we insist that, relatively to 1882, these turls and bleats should be regarded as respectfully as we regard rag dolls that keep infants occupied and noiseless. It is the survival of rag dolls into maturity that we object to. So these pious and naive ones who believed that 13,000 times something could have, that is, in quasi-existence, an exact and calculable resultant, whereas there is, in quasi-existence, nothing that can, except by delusion and convenience, be called a unit in the first place, whose devotions to St. Isaac required blind belief in formulas of falling bodies. Against data that were piling up, in their own time, of slow-falling meteorites, milk-warm ones admitted, even by Farrington and Merrill, at least, one icy meteorite nowhere denied by the present orthodoxy a datum as accessible to Thomson in 1882 as it is now to us, because it was an occurrence of 1860. Beans and needles and tacks and a magnet. Needles and tacks adhere to and systematize relatively to a magnet. But if some beans, too, be caught up, they are irreconcilables to this system and drop right out of it. A member of the Salvation Army may hear over and over data that seem so memorable to an evolutionist. It seems remarkable that they do not influence him. One finds that he cannot remember them. It is incredible that Sir William Thomson had never heard of slow-falling, cold meteorites. It is simply that he had no power to remember such irreconcilabilities. And then Mr. Symons again. Mr. Symons was a man who probably did more for the science of meteorology than did any other man of his time. Therefore, he probably did more to hold back the science of meteorology than did any other man of his time. In Nature, 41, 135, Mr. Simons says that Professor Schwedoff's ideas are very droll. I think that even more amusing is our own acceptance that, not very far above this Earth's surface, is a region that will be the subject of a whole new science, supergeography, with which we shall immortalize ourselves in the resentments of the schoolboys of the future. Pebbles and fragments of meteors and things from Mars and Jupiter and Azuria, wedges, delayed messages, cannonballs, bricks, nails, coal and coke and charcoal and offensive old cargoes. Things that coat in ice in some regions, and things that get into areas so warm that they putrefy, or that there are all the climates of geography in supergeography. I shall have to accept that floating in the sky of this earth, there often are fields of ice as extensive as those on the Arctic Ocean, volumes of water in which are many fishes and frogs, tracts of land covered with caterpillars. Aviators of the future. They fly up and up. Then they get out and walk. The fishing's good. The bait's right there. They find messages from other worlds, and within 3 weeks there's a big trade worked up in forged messages. Sometimes I shall write a guidebook to the Super Sargasso Sea for aviators, but just at present there wouldn't be much call for it. We now have more of our expression upon hail as a concomitant, or more data of things that have fallen from the sky with hail. In general, the expression is: these things may have been raised from some other part of the earth's surface, in whirlwinds, or may not have fallen, and may have been upon the ground in the first place. But were the hailstones found with them, raised from some other part of the earth's surface, or were the hailstones upon the ground in the first place? As I said before, this expression is meaningless, as to a few instances. It is reasonable to think of some coincidence between the fall of hail and the fall of other things. But, inasmuch as there have been a good many instances, we begin to suspect that this is not so much a book we're writing as a sanitarium for overworked coincidences. If not conceivably could very large hailstones and lumps of ice from in this earth's atmosphere, and so then had to come from external regions, then other things in or accompanying very large hailstones and lumps of ice came from external regions, which worries us a little. We may be instantly translated to the positive absolute. Cosmos 13-120 quotes a Virginia newspaper that fishes, said to have been catfishes, a foot long, some of them, had fallen in 1853 at Norfolk, Virginia, with hail. Vegetable debris, not only nuclear but frozen upon the surfaces of large hailstones at Toulouse, France, July 28, 1874. La Science pour tout, 1874-270. Description of a storm at Pontiac, Canada, July 11, 1864, in which it is said that it was not hailstones that fell, but pieces of ice from half an inch to over 2 inches in diameter. Canadian Naturalist, 2-1-308. But the most extraordinary thing is that a respectable farmer of undoubted veracity says he picked up a piece of hail or ice in the center of which was a small green frog. Storm at Dubuque, Iowa, June 16, 1882, in which fell hailstones and pieces of ice. Monthly Weather Review, June 1882. The foreman of the Novelty Iron Works of this city states that in 2 large hailstones melted by him were found small living frogs. But the pieces of ice that fell upon this occasion had a peculiarity that indicates, though by as bizarre an indication as any we've had yet, that they had been for a long time motionless or floating somewhere. We'll take that up soon. End of section 16. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago, gis.depaul.edu/pmcAfee. Chapter 13 of The Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 13b. Living age 52,186. That June 30th, 1841, fishes, one of which was 10 inches long, fell at Boston. That 8 days later, fishes and ice fell at Derby. In Timbs' Yearbook, 1842-275, it is said that at Derby the fishes had fallen in enormous numbers, from half an inch to 2 inches long, and some considerably larger. In the Athenaeum, 1841-542, copied from the Sheffield Patriot, it is said that one of the fishes weighed 3 ounces. In several accounts it is said that with the fishes fell many small frogs and pieces of half-melted ice. We are told that the frogs and the fishes had been raised from some other part of the earth's surface in a whirlwind. No whirlwind specified, nothing said as to what part of the earth's surface comes ice in the month of July. Interests us that the ice is described as half melted. In the London Times, July 15th, 1841, it is said that the fishes were sticklebacks, that they had fallen with ice and small frogs, many of which had survived the fall. We note that at Dunfermline, 3 months later, October 7th, 1841, fell many fishes, several inches in length, in a thunderstorm. London Times, October 12th, 1841. Hailstones we don't care so much about. The matter of stratification seems significant, but we think more of the fall of lumps of ice from the sky as possible data of the Super Sargasso Sea. Lumps of ice a foot in circumference, Derbyshire, England, May 12, 1811. Annual Register, 1811-54. Cuboidal mass, 6 inches in diameter, that fell at Birmingham 26 days later. Thomson, Intro to Meteorology, page 179. Size of pumpkins, Bangalore, India, May 22nd, 1851. Report British Association, 1855-35. Masses of ice of 1.5 pounds each. New Hampshire, August 13th, 1851. Lummus, Meteorology, page 129. Masses of ice, size of a man's head, in the Delphos tornado. Farrell, Popular Treatise, page 428. Large as a man's hand, killing thousands of sheep. Texas, May 3rd, 1877. Monthly Weather Review, May, 1877. Pieces of ice so large that they could not be grasped in one hand. In a tornado, in Colorado, June 24th, 1877. Monthly Weather Review, June, 1877. Lumps of ice 4½ inches long. Richmond, England, August 2nd, 1879. Simon's Meteorological Magazine, 14/100. Mass of ice 21 inches in circumference that fell with hail, Iowa, June 1881. Monthly Weather Review, June 1881. Pieces of ice 8 inches long and 1.5 inches thick, Davenport, Iowa, August 30th, 1882. Monthly Weather Review, August 1882. Lump of ice size of a brick, weight 2 pounds, Chicago, July 12th, 1883. Monthly Weather Review, July, 1883. Lumps of ice that weighed 1.5 pounds each, India, May, 1888. Nature, 37-42. Lump of ice weighing 4 pounds, Texas, December 6th, 1893. Scientific American, 68-58. Lumps of ice 1 pound in weight, November 14th, 1901. In a tornado, Victoria, Meteorology of Australia, page 34. Of course, it is our acceptance that these masses not only accompanied tornadoes, but were brought down to this earth by tornadoes. Flammarion, The Atmosphere, page 34. Block of ice weighing 4½ pounds that fell at Cazorta, Spain, June 15th, 1829. Block of ice weighing 11 pounds at Cité, France, October 1844. Mass of ice 3 feet long, 3 feet wide, and more than 2 feet thick that fell in a storm in Hungary, May 8th, 1802. Scientific American, 47-119. That, according to the Salina Journal, a mass of ice weighing about 80 pounds had fallen from the sky near Salina, Kansas, August 1882. We are told that Mr. W.J. Hagler, the North Santa Fe merchant, became possessor of it and packed it in sawdust in his store. London Times, April 7th, 1860. That upon the 16th of March, 1860, in a snowstorm in Upper Wasdale, blocks of ice so large that at a distance they looked like a flock of sheep had fallen. Report of the British Association, 1851-32. That a mass of ice about a cubic yard in size had fallen at Khandish, India, 1828. Against these data, though, so far as I know, so many of them have never been assembled together before, there is a silence upon the part of scientific men that is unusual. Our Super Sargasso Sea may not be an unavoidable conclusion, but arrival upon this earth of ice from external regions does seem to be, except that there must be it ever so faint, a merger. It is in the notion that these masses of ice are only congealed hailstones. We have data against this notion, as applied to all our instances, but the explanation has been offered, and it seems to me may apply in some instances. In the Bulletin Société Astronomique de France, 20-245, it is said of blocks of ice the size of decanters that had fallen at Tunis that they were only masses of congealed hailstones. London Times, August 4th, 1857. That a block of ice described as pure ice, weighing 25 pounds, had been found in the meadow of Mr. Warner of Cricklewood. There had been a storm the day before. As in some of our other instances, no one had seen this object fall from the sky. It was found after the storm. That's all that can be said about it. Letter from Captain Blackiston, communicated by General Sabine to the Royal Society. London, Royal Society Proceedings, 10-468. That, January 14th, 1860, in a thunderstorm, pieces of ice had fallen upon Captain Blackiston's vessel, that it was not hail. It was not hail, but irregular shaped pieces of solid ice of different dimensions, up to the size of half a brick. According to the Advertiser Scotsman, quoted by the Edinburgh New Philosophical Magazine, 47-371, an irregular shaped mass of ice fell at Ord, Scotland, August 1849, after an extraordinary peal of thunder. It is said that this was homogeneous ice, except in a small part which looked like congealed hailstones. The mass was about 20 feet in circumference. The story, as told in the London Times, August 14, 1849, is that, upon the evening of the 13th of August, 1849, after a loud peal of thunder, a mass of ice, said to have been 20 feet in circumference, had fallen upon the estate of Mr. Moffat of Balvullich, Rossshire. It is said that this object fell alone, or without hailstones. Altogether, though, it is not so strong for the Super Sargasso Sea, I think. This is one of our best expressions upon external origins. That large blocks of ice could form in the moisture of this Earth's atmosphere is about as likely as that blocks of stone could form in a dust whirl. Of course, if ice or water comes to this Earth from external sources, we think of at least minute organisms in it, and on, with our data, to frogs, fishes, on to anything that's thinkable, coming from external sources. It's of great importance to us to accept that large lumps of ice have fallen from the sky, but what we desire most, perhaps because of our interest in its archaeologic and paleontologic treasures, is now to be through with tentativeness and probation, and to take the Super Sargasso Sea into full acceptance in our more advanced fold of the chosen of this 20th century. In the report of the British Association, 1855-37, it is said that at Purandur, India, December 11th, 1854, flat pieces of ice, many of them weighing several pounds each, I suppose, had fallen from the sky. They are described as large ice flakes. Vast fields of ice in the superarctic regions, or strata of the Super Sargasso Sea, when they break up, their fragments are flake-like. In our acceptance, there are aerial ice fields that are remote from this Earth, that break up, fragments grinding against one another, rolling in vapor and water of different constituency in different regions forming slowly as stratified hailstones, but that there are ice fields near this earth that break up into just such flat pieces of ice as cover any pond or river when ice of a pond or river is broken, and are sometimes soon precipitated to the earth in this familiar flat formation. Simon's Meteorological Magazine, 43 154. A correspondent writes that at Braemar, July 2nd, 1908, when the sky was clear overhead and the sun shining, flat pieces of ice fell from somewhere. The sun was shining, but something was going on somewhere. Thunder was heard. Until I saw the reproduction of a photograph in the Scientific American, February 21st, 1914, I had supposed that these ice fields must be, say, at least 10 or 20 miles away from this earth, and invisible to terrestrial observers, except as the blurs that have so often been reported by astronomers and meteorologists. The photograph published by the Scientific American is of an aggregation supposed to be clouds, presumably not very high. So clearly detailed are they. The writer says that they looked to him like a field of broken ice. Beneath is a picture of a conventional field of ice, floating ordinarily in water. The resemblance between the two pictures is striking. Nevertheless, it seems to me incredible that the first of the photographs could be of an aerial ice field, or that gravitation could cease to act at only a mile or so from this earth's surface, unless the exceptional, the flux and vagary of all things, or that normally this earth's gravitation extends, say, 10 or 15 miles outward, but that gravitation must be rhythmic. Of course, in the pseudo-formulas of astronomers, gravitation as a fixed quantity is essential. Accept that gravitation is a variable force, and astronomers deflate, with a perceptible hissing sound, into the punctured condition of economists, biologists, meteorologists, and all the others of the humbler divinities, who can admittedly offer only insecure approximations. We refer all who would not like to hear the hiss of escaping arrogance to Herbert Spencer's chapters upon the rhythm of all phenomena. If everything else, light from the stars, heat from the sun, the winds and the tides, forms and colors and sizes of animals, demands and supplies and prices, political opinions and chemic reactions, and religious doctrines, and magnetic intensities, and the ticking of clocks, and arrival and departure of the seasons, if everything else is variable, we accept that the notion of gravitation as fixed and formulable is only another attempted positivism, doomed, like all other illusions of realness, in quasi-existence. So it is intermediatism to accept that, though gravitation may approximate higher to invariability than do the winds, for instance, it must be somewhere between the absolutes of stability and instability. Here, then, we are not much impressed with the opposition of physicists and astronomers, fearing a little mournfully that their language is of expiring sibilations. So then the fields of ice in the sky, and that, though usually so far away as to be mere blurs, at times they come close enough to be seen in detail. For description of what I call a blur, see Popular Science News, February 1884. Sky, in general, unusually clear, but near the sun, a white, slightly curdled haze, which was dazzlingly bright. We accept that sometimes fields of ice pass between the sun and the earth. that many strata of ice, or very thick fields of ice, or superimposed fields, would obscure the sun. That there have been occasions when the sun was eclipsed by fields of ice. Flammarion, The Atmosphere, page 394. That a profound darkness came upon the city of Brussels, June 18, 1839. There fell flat pieces of ice an inch long. Intense darkness at Aitkin, Minnesota, April 2nd, 1889. Sand and solid chunks of ice reported to have fallen. Science, April 19th, 1889. In Simon's Meteorological Magazine, 32-172, are outlined rough-edged but smooth-surfaced pieces of ice that fell at Manassas, Virginia, August 10, 1897. They look as much like the roughly broken fragments of a smooth sheet of ice as ever have roughly broken fragments of a smooth sheet of ice looked. About 2 inches across and 1 inch thick. In Cosmos 3-116, it is said that at Rouen, July 5th, 1853, fell irregular shaped pieces of ice about the size of a hand, described as looking as if all had been broken from one enormous block of ice. That, I think, was an aerial iceberg. In the awful density, or almost absolute stupidity, of the 19th century, it never occurred to anybody to look for traces of polar bears or of seals upon these fragments. Of course, seeing what we want to see, having been able to gather these data only because they are in agreement with notions formed in advance, we are not so respectful to our own notions as to a similar impression forced upon an observer who had no theory or acceptance to support. In general, our prejudices see and our prejudices investigate, but this should not be taken as an absolute. Monthly Weather Review, July 1894. That, from the Weather Bureau of Portland, Oregon, a tornado of June 3, 1894 was reported. Fragments of ice fell from the sky. They averaged 3 to 4 inches square and about an inch thick. In length and breadth, they had the smooth surfaces required by our acceptance, and, according to the writer in the review, gave the impression of a vast field of ice suspended in the atmosphere and suddenly broken into fragments about the size of the palm of the hand. This datum, profoundly of what we used to call the damned, or before we could no longer accept judgment, or cut and dried condemnation by infants, turtles, and lambs, was copied, but without comment, in the Scientific American, 71-371. Our theology is something like this: of course we ought to be damned, but we revolt against adjudication by infants, turtles, and lambs. So now come to some remarkable data in a rather difficult department of supergeography. Vast fields of aerial ice. There's a lesson to me in the treachery of the imaginable. Most of our opposition is in the clearness with which the conventional, but impossible, becomes the imaginable, and then the resistant to modifications. After it had become the conventional with me, I conceived clearly of vast sheets of ice, a few miles above this earth, then the shining of the sun, and the ice partly melting, that note upon the ice that fell at Derby, water trickling and forming icicles upon the lower surface of the ice sheet. I seemed to look up and so clearly visualized those icicles, hanging like stalactites from a flat-roofed cave in white calcite. Or I looked up at the underside of an aerial ice lump and seemed to see a papillation, similar to that observed by a calf at times. But then, if icicles should form upon the underside of a sheet of aerial ice, that would be by the falling of water toward this earth. An icicle is, of course, an expression of gravitation. And if water melting from ice should fall toward this earth, why not the ice itself fall before an icicle could have time to form? Of course, in quasi-existence, where everything is a paradox, one might argue that the water falls, but the ice does not, because the ice is heavier, that is, in masses. That notion, I think, belongs in a more advanced course than we are taking at present. Our expression upon icicles. A vast field of aerial ice. It is inert to this earth's gravitation, but by universal flux and variation, part of it sags closer to this earth, and is susceptible to gravitation. By cohesion with the main mass, this part does not fall, but water melting from it does fall and forms icicles. Then, by various disturbances, this part sometimes falls in fragments that are protrusive with icicles. Of the ice that fell, some of it enclosing living frogs at Dubuque, Iowa, June 16, 1882, it is said, Monthly Weather Review, June 1882, that there were pieces from 1 to 17 inches in circumference, the largest weighing 1 pound and 3/4, that upon some of them were icicles half an inch in length. We emphasize that these objects were not hailstones. The only merger is that of knobby hailstones, or of large hailstones, with protuberances wrought by crystallization. But that is no merger with terrestrial phenomena, and such formations are unaccountable to orthodoxy, or it is incredible that hail could so crystallize, not forming by accretion, in the fall of a few seconds. For an account of such hailstones, see Nature, 61, 594. Note the size, some of them the size of turkeys' eggs. It is our expression that sometimes the icicles themselves have fallen, as if by concussion, or as if something had swept against the underside of an aerial ice floe, detaching its papillations. Monthly Weather Review, June 1889. That, at Oswego, New York, June 11, 1889, according to the Turin, New York, Leader, there fell, in a thunderstorm, pieces of ice that resembled the fragments of icicles. Monthly Weather Review, 29/506. That, on Florence Island, St. Lawrence River, August 8, 1901, with ordinary hail, fell pieces of ice formed like icicles, the size and shape of lead pencils, that had been cut into sections about 3/8 of an inch in length. So our data of the Super Sargasso Sea and its Arctic region, and, for weeks at a time, an ice field, may hang motionless over a part of this earth's surface. The sun has some effect upon it, but not much until late in the afternoon, I should say. Part of it has sagged, but is held up by cohesion with the main mass, whereupon we have such an occurrence, as would have been a little uncanny to us once upon a time, or fall of water from a cloudless sky, day after day, in one small part of this earth's surface, late in the afternoon, when the sun's rays had had time for their effects. Monthly Weather Review, October 1886. That, according to the Charlotte Chronicle, October 21st, 1886, for 3 weeks there had been a fall of water from the sky in Charlotte, North Carolina, localized in one particular spot, every afternoon about 3 o'clock that, whether the sky was cloudy or cloudless, the water or rain fell upon a small patch of land between two trees and nowhere else. This is the newspaper account, and, as such, it seems in the depths of the unchosen, either by me or any other expression of the Salvation Army. The account by the Signal Service observer at Charlotte, published in the Review, follows. An unusual phenomenon was witnessed on the 21st, having been informed that for some weeks prior to date rain had been falling daily after 3 p.m. on a particular spot near two trees, corner of 9th and D Streets. I visited the place and saw precipitation in the form of raindrops at 4:47 and 4:55 p.m., while the sun was shining brightly. On the 22nd, I again visited the place, and from 4:05 to 4:25 p.m., a light shower of rain fell from a cloudless sky. Sometimes the precipitation falls over an area of half an acre, but always appears to center at these two trees, and when lightest occurs there only. End of chapter 13. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago, gis.depaul.edu/pmcAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Chapter 14a. We see conventionally. It is not only that we think and act and speak and dress alike because of our surrender to social attempt at entity, in which we are only supercellular. We see what it is proper that we should see. It is orthodox enough to say that a horse is not a horse to an infant, any more than is an orange to the unsophisticated. It's interesting to walk along a street sometimes and look at things and wonder what they'd look like if we hadn't been taught to see horses and trees and houses as horses and trees and houses. I think that to supersight, they are local stresses merging indistinguishably into one another in an all-inclusive nexus. I think that it would be credible enough to say that many times have Monstrator and Elvera and Azuria crossed telescopic fields of vision, and were not even seen, because it wouldn't be proper to see them. It wouldn't be respectable. And it wouldn't be respectful, it would be insulting to old bones to see them. It would bring on evil influences from the relics of Saint Isaac to see them. But our data, of vast worlds that are orbitless, or that are navigable, or that are adrift in interplanetary tides and currents, the data that we shall have of their approach in modern times within 5 or 6 miles of this earth. But then their visits or approaches to other planets, or to other of the few regularized bodies that have surrendered to the attempted entity of this solar system as a whole. The question that we can't very well evade: have these other worlds or superconstructions ever been seen by astronomers? I think there would not be much approximation to realness in taking refuge in the notion of astronomers who stare and squint and see only that which it is respectable and respectful to see. It is all very well to say that astronomers are hypnotics, and that an astronomer looking at the moon is hypnotized by the moon, but our acceptance is that the bodies of this present expression often visit the moon, or cross it, or are held in temporary suspension near it. Then some of them must often have been within the diameter of an astronomer's hypnosis. Our general expression, that upon the oceans of this earth there are regularized vessels, but also that there are tramp vessels, that upon the superocean there are regularized planets, but also that there are tramp worlds, that astronomers are like mercantile purists who would deny commercial vagabondage. Our acceptance is that vast celestial vagabonds have been excluded by astronomers, primarily because their irresponsibilities are an affront to the pure and the precise, or to attempted positivism, and secondarily because they have not been seen so very often. The planets steadily reflect the light of the sun. Upon this uniformity, a system that we call primary astronomy has been built up. But now the subject matter of advanced astronomy is data of celestial phenomena that are sometimes light and sometimes dark, varying like some of the satellites of Jupiter, but with a wider range. However, light or dark, they have been seen and reported so often that the only important reason for their exclusion is that they don't fit in. With dark bodies that are probably external to our own solar system, I have, in the provincialism that no one can escape, not much concern. Dark bodies afloat in outer space would have been damned a few years ago, but now they're sanctioned by Professor Barnard, and if he says they're all right, you may think of them without the fear of doing something wrong or ridiculous, the close kinship we note so often between the evil and the absurd. I suppose by the ridiculous I mean the froth of evil, the dark companion of Algol, for instance. Though that's a clear case of celestial miscegenation, the purists or positivists admit that's so. In the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, 1915, 394, Professor Barnard writes of an object. He calls it an object in Cephas. His idea is that there are dark, opaque bodies outside this solar system. But in the Astrophysical Journal, 1916, 1, he modifies into regarding them as dark nebulae. That's not so interesting. We accept that Venus, for instance, has often been visited by other worlds, or by superconstructions, from which come cinders and coke and coal, that sometimes these things have reflected light, and have been seen from this earth, by professional astronomers. It will be noted that throughout this chapter our data are accursed Brahmins, as by hypnosis and inertia we keep on saying, just as a good many of the scientists of the 19th century kept on admitting the power of the system that preceded them, or continuity would be smashed. There's a big chance here for us to be instantaneously translated to the positive absolute. Oh well. What I emphasize here is that our damned data are observations by astronomers of the highest standing, excommunicated by astronomers of similar standing, but backed up by the dominant spirit of their era, to which all minds had to equilibrate, or be negligible, unheard, submerged. It would seem sometimes in this book as if our revolts were against the dogmatisms and pontifications of single scientists of eminence. This is only a convenience because it seems necessary to personify. If we look over Philosophical Transactions, or the publications of the Royal Astronomical Society, for instance, we see that Herschel, for instance, was as powerless as any boy stargazer to enforce acceptance of any observation of his that did not harmonize with the system that was growing up as independently of him and all other astronomers as a phase in the development of an embryo compels all cells to take on appearances concordantly with the design and the predetermined progress and schedule of the whole. Visitors to Venus. Evans, Ways of the Planets, page 140. That, in 1645, a body large enough to look like a satellite was seen near Venus. 4 times in the first half of the 18th century, a similar observation was reported. The last report occurred in 1767. A large body has been seen 7 times, according to Science Gossip, 1886, 178, near Venus. At least one astronomer, Houzeau, accepted these observations and named the world planet superconstruction Neith. His views are mentioned in passing but without endorsement in the Transactions of the New York Academy, 5/249. Houzeau, or someone writing for the magazine section of a Sunday newspaper, outer darkness for both alike. A new satellite in this solar system might be a little disturbing, though the formulas of Laplace, which were considered final in his day, have survived the admittance of 500 or 600 bodies not included in those formulas. A satellite to Venus might be a little disturbing, but would be explained. But a large body approaching a planet, staying a while, going away, coming back some other time, anchoring, as it were. Azuria is pretty bad, but Azuria is no worse than Neith. Astrophysical Journal, 1/127. A light reflecting body or a bright spot near Mars, seen November 25th, 1894, by Professor Pickering and others at the Lowell Observatory, above an illuminated part of Mars, self-luminous it would seem, thought to have been a cloud, but estimated to have been about 20 miles away from the planet. Luminous spot seen moving across the disk of Mercury in 1799 by Harding and Schroeter. Monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, 38/338. In the first bulletin issued by the Lowell Observatory in 1903, Professor Lowell describes a body that was seen on the terminator of Mars, May 20th, 1903. On May 27th, it was suspected, if still there, it had moved, we are told, about 300 miles. Probably a dust cloud. Very conspicuous and brilliant spots seen on the disk of Mars, October and November 1911. Popular Astronomy, Volume 19, Number 10. So one of them accepted 6 or 7 observations that were in agreement, except that they could not be regularized upon a world, planet, satellite, and he gave it a name. He named it Neith. Monstrator and Elvera, and Azuria, and Super Romanimus. Or heresy and orthodoxy, and the oneness of all quasiness, and our ways and means and methods are the very same. Or, if we name things that may not be, we are not of lonely guilt in the nomenclature of absences. But now, Leverrier and Vulcan. Leverrier again. Or, to demonstrate the collapsibility of a froth, stick a pin in the largest bubble of it. Astronomy and inflation. And by inflation we mean expansion of the attenuated. Or that the science of astronomy is a phantom film, distended with myth, stuff, but always our acceptance that it approximates higher to substantiality than did the system that preceded it. So Leverrier and the planet Vulcan. And we repeat, and it will do us small good to repeat, if you be of the masses that the astronomers have hypnotized, being themselves hypnotized, or they could not hypnotize others, or that the hypnotist's control is not the masterful power that it is popularly supposed to be, but only the transference of state from one hypnotic to another. If you be of the masses that the astronomers have hypnotized, you will not be able even to remember 10 pages from here, and Leverrier and the planet Vulcan will have fallen from your mind like beans from a magnet, or like data of cold meteorites from the mind of a Thomson. Leverrier and the planet Vulcan. And much the good it will do us to repeat. But at least temporarily, we shall have an impression of a historic fiasco, such as, in our acceptance, could occur only in a quasi-existence. In 1859, Dr. Lescarbault, an amateur astronomer of Orgères, France, announced that, upon March 26th of that year, he had seen a body of planetary size cross the sun. We are in a subject that is now as unholy to the present system as ever were its own subjects to the system that preceded it, or as ever were slanders against miracles to the preceding system. Nevertheless, few textbooks go so far as quite to disregard this tragedy. The method of the systematists is slightingly to give a few instances of the unholy and dispose of the few. If it were desirable to them to deny that there are mountains upon this earth, they would record a few observations upon some slight eminences near Orange, New Jersey, but say that commuters, though estimable persons in several ways, are likely to have their observations mixed. The textbooks casually mention a few of the supposed observations upon Vulcan and then pass on. Dr. Lescarbault wrote to Leverrier, who hastened to Orgères. Because this announcement assimilated with his own calculations upon a planet between Mercury and the Sun. Because this solar system itself has never attained positiveness in the aspect of regularity there are to Mercury, as there are to Neptune, phenomena irreconcilable with the formulas, or motions that betray influence by something else. We are told that Leverrier satisfied himself as to the substantial accuracy of the reported observation. The story of this investigation is told in Monthly Notices, 2098. It seems too bad to threaten the naive little thing with our rude sophistications, but it is amusingly of the ingenuousness of the age from which present dogmas have survived. Lescarbault wrote to Leverrier. Leverrier hastened to Orgères, but he was careful not to tell Lescarbault who he was. Went right in and subjected Dr. Lescarbault to a very severe cross-examination, just the way you or I may feel at liberty to go into anybody's home and be severe with people, pressing him hard step by step, just as anyone might go into someone else's house and press him hard, though unknown to the hard-pressed one. Not until he was satisfied did Leverrier reveal his identity. I suppose Dr. Lescarbault expressed astonishment. I think there's something utopian about this. It's so unlike the standoffishness of New York life. Leverrier gave the name Vulcan to the object that Dr. Lescarbault had reported. By the same means by which he is, even to this day, supposed by the faithful to have discovered Neptune, he had already announced the probable existence of an intra-mercurial body, or group of bodies. He had 5 observations besides Lescarbault's upon something that had been seen to cross the sun. In accordance with the mathematical hypnoses of his era, he studied these 6 transits. Out of them he computed elements giving Vulcan a period of about 20 days, or a formula for heliocentric longitude at any time. But he placed the time of best observation away up in 1877. But even so, or considering that he still had probably a good many years to live, it may strike one that he was a little rash, That is, if one has not gone very deep into the study of hypnoses, that, having discovered Neptune by a method which, in our acceptance, had no more to recommend it than had one equally well thought of methods of witch finding, he should have taken such chances that if he was right as to Neptune, but should be wrong as to Vulcan, his average would be away below that of most fortune tellers, who could scarcely hope to do business upon a 50% basis, all that the reasoning of a tyro in hypnoses. The date, March 22nd, 1877. The scientific world was up on its hind legs, nosing the sky. The thing had been done so authoritatively. Never a pope had said a thing with more of the seeming of finality. If 6 observations correlated, what more could be asked? The editor of Nature, a week before the predicted event, though cautious, said it is difficult to explain how 6 observers, unknown to one another, could have data that could be formulated if they were not related phenomena. In a way, at this point occurs the crisis of our whole book. Formulas are against us. But can astronomic formulas, backed up by observations in agreement, taken many years apart, calculated by a Leverrier, be as meaningless, in a positive sense, as all other quasi-things that we have encountered so far? The preparations they made before March 22nd, 1877. In England, the Astronomer Royal made it the expectation of his life, notified observers at Madras, Melbourne, Sydney, and New Zealand, and arranged with observers in Chile and the United States. M. Struve had prepared for observations in Siberia and Japan. March 22nd, 1877. Not absolutely hypocritically, I think it's pathetic, myself. If anyone should doubt the sincerity of Leverrier in this matter, we note, whether it has meaning or not, that a few months later he died. I think we'll take up Monstrator, though there's so much to this subject that we'll have to come back. According to the Annual Register, 9/120, upon the 9th of August, 1762, M. de Rostan, of Basel, France, was taking altitudes of the sun, at Lausanne. He saw a vast spindle-shaped body, about 3 of the sun's digits in breadth, and 9 in length, advancing slowly across the disk of the sun, or at no more than half the velocity with which the ordinary solar spots move. It did not disappear until the 7th of September, when it reached the sun's limb. Because of the spindle-like form, I incline to think of a super zeppelin. But another observation, which seems to indicate that it was a world, is that though it was opaque and eclipsed the sun, it had around it a kind of nebulosity, or atmosphere. A penumbra would ordinarily be a datum of a sunspot, but there are observations that indicate that this object was at a considerable distance from the sun. It is recorded that another observer at Paris, watching the sun at this time, had not seen this object, but that M. Croste, at Seoul, about 45 German leagues northward from Lausanne, had seen it, describing the same spindle form, but disagreeing a little as to breadth. Then comes the important point that he and M. de Rostan did not see it upon the same part of the sun. This, then, is parallax, and compounded with invisibility at Paris, is great parallax, or that, in the course of a month, in the summer of 1762, a large, opaque, spindle-shaped body traversed the disk of the sun, but at a great distance from the sun. The writer in the Register says In a word, we know of nothing to have recourse to in the heavens by which to explain this phenomenon. I suppose he was not a hopeless addict to explaining. Extraordinary. We fear he must have been a man of loose habits in some other respects. As to us, Monstrator. In the monthly notes of the Royal Astronomical Society, February 1877, Leverrier, who never lost faith up to the last day, gives the 6 observations upon an unknown body of planetary size that he had formulated. Fritsche, October 10th, 1802. Stark, October 9th, 1819. De Cuppy, October 30th, 1839. Sidebottom, November 12th, 1849. L'Escarbot, March 26th, 1859. Lumi, March 20th, 1862. If we weren't so accustomed to science in its essential aspect of disregard, we'd be mystified and impressed, like the editor of Nature, with the formulation of these data agreement of so many instances would seem incredible as a coincidence, but our acceptance is that, with just enough disregard, astronomers and fortune-tellers can formulate anything, or we'd engage ourselves to formulate periodicities in the crowds in Broadway. Say that every Wednesday morning a tall man with one leg and a black eye, carrying a rubber plant, passes the Singer Building at 10:15 o'clock. Of course it couldn't really be done unless such a man did have such periodicity. But if some Wednesday mornings it should be a small child lugging a barrel, or a fat negress with a week's wash, by ordinary disregard that would be prediction good enough for the kind of quasi-existence we're in. So whether we accuse, or whether we think that the word accuse over-dignifies an attitude toward a quasi-astronomer, or mere figment in a super-dream, our acceptance is that Leverrier never did formulate observations. That he picked out observations that could be formulated. That of this type are all formulas. That if Leverrier had not been himself helplessly hypnotized, or if he had had in him more than a tincture of realness, never could he have been beguiled by such a quasi-process, but that he was hypnotized, and so extended or transferred his condition to others, that upon March 22nd, 1877, he had this earth bristling with telescopes, with the rigid and almost inanimate forms of astronomers behind them, and not a blessed thing of any unusuality was seen upon that day or succeeding days. But that the science of astronomy suffered the slightest in prestige? It couldn't. The spirit of 1877 was behind it. If, in an embryo, some cells should not live up to the phenomena of their era, the others will sustain the scheduled appearances. Not until an embryo enters the mammalian stage are cells of the reptilian stage false cells. It is our acceptance that there were many equally authentic reports upon large planetary bodies that had been seen near the sun, that of many Leverrier picked out 6, not then deciding that all the other observations related to still other large planetary bodies, but arbitrarily or hypnotically disregarding, or heroically disregarding, every one of them, that to formulate at all he had to exclude falsely. The denouement killed him, I think. I'm not at all inclined to place him with the Greys and Hitchcocks and Simonses. I'm not, because though it was rather unsportsmanlike to put the date so far ahead, he did give a date, and he did stick to it with such a high approximation. I think Leverrier was translated to the positive absolute. The disregarded. Observation of July 26, 1819, by Gruthinson. But that was of 2 bodies. that crossed the sun together. End of chapter 14a. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago, gis.depaul.edu/pmcafee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Chapter 14b. Nature 14,469. That, according to the astronomer J.R. Hind, Benjamin Scott, City Chamberlain of London, and Mr. Ray had in 1847 seen a body similar to Vulcan cross the sun. Similar observation by Hind and Lowe, March 12, 1849. L'année scientifique, 1876-9. Nature 14,505. Body of apparent size of Mercury, seen January 29, 1860, by F.A.R. Russell and 4 other observers crossing the sun. De Vico's observation of July 12, 1837. Observatory 2,424. L'année scientifique, 1865-16. That another amateur astronomer, M. Coumbray of Constantinople, had written to Leverrier that upon the 8th of March, 1865, he had seen a black point, sharply outlined, traverse the disk of the sun. It detached itself from a group of sunspots near the limb of the sun, and took 48 minutes to reach the other limb. Figuring upon the diagram sent by M. Coumbray, a central passage would have taken a little more than an hour. This observation was disregarded by Leverrier because his formula required about 4 times that velocity. The point here is that these other observations are as authentic as those that Leverrier included, that then, upon data as good as the data of Vulcan, there must be other Vulcans. The heroic and defiant disregard, then, of trying to formulate one, omitting the others, which by orthodox doctrine must have influenced it greatly, if all were in the relatively narrow space between Mercury and the sun. Observation upon another such body, of April 4th, 1876, by M. Weber of Berlin. As to this observation, Leverrier was informed by Wolf in August 1876, L'année scientifique, 1876-7. It made no difference, so far as can be shown, to this notable positivist. 2 other observations noted by Hind and Denning, London Times, November 3rd, 1871, and March 26th, 1873. Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, 20,100. Standacker, February 1762. Lichtenberg, November 19th, 1762. Hoffman, May 1764. Dango, January 18th, 1798. Stark, February 12th, 1820. An observation by Schmidt, October 11th, 1847, is said to be doubtful, but upon page 192 it is said that this doubt had arisen because of a mistaken translation, and 2 other observations by Schmidt are given, October 14th, 1849, and February 18th, 1850. Also, an observation by Loft, January 6th, 1818. Observation by Steinheibel at Vienna, April 27, 1820. Monthly Notices, 1862. Hasse had collected reports of 20 observations, like Lescarbault's. The list was published in 1872 by Wolf. Also, there are other instances like Gruthinsen's. American Journal of Science, 2/28, 446. Report by Pastorff that he had seen twice in 1836 and once in 1837 two round spots of unequal size moving across the sun, changing position relatively to each other and taking a different course, if not orbit. Each time that, in 1834, he had seen similar bodies pass 6 times across the disk of the sun, looking very much like Mercury in his transits. March 22, 1876. But to point out Leverrier's poverty-stricken average, or discovering planets upon a 50% basis, would be to point out the low percentage of realness in the quasi-myth stuff of which the whole system is composed. We do not accuse the textbooks of omitting this fiasco, but we do note that theirs is the conventional adaptation here of all beguilers who are in difficulties. The diverting of attention. It wouldn't be possible in a real existence, with real mentality, to deal with, but I suppose it's good enough for the quasi-intellects that stupefy themselves with textbooks. The trick here is to gloss over Leverrier's mistake and blame Lescarbault. He was only an amateur. Had delusions. The reader's attention is led against Lescarbault by a report from M. Lias, director of the Brazilian Coast Survey, who at the time of Lescarbault's supposed observation had been watching the sun in Brazil, and instead of seeing even ordinary sunspots, had noted that the region of the supposed transit was of uniform intensity. But the meaninglessness of all utterances and quasi-existence. Uniform intensity turns our way as much as against us. Or someday some brain will conceive a way of beating Newton's third law, if every reaction or resistance is or can be interpretable as stimulus instead of resistance. If this could be done in mechanics, there's a way open here for someone to own the world. Specifically in this matter, uniform intensity means that Lescarbault saw no ordinary sunspot, just as much as it means that no spot at all was seen upon the sun. Continuing the interpretation of a resistance as an assistance, which can always be done with mental forces, making us wonder what applications could be made with steam and electric forces. We point out that invisibility in Brazil means parallax quite as truly as it means absence, and inasmuch as Vulcan was supposed to be distant from the sun, we interpret denial as corroboration. Method, of course, of every scientist, politician, theologian, high school debater. So the textbooks, with no especial cleverness, because no especial cleverness is needed, lead the reader into contempt for the amateur of Orgère and forgetfulness of Leverrier, and some other subject is taken up. But our own acceptance that these data are as good as ever they were, that if someone of eminence should predict an earthquake, and if there should be no earthquake at the predicted time, that would discredit the prophet, but data of past earthquakes would remain as good as ever they had been. It is easy enough to smile at the illusion of a single amateur. the mass formation, Fricha, Stark, Decupus, Sidebottom, L'Escargot, Loomis, Gruthinson, De Vico, Scott, Ray, Russell, Hind, Lowe, Cumbrai, Weber, Stondacher, Lichtenberg, Dango, Hoffmann, Schmidt, Loft, Steinheibel, Pastorff. These are only the observations conventionally listed relatively to an intramercurial planet. They are formidable enough to prevent our being diverted as if it were all the dream of a lonely amateur, but they're a mere advance guard. From now on, other data of large celestial bodies, some dark and some reflecting light, will pass and keep on passing, so that some of us will remember a thing or two after the procession's over, possibly, taking up only one of the listed observations. Or our impression that the discrediting of Leverrier has nothing to do with the acceptability of these data. In the London Times, January 10, 1860, is Benjamin Scott's account of his observation. That, in the summer of 1847, he had seen a body that had seemed to be the size of Venus crossing the sun. He says that, hardly believing the evidence of his sense of sight, he had looked for someone whose hopes or ambitions would not make him so subject to illusion. He had told his little son, aged 5 years, to look through the telescope. The child had exclaimed that he had seen a little balloon crossing the sun. Scott says that he had not had sufficient self-reliance to make public announcement of his remarkable observation at the time, but that in the evening of the same day he had told Dr. Dick, F.R.A.S., who had cited other instances. In the Times, January 12, 1860, is published a letter from Richard Abbott, F.R.A.S., that he remembered Mr. Scott's letter to him upon this observation at the time of the occurrence. I suppose that at the beginning of this chapter one had the notion that by hard scratching through musty old records we might rake up vague, more than doubtful data, distortable into what's called evidence of unrecognized worlds or constructions of planetary size. But the high authenticity and the support and the modernity of these of the accursed that we are now considering, and our acceptance that ours is a quasi-existence in which, above all other things, hopes, ambitions, emotions, motivations, stands, attempt to positivize. That we are here considering an attempt to systematize. That is sheer fanaticism in its disregard of the unsystematizable. That it represented the highest good in the 19th century, that is, monomania, but heroic monomania that was quasi-divine in the 19th century. But that this isn't the 19th century. As a doubly sponsored Brahmin in the regard of Baptists, the objects of July 29, 1878, stand out and proclaim themselves so that nothing but disregard of the intensity of monomania can account for their reception by the system. Or the total eclipse of July 29, 1878, and the reports by Professor Watson from Rawlins, Wyoming, and by Professor Swift from Denver, Colorado, that they had seen two shining objects at a considerable distance from the sun. It's quite in accord with our general expression, not that there is an intramercurial planet, but that there are different bodies, many vast things, near this earth, sometimes near the sun, sometimes orbitless worlds, which, because of scarcely any data of collisions, we think of as under navigable control, or dirigible superconstructions. Professor Watson and Professor Swift published their observations. Then the disregard that we cannot think of in terms of ordinary sane exclusions. The textbook systematists begin by telling us that the trouble with these observations is that they disagree widely. There's considerable respectfulness, especially for Professor Swift, but we are told that by coincidence, these two astronomers, hundreds of miles apart, were eluded. Their observations were so different. Professor Swift, Nature, September 19th, 1878. That his own observation was in close approximation to that given by Professor Watson. In the observatory, 2-161, Swift says that his observations and Watson's were confirmatory of each other. The faithful try again. That Watson and Swift mistook stars for other bodies. In the observatory, 2-193, Professor Watson says that he had previously committed to memory all stars near the sun, down to the 7th magnitude, and he's damned anyway. How such exclusions work out is shown by Lockyer, Nature, August 20th, 1878. He says, there is little doubt that an intramercurial planet has been discovered by Professor Watson. That was before excommunication was pronounced. He says, if it will fit one of Leverrier's orbits. It didn't fit. In Nature 21-301, Professor Swift says, I have never made a more valid observation, nor one more free from doubt. He's damned anyway. We shall have some data that will not live up to most rigorous requirements. But if anyone would like to read how carefully and minutely these two sets of observations were made, see Professor Swift's detailed description in the American Journal of Science, 116-313, and the technicalities of Professor Watson's observations in Monthly Notices 38-525. Our own acceptance upon dirigible worlds, which is assuredly enough more nearly real than attempted, concepts of large planets relatively near this Earth, moving in orbits but visible only occasionally, which more nearly approximates to reasonableness than does wholesale slaughter of Swift and Watson and Frisch and Stark and de Cuppy. But our own acceptance is so painful to so many minds that in another of the charitable moments that we have now and then, for the sake of contrast, we offer relief. The things seen high in the sky by Swift and Watson. Well, only 2 months before, the horse and the barn. We go on with more observations by astronomers, recognizing that it is the very thing that has given them life, sustained them, held them together, that has crushed all but the quasi-gleam of independent life out of them. Were they not systematized, they could not be at all, except sporadically and without sustenance. They are systematized. They must not vary from the conditions of the system. They must not break away for themselves. The two great commandments, thou shalt not break continuity. Thou shalt try. We go on with these disregarded data, some of which, many of which, are of the highest degree of acceptability. It is the system that pulls back its variations, as this Earth is pulling back the Matterhorn. It is the system that nourishes and rewards, and also freezes out life with the chill of disregard. We do note that, before excommunication is pronounced, orthodox journals do liberally enough record unassimilable observations. All things merge away into everything else. That is continuity. So the system merges away and evades us when we try to focus against it. We have complained a great deal. At least we are not so dull as to have the delusion that we know just exactly what it is that we are complaining about. We speak seemingly definitely enough of the system, but we're building upon observations by members of that very system, or what we are doing, gathering up the loose heresies of the orthodox. Of course, the system fringes and ravels away, having no real outline. A Swift will antagonize the system, and a Lockyer will call him back. But then a Lockyer will vary with a meteoric hypothesis, and a Swift will, in turn, represent the system. This state is to us typical of all intermediatist phenomena, or that not conceivably is anything, really anything, if its parts are likely to be their own opposites at any time. We speak of astronomers as if there were real astronomers, but who have lost their identity in a system, as if it were a real system, but behind that system is plainly a rapport, or loss of identity, in the spirit of an era. Bodies that have looked like dark bodies, and lights that have been sunlight reflected from interplanetary objects, masses, constructions, lights that have been seen upon or near the moon. In Philosophical Transactions 8227 is Herschel's report upon many luminous points which he saw upon or near the moon during an eclipse. Why they should be luminous, whereas the moon itself was dark, would get us into a lot of trouble, except that later we shall, or we shan't accept, that many times have luminous objects been seen close to the earth at night. But numerousness is a new factor, or new disturbance, to our explorations. A new aspect of interplanetary inhabitancy or occupancy. Worlds in hordes, or beings, winged beings perhaps, wouldn't astonish me if we should end up by discovering angels, or beings in machines, argosies of celestial voyagers. In 1783 and 1787, Herschel reported more lights on or near the moon, which he supposed were volcanic. The word of a Herschel has had no more weight in divergences from the orthodox than has had the word of a Lescarbault. These observations are of the disregarded. Bright spots seen on the moon, November 1821, Proceedings, London Royal Society, 2-167. For 4 other instances, see Loomis, Treatise on Astronomy, page 174. A moving light is reported in Philosophical Transactions 84-429. To the writer, it looked like a star passing over the moon, which, on the next moment's consideration, I knew to be impossible. It was a fixed, steady light upon the dark part of the moon. I suppose fixed applies to luster. In the report of the British Association, 1847-18, there is an observation by Rankin upon luminous points seen on the shaded part of the moon during an eclipse. They seemed to this observer like reflections of stars. That's not very reasonable, however. We have in the Annual Register, 1821, 687, a light not referable to a star, because it moved with the moon, was seen 3 nights in succession, reported by Captain Cater. See Quarterly Journal, Royal Institute, 12-133. Philosophical Transactions, 112-237. Report from the Cape Town Observatory, a whitish spot on the dark part of the moon's limb. 3 smaller lights were seen. The call of positiveness in its aspects of singleness or homogeneity, or oneness or completeness. In data now coming, I feel it myself. et Leverrier studies more than 20 observations. The inclination is irresistible to think that they all relate to one phenomenon. It is an expression of cosmic inclination. Most of the observations are so irreconcilable with any acceptance other than of orbitless, dirigible worlds, that he shuts his eyes to more than 2/3 of them. He picks out 6 that can give him the illusion of completeness, or of all relating to one planet. Or let it be that we have data of many dark bodies. Still, do we incline almost irresistibly to think of one of them as the dark body in chief? Dark bodies floating or navigating in interplanetary space, and I conceive of one that's the prince of dark bodies. Melanicus. Vast dark thing with the wings of a super bat or jet black super construction, most likely one of the spores of the evil one. The extraordinary year 1883. London Times, December 17th, 1883. Extract from a letter by Hicks Pasha, that in Egypt, September 24th, 1883, he had seen, through glasses, an immense black spot upon the lower part of the sun. Sunspot, maybe? One night an astronomer was looking up at the sky when something obscured a star for 3.5 seconds. A meteor had been seen nearby, but its train had been only momentarily visible. Dr. Wolf was the astronomer. Nature, 86, 528. The next datum is one of the most sensational we have, except that there is very little to it. A dark object that was seen by Professor Heiss for 11 degrees of arc, moving slowly across the Milky Way. Gregg's Catalogue, Report, British Association, 1867, 426. One of our quasi-reasons for accepting that orbitless worlds are dirigible is the almost complete absence of data of collisions. Of course, though in defiance of gravitation, they may, without direction, like human direction, adjust to one another in the way of vortex rings of smoke. A very human-like way, that is. But in Knowledge, February 1894, are 2 photographs of Brooks' comet that are shown as evidence of its seeming collision with a dark object. October 1893. Our own wording is that it struck against something. Professor Barnard's is that it had entered some dense medium which shattered it. For all I know, it had knocked against merely a field of ice. Melanicus. That upon the wings of a super bat he broods over this earth and over other worlds, perhaps deriving something from them, hovers on wings, or wing-like appendages, or planes that are hundreds of miles from tip to tip, a super evil thing that is exploiting us. By evil, I mean that which makes us useful. He obscures a star. He shoves a comet. I think he's a vast, black, brooding vampire. Science, July 31st, 1896. That, according to a newspaper account, Mr. W.R. Brooks, director of the Smith Observatory, had seen a dark, round object pass rather slowly across the moon in a horizontal direction. In Mr. Brooks' opinion, it was a dark meteor. In Science, September 14th, 1896, A correspondent writes that, in his opinion, it may have been a bird. We shall have no trouble with the meteor and bird mergers if we have observations of long duration and estimates of size up to hundreds of miles. As to the body that was seen by Brooks, there is a note from the Dutch astronomer Muller in the Scientific American, 75 251, that upon April 4th, 1892, he had seen a similar phenomenon. In Science Gossip, NS 3 135, are more details of the Brooks object, apparent diameter about 1/30th of the moon's. Moon's disk crossed in 3 or 4 seconds. The writer in Science Gossip says that on June 27, 1896, at 1 o'clock in the morning, he was looking at the moon with a 2-inch achromatic power 44 when a long black object sailed past from west to east, the transit occupying 3 or 4 seconds. He believed this object to be a bird. There was, however, no fluttering motion observable in it. In the Astronomische Nachrichten, number 3477, Dr. Brendel of Griefswald, Pomerania, writes that Postmaster Ziegler and other observers had seen a body about 6 feet in diameter crossing the sun's disk. The duration here indicates something far from the earth, and also far from the sun. The thing was seen a quarter of an hour before it reached the sun. Time in crossing the sun was about an hour. After leaving the sun, it was visible an hour. I think he's a vast black vampire that sometimes broods over this earth and other bodies. Communication from Dr. F.B. Harris, Popular Astronomy, 2398, that upon the evening of January 27th, 1912, Dr. Harris saw upon the moon an intensely black object. He estimated it to be 250 miles long and 50 miles wide. The object resembled a crow poised as near as anything. Clouds then cut off observation. Dr. Harris writes, "I cannot but think that a very interesting and curious phenomenon happened." End of chapter 14. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago, gis.depaul.edu/pmcafee.
Chapter 15 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bott, www.flacker.ca. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Chapter 15. Short chapter coming now, and it's the worst of them all. I think it's speculative. It's a lapse from our usual pseudo-standards. I think it must mean that the preceding chapter was very efficiently done, and that now, by the rhythm of all quasi-things, which can't be real things, if they're rhythms, because a rhythm is an appearance that turns into its own opposite and then back again. But now, to pay up, we're what we weren't. Short chapter, and I think we'll fill in with several points in intermediatism. A puzzle. If it is our acceptance that, out of the negative absolute, the positive absolute is generating itself, recruiting or maintaining itself, via a third state, or our own quasi-state, it would seem that we're trying to conceive of universalness manufacturing more universalness from nothingness. Take that up yourself. If you're willing to run the risk of disappearing with such velocity that you'll leave an incandescent train behind and risk being infinitely happy forever, whereas you probably don't want to be happy. I'll sidestep that myself and try to be intelligible by regarding the positive absolute from the aspect of realness instead of universalness, recalling that by both realness and universalness we mean the same state, or that which does not merge away into something else, because there is nothing else. So the idea is that out of unrealness, instead of nothingness, realness, instead of universalness, is, via our own quasi-state, manufacturing more realness. Just so, but in relative terms, of course, all imaginings that materialize into machines or statues, buildings, dollars, paintings, or books in paper and ink are graduations from unrealness to realness, in relative terms. It would seem, then, that intermediateness is a relation between the positive absolute and the negative absolute. But the absolute cannot be related. Of course, a confession that we can't really think of it at all, if here we think of a limit to the unlimited. Doing the best we can, and encouraged by the reflection that we can't do worse than has been done by metaphysicians in the past, we accept that the absolute can't be the related. So then, that our quasi-state is not a real relation if nothing in it is real. On the other hand, it is not an unreal relation if nothing in it is unreal. It seems unthinkable that positive absolute can, by means of intermediateness, have a quasi-relation, or be only quasi-related, or be the unrelated in final terms, or, at least, not be the related in final terms. As to free will and intermediatism, same answer as to everything else. By free will we mean independence, or that which does not merge away into something else. So, in intermediateness, neither free will nor slave will, but a different approximation for every so-called person toward one or the other of the extremes. The hackneyed way of expressing this seems to me to be the acceptable way, if in intermediateness there is only the paradoxical, that we're free to do what we have to do. I am not convinced that we make a fetish of the preposterous. I think our feeling is that in first gropings there's no knowing what will afterward be the acceptable. I think that if an early biologist heard of birds that grow on trees, he should record that he had heard of birds that grow on trees. Then let sorting over of data occur afterward. The one thing that we try to tone down, but that is to a great degree unavoidable, is having our data all mixed up like Long Island and Florida in the minds of early American explorers. My own notion is that this whole book is very much like a map of North America in which the Hudson River is set down as a passage leading to Siberia. We think of Monstrator and Melanicus, and of a world that is now in communication with this earth, if so, secretly, with certain esoteric ones upon this earth. Whether that world's Monstrator and Monstrator's Melanicus must be the subject of later inquiry. It would be a gross thing to do, solve up everything now and leave nothing to our disciples. I've been very much struck with phenomena of cup marks. They look to me like symbols of communication. But they do not look to me like means of communication between some of the inhabitants of this earth and other inhabitants of this earth. My own impression is that some external force has marked, with symbols, rocks of this earth from far away. I do not think that cup marks are inscribed communications among different inhabitants of this earth, because it seems too unacceptable that inhabitants of China, Scotland, and America should all have conceived of the same system. Cup marks are strings of cup-like impressions in rocks. Sometimes there are rings around them, and sometimes they have only semicircles. Great Britain, America, France, Algeria, Circassia, Palestine, they're virtually everywhere, except in the far north, I think. In China, cliffs are dotted with them. Upon a cliff near Lake Como, there is a maze of these markings. In Italy and Spain and India, they occur in enormous numbers. Given that a force, say, like electrical force, could, from a distance, mark such a substance as rocks, as from a distance of hundreds of miles, selenium can be marked by telephotographers, But I am of two minds. The lost explorers from somewhere, and an attempt from somewhere to communicate with them, so a frenzy of showering of messages towards this lost earth, in the hope that some of them would mark rocks near the lost explorers, or that somewhere upon this earth there is an especial rocky surface or receptor or polar construction or a steep conical hill upon which for ages have been received messages from some other world, but that at times messages go astray and mark substances perhaps thousands of miles from the receptor. That perhaps forces behind the history of this earth have left upon the rocks of Palestine and England and India and China records that may some day be deciphered, of their misdirected instructions to certain esoteric ones, Order of the Freemasons, the Jesuits. I emphasize the row formation of cup marks. Professor Douglas, Saturday Review, November 24, 1883. Whatever may have been their motive, the cup markers show a decided liking for arranging their sculpturings in regularly spaced rows. That cup marks are an archaic form of inscription was first suggested by Canon Greenwell many years ago. But more specifically adumbratory to our own expression are the observations of Rivet Carnac, Journal Royal Asiatic Society, 1903-515. That the Braille system of raised dots is an inverted arrangement of cup marks. Also that there are strong resemblances to the Morse code. No tame and systemized archaeologist can do more than casually point out resemblances and merely suggest that strings of cup marks look like messages, because China, Switzerland, Algeria, America, if messages they be, there seems to be no escape from attributing one origin to them. Then, if messages they be, I accept one external origin to which the whole surface of this earth was accessible for them. Something else that we emphasize, that rows of cup marks have often been likened to footprints. But, in this similitude, their unilinear arrangement must be disregarded. Of course, often they're mixed up in every way, but arrangement in single lines is very common. It is odd that they should so often be likened to footprints. I suppose there are exceptional cases, but unless it's something that hops on one foot, or a cat going along a narrow fence top, I don't think of anything that makes footprints one directly ahead of another. Cop, in a station house, walking a chalk line, perhaps. Upon the Witch's Stone, near Ratho, Scotland, there are 24 cups, varying in size from 1½ to 3 inches in diameter, arranged in approximately straight lines. Locally, it is explained that these are tracks of dogs' feet. Proc Society, Antiquities, Scotland, 2-4-79. Similar marks are scattered bewilderingly all around the Witch's Stone, like a frenzy of telegraphing, or like messages repeating and repeating, trying to localize differently. In Inverness-shire, cup marks are called fairies' footmarks. At Valna's Church, Norway, and St. Peter's, Ambleteuse, there are such marks, said to be horses' hoofprints. The rocks of Clare, Ireland, are marked with prints supposed to have been made by a mythical cow. Folklore, 21-184. We now have such a ghost of a thing that I'd not like to be interpreted as offering it as a datum. It simply illustrates what I mean by the notion of symbols, like cups, or like footprints, which, if like those of horses or cows, are the reverse of, or the negatives of, cups, of symbols that are regularly received somewhere upon this earth, steep conical hill somewhere, I think, but that have often alighted in wrong places, considerably to the mystification of persons waking up some morning to find them upon formerly blank spaces. An ancient record, still worse, an ancient Chinese record, of a courtyard of a palace, dwellers of the palace waking up one morning, finding the courtyard marked with tracks like the footprints of an ox. Supposed that the devil did it. Notes and Queries, 9-6-225. End of chapter 15. Recording by Don Bott, www.flacker.ca. Chapter 16 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bott, www.flacker.ca. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Chapter 16. Angels. Hordes upon hordes of them. Beings massed like the clouds of souls, or the commingling whiffs of spirituality, or the exhalations of souls that Doré pictured so often. It may be that the Milky Way is a composition of stiff, frozen, finally static, absolute angels. We shall have data of little Milky Ways moving swiftly, or data of hosts of angels, not absolute or still dynamic. I suspect, myself, that the fixed stars are really fixed, and that the minute motions said to have been detected in them are illusions. I think that the fixed stars are absolutes. Their twinkling is only the interpretation by the intermediatist state of them. I think that soon after Leverrier died, a new fixed star was discovered. That, if Dr. Gray had stuck to his story of the thousands of fishes from one pail of water, had written upon it, lectured upon it, taken to street corners to convince the world that, whether conceivable or not, his explanation was the only true explanation, had thought of nothing but this last thing at night and first thing in the morning, his obituary, another nova reported in monthly notices. I think that Milky Ways of an inferior or dynamic order have often been seen by astronomers. Of course, it may be that the phenomena that we shall now consider are not angels at all. We are simply feeling around, trying to find out what we can accept. Some of our data indicate hosts of rotund and complacent tourists in interplanetary space, but then data of long, lean, hungry ones. I think that there are, out in interplanetary space, super Tamerlanes at the head of hosts of celestial ravagers, which have come here and pounced upon civilizations of the past, cleaning them up, all but their bones, or temples and monuments, for which later historians have invented exclusionist histories. But if something now has a legal right to us, and can enforce its proprietorship, they've been warned off. It's the way of all exploitation. I should say that we're now under cultivation, that we're conscious of it, but have the impertinence to attribute it all to our own nobler and higher instincts. Against these notions is the same sense of finality that opposes all advance. It's why we rate acceptance as a better adaptation than belief. Opposing us is the strong belief that, as to interplanetary phenomena, virtually everything has been found out. Sense of finality and illusion of homogeneity, but that what is called advancing knowledge is violation of the sense of blankness. A drop of water. Once upon a time, water was considered so homogeneous that it was thought of as an element. The microscope, and not only that the supposititiously elementary was seen to be of infinite diversity, but that in its protoplasmic life there were new orders of beings. Or the year 1491, and a European looking westward over the ocean, he's feeling that that suave western droop was unbreakable, that gods of regularity would not permit that smooth horizon to be disturbed by coasts or spotted with islands. The unpleasantness of even contemplating such a state, wide, smooth west, so clean against the sky, spotted with islands, geographical leprosy. But coasts and islands and Indians and bison, in the seemingly vacant west, lakes, mountains, rivers. One looks up at the sky, the relative homogeneity of the relatively unexplored. One thinks of only a few kinds of phenomena, but the acceptance is forced upon me that there are modes and modes and modes of interplanetary existence. Things as different from planets and comets and meteors as Indians are from bison and prairie dogs. A supergeography, or celestiography, of vast stagnant regions, but also of super Niagaras and ultra Mississippis, and a super sociology, voyagers and tourists and ravagers, the hunted and the hunting, the super mercantile, the super piratic, the super evangelical. Sense of homogeneity, or our positivist illusion of the unknown, fate of all positivism. Astronomy and the academic, ethics and the abstract, the universal attempt to formulate or to regularize, an attempt that can be made only by disregarding or denying. Or all things disregard or deny that which will eventually invade and destroy them. Until comes the day when some one thing shall say and enforce upon infinitude, thus far shalt thou go, Here is absolute demarcation. The final utterance. There is only I. In the monthly notice of the RAS 11-48, there is a letter from the Reverend W. Reed, that, upon the 4th of September, 1851, at 9:30 a.m., he had seen a host of self-luminous bodies passing the field of his telescope, some slowly and some rapidly. They appeared to occupy a zone several degrees in breadth. The direction of most of them was due east to west, but some moved from north to south. The numbers were tremendous. They were observed for 6 hours. Editor's note: may not these appearances be attributed to an abnormal state of the optic nerves of the observer? In Monthly Notices 12-38, Mr. Reed answers that he had been a diligent observer, with instruments of a superior order, for about 28 years. But I have never witnessed such an appearance before. As to illusion, he says that 2 other members of his family had seen the objects. The editor withdraws his suggestion. We know what to expect, almost absolutely. In an existence that is essentially Hibernian, we can predict the past, that is, look over something of this kind written in 1851, and know what to expect from the exclusionists later. If Mr. Reed saw a migration of dissatisfied angels, numbering millions, they must merge away, at least subjectively, with commonplace terrestrial phenomena. Of course, disregarding Mr. Reed's probable familiarity of 28 years' duration with the commonplaces of terrestrial phenomena. Monthly Notices 12-183. Letter from Reverend W. R. Dawes, that he had seen similar objects, and in the month of September, that they were nothing but seeds floating in the air. In the report of the British Association, 1852-235, there is a communication from Mr. Reed to Professor Baden-Powell, that the objects that had been seen by him and by Mr. Dawes were not similar. He denies that he had seen seeds floating in the air. There had been little wind, and that had come from the sea, where seeds would not be likely to have origin. The objects that he had seen were round and sharply defined, and with none of the feathery appearance of thistledown. He then quotes from a letter from C.B. Chalmers, F.R.A.S., who had seen a similar stream, a procession, or migration, except that some of the bodies were more elongated. He might have argued for 65 years. He'd have impressed nobody of importance. The supermotif, or dominant, of his era was exclusionism, and the notion of seeds in the air assimilates, with due disregards, with that dominant. Or pageantries here upon our earth, and things looking down upon us, and the Crusades were only dust clouds, and glints of the sun on shining armor were only particles of mica in dust clouds. I think it was a crusade that Reed saw, but that it was right, relatively to the year 1851, to say that it was only seeds in the wind, whether the wind blew from the sea or not. I think of things that were luminous with religious zeal, mixed up, like everything else in intermediateness, with black marauders from gray to brown beings of little personal ambitions. There may have been a Richard Coeur de Lion on his way to right wrongs in Jupiter. It was right, relatively to 1851, to say that he was a seed of a cabbage. Professor Coffin, U.S.N., Journal, Frank Institute, 88-151. That, during the eclipse of August, 1869, he had noted the passage across his telescope of several bright flakes resembling thistle-blows floating in the sunlight. But the telescope was so focused that, if these things were distinct, they must have been so far away from this earth that the difficulties of orthodoxy remain as great, one way or another, no matter what we think they were. They were well defined, says Professor Coffin. Henry Waldner, Nature, 5-304. That, April 27, 1863, he had seen great numbers of small shining bodies passing from west to east. He had notified Dr. Wolf of the Observatory of Zurich, who had convinced himself of this strange phenomena. Dr. Wolf had told him that the similar bodies had been seen by Sig Capocci of the Capodimonte Observatory at Naples, May 11, 1845. The shapes were of great diversity, or different aspects of similar shapes. Appendages were seen upon some of them. We are told that some were star-shaped, with transparent appendages. I think myself it was a Mohammed and his Hijra. May have been only his harem. Astonishing sensation. Afloat in space with 10 million wives around one. Anyway, it would seem that we have considerable advantage here, inasmuch as seeds are not in season in April, but the pulling back to earth, the bedraggling by those sincere but dull ones of some time ago. We have the same stupidity, necessary, functioning stupidity, of attribution of something that was so rare that an astronomer notes only one instance between 1845 and 1863 to an everyday occurrence. On Mr. Waldner's assimilative opinion that he had seen only ice crystals. Whether they were not very exclusive veils of a super-harem, or planes of a very light material, we have an impression of star-shaped things with transparent appendages that have been seen in the sky. Hosts of small bodies, black this time, that were seen by the astronomers Herrick, Bois-Bayot, and Ducupis. L'Année Scientifique, 1860-25. Vast numbers of bodies that were seen by M. Lamy to cross the moon. L'Année Scientifique, 1874-62. Another instance of dark ones. Prodigious number of dark spherical bodies reported by Messier, June 17, 1777. Arago, Oeuvre, 9-38. Considerable number of luminous bodies which appeared to move out from the sun in diverse directions. Seen at Havana during eclipse of the sun, May 15, 1836, by Professor Auber. Poey. M. Poey cites a similar instance, of August 3, 1886. Monsieur Lotard's opinion that they were birds, L'Astronomie, 1886-391, large number of small bodies crossing disk of the sun, some swiftly, some slowly, most of them globular, but some seemingly triangular, and some of more complicated structure. Seen by Mr. Trouvelot, who, whether seeds, insects, birds, or other commonplace things, had never seen anything resembling these forms. L'Année Scientifique, 1885-8. Report from the Rio de Janeiro Observatory of vast numbers of bodies crossing the sun, some of them luminous and some of them dark, from sometime in December 1875 until January 22, 1876. La Nature, 1876-384. Of course, at a distance, any form is likely to look round or roundish, but we point out that we have notes upon the seeming of more complex forms. In L'Astronomie, 1886-70, is recorded M. Briguère's observation at Marseille, April 15th and April 25th, 1883, upon the crossing of the sun by bodies that were irregular in form. Some of them moved as if in alignment. Letter from Sir Robert Inglis to Colonel Sabine. Report British Association, 1849-17. That, at 3 p.m., August 8, 1849, at Gaius, Switzerland, Inglis had seen thousands and thousands of brilliant white objects, like snowflakes in a cloudless sky. Though this display lasted about 25 minutes, not one of these seeming snowflakes was seen to fall. Inglis says that his servant fancied that he had seen something like wings on these, whatever they were. Upon page 18 of the report, Sir John Herschel says that in 1845 or 1846, his attention had been attracted by objects of considerable size in the air, seemingly not far away. He had looked at them through a telescope. He says that they were masses of hay not less than a yard or two in diameter. Still, there are some circumstances that interest me. He says that, though no less than a whirlwind could have sustained these masses, the air about him was calm. No doubt wind prevailed at the spot, but there was no roaring noise. None of these masses fell within his observation or knowledge. To walk a few fields away and find out more would seem not much to expect from a man of science, but it is one of our superstitions that such a seeming trifle is just what, by the spirit of an era we'll call it, one is not permitted to do. If those things were not masses of hay, and if Herschel had walked a little and found out, and had reported that he had seen strange objects in the air, that report, in 1846, would have been as misplaced as the appearance of a tail upon an embryo still in its gastrula era. I have noticed this inhibition in my own case many times. Looking back, why didn't I do this or that little thing that would have cost so little and have meant so much? Didn't belong to that era of my own development. Nature, 22-64. That, at Kattenau, Germany, about half an hour before sunrise, March 22, 1880, an enormous number of luminous bodies rose from the horizon and passed in a horizontal direction from east to west. They are described as having appeared in a zone or belt. They shone with a remarkably brilliant light. So they've thrown lassos over our data to bring them back to Earth. But they're lassos that cannot tighten. We can't pull out of them. We may step out of them or lift them off. Some of us used to have an impression of science sitting in calm, just judgment. Some of us now feel that a good many of our data have been lynched. If a crusade, perhaps from Mars to Jupiter, occur in the autumn, seeds. If a crusade or outpouring of celestial vandals is seen from this Earth in the spring, ice crystals. If we have record of a race of aerial beings, perhaps with no substantial habitat, seen by someone in India, locusts. This will be disregarded. If locusts fly high, they freeze and fall in thousands. Nature, 47-581. Locusts that were seen in the mountains of India at a height of 12,750 feet, in swarms and dying by thousands. But no matter whether they fly high or fly low, no one ever wonders what's in the air when locusts are passing overhead, because of the falling of stragglers. I have especially looked this matter up. No mystery when locusts are flying overhead. Constant falling of stragglers. Monthly notices, 30-135. An unusual phenomenon noticed by Lieutenant Herschel, October 17th and 18th, 1870, while observing the sun at Bangalore, India. Lieutenant Herschel had noticed dark shadows crossing the sun, but away from the sun there were luminous moving images. For 2 days bodies passed in a continuous stream, varying in size and velocity. The lieutenant tries to explain, as we shall see, but he says, "As it was, the continuous flight for 2 whole days in such numbers, in the upper regions of the air, of beasts that left no stragglers, is a wonder of natural history, if not of astronomy." He tried different focusing. He saw wings. Perhaps he saw planes. He says that he saw upon the objects either wings or phantom-like appendages. Then he saw something that was so bizarre that, in the fullness of his 19th centuryness, he writes, "There was no longer doubt. They were locusts or flies of some sort. One of them had paused. It had hovered. Then it had whisked off." The editor says that, at the time, countless locusts had descended upon certain parts of India. We now have an instance that is extraordinary in several respects. Super voyagers or super ravagers. Angels, ragamuffins, crusaders, emigrants, aeronauts, or aerial elephants, or bison, or dinosaurs. Except that I think the thing had planes or wings. One of them has been photographed. It may be that in the history of photography, no more extraordinary picture than this has ever been taken. L'Astronomie, 1885-347. That, at the Observatory of Zacatecas, Mexico, August 12, 1883, about 2,500 meters above sea level, were seen a large number of small, luminous bodies entering upon the disk of the sun. M. Bonilla telegraphed to the observatories of the city of Mexico and of Puebla. Word came back that the bodies were not visible there. Because of this parallax, M. Bonilla placed the bodies relatively near the earth. But when we find out what he called relatively near the earth, birds or bugs or hosts of a super Tamerlane or an army of a celestial Richard Coeur de Lion, our heresies rejoice anyway. His estimate is less distance than the moon. One of them was photographed. See L'Astronomie, 1885-349. The photograph shows a long body surrounded by indefinite structures or by the haze of wings or planes in motion. L'Astronomie, 1887-66. Signor Rico, of the Observatory of Palermo, writes that, November 30th, 1880, at 8:30 o'clock in the morning, he was watching the sun, when he saw slowly traversing its disk bodies in two long parallel lines and a shorter parallel line. The bodies looked winged to him, but so large were they that he had to think of large birds. He thought of cranes. He consulted ornithologists and learned that the configuration of parallel lines agrees with the flight formation of cranes. This was in 1880. Anybody now living in New York City, for instance, would tell him that also it is a familiar formation of aeroplanes. But, because of data of focus and subtended angles, these beings or objects must have been high. Signor Rico argues that condors have been known to fly 3 or 4 miles high, and that heights reached by other birds have been estimated at 2 or 3 miles. He says that cranes have been known to fly so high that they have been lost to view. Our own acceptance, in conventional terms, is that there is not a bird of this earth that would not freeze to death at a height of more than 4 miles. That if condors fly 3 or 4 miles high, they are birds that are especially adapted to such altitudes. Signor Rico's estimate is that these objects or beings or cranes must have been at least 5.5 miles high. End of chapter 16. Recording by Don Bott, www.flacker.ca.
Chapter 17 of Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 17a. The vast dark thing that looked like a poised crow of unholy dimensions. Assuming that I shall ever have any readers, let him, or both of them, if I shall ever have such popularity as that, note how dim that bold black datum is at the distance of only 2 chapters. The question: was it a thing or the shadow of a thing? Acceptance either way calls not for mere revision, but revolution in the science of astronomy. But the dimness of the datum of only 2 chapters ago, the carved stone disk of Tarbes, and the rain that fell every afternoon for 20, if I haven't forgotten myself, whether it was 23 or 25 days, upon one small area. We are all Thomsons, with brains that have smooth and slippery, though corrugated surfaces, or that all intellection is associative, or that we remember that which correlates with a dominant, and a few chapters go by, and there's scarcely an impression that hasn't slid off our smooth and slippery brains of Leverrier and the planet Vulcan. There are 2 ways by which irreconcilables can be remembered, if they can be correlated in a system more nearly real than the system that rejects them, and by repetition and repetition and repetition. Vast black thing like a crow poised over the moon. The datum is so important to us because it enforces, in another field, our acceptance that dark bodies of planetary size traverse this solar system. Our position: that the things have been seen. Also that their shadows have been seen. Vast black thing poised like a crow over the moon. So far it is a single instance. By a single instance we mean the negligible. In Popular Science 34-158, Serviss tells of a shadow that Schroeder saw in 1788 in the lunar Alps. First he saw light, but then, when this region was illuminated, he saw a round shadow where the light had been. Our own expression: that he saw a luminous object near the moon, that part of the moon became illuminated, and the object was lost to view, but that then its shadow underneath was seen. Serviss explains, of course. Otherwise he'd not be Professor Serviss. It's a little contest in relative approximations to realness. Professor Serviss thinks that what Schroeder saw was the round shadow of a mountain, in the region that had become lighted. He assumes that Schroeder never looked again to see whether the shadow could be attributed to a mountain. That's the crux. Conceivably, a mountain could cast a round, and that means detached, shadow in the lighted part of the moon. Professor Service could, of course, explain why he disregards the light in the first place. Maybe it had always been there, in the first place. If he couldn't explain, he'd still be an amateur. We have another datum. I think it is more extraordinary than vast thing, black and poised, like a crow over the moon. But only because it's more circumstantial, and because it has corroboration. Do I think it more extraordinary than vast, poised thing, black as a crow over the moon? Mr. H.C. Russell, who was usually as orthodox as anybody, I suppose, at least he wrote F-R-A-S after his name, tells in The Observatory 2-374 one of the wickedest or most preposterous stories that we have so far exhumed. That he and another astronomer, G.D. Hurst, were in the Blue Fountains near Sydney, New South Wales, and Mr. Hurst was looking at the moon. He saw on the moon what Russell calls one of those remarkable facts which, being seen, should be recorded, although no explanation can at present be offered. That may be so. It is very rarely done. Our own expression upon evolution by successive dominants and their correlates is against it. On the other hand, we express that every era records a few observations out of harmony with it, but adumbratory or preparatory to the spirit of eras still to come. It's very rarely done. Lashed by the phantom scourge of a now passing era, the world of astronomers is in a state of terrorism, though of a highly attenuated, modernized, devitalized kind. Let an astronomer see something that is not of the conventional celestial sights, or something that is improper to see, his very dignity is in danger. Some one of the corralled and scourged may stick a smile into his back. He'll be thought of unkindly. With a hardihood that is unusual in his world of ethereal sensitivenesses, Russell says of Hurst's observation, he found a large part of it covered with a dark shade, quite as dark as the shadow of the earth during an eclipse of the moon. But the climax of hardihood on impropriety or wickedness, preposterousness or enlightenment. One could hardly resist the conviction that it was a shadow, yet it could not be the shadow of any known body. Richard Proctor was a man of some liberality. After a while we shall have a letter, which once upon a time we'd have called delirious. Don't know that we could read such a thing now for the first time without incredulous laughter, which Mr. Proctor permitted to be published in Knowledge. But a dark unknown world that could cast a shadow upon a large part of the moon, perhaps extending far beyond the limb of the moon, a shadow as deep as the shadow of this earth. Too much for Mr. Proctor's politeness. I haven't read what he said, but it seems to have been a little coarse. Russell says that Proctor freely used his name in the Echo of March 14, 1879, ridiculing this observation which had been made by Russell as well as Hurst. If it hadn't been Proctor, it would have been someone else. But one notes that the attack came out in a newspaper. There is no discussion of this remarkable subject, no mention in any other astronomic journal. The disregard was almost complete, but we do note that the columns of the Observatory were open to Russell to answer Proctor. In the answer I note considerable intermediateness. Far back in 1879 it would have been a beautiful positivism if Russell had said, there was a shadow on the moon. Absolutely, it was cast by an unknown body. According to our religion, if he had then given all his time to the maintaining of this one stand, of course breaking all friendships, all ties with his fellow astronomers, his apotheosis would have occurred, greatly assisted by means well known to quasi-existence, when its compromises and evasions and phenomena that are partly this and partly that are flouted by the definite and uncompromising. It would be impossible in a real existence, but Mr. Russell, of quasi-existence, says that he did resist the conviction, that he had said that one could hardly resist, and most of his resentment is against Mr. Proctor's thinking that he had not resisted. It seems too bad, if apotheosis be desirable. The point in intermediatism here is not that to adapt to the conditions of quasi-existence is to have what is called success in quasi-existence, but is to lose one's soul. But is to lose one's chance of attaining soul, self, or entity. One indignation, quoted from Proctor, interests us. What happens on the moon may at any time happen to this earth. Or, that is just the teaching of this department of advanced astronomy. That Russell and Hirst saw the sun eclipsed relatively to the moon by a vast dark body. That many times have eclipses occurred relatively to this earth by vast dark bodies. That there have been many eclipses that have not been recognized as eclipses by scientific kindergartens. There is a merger, of course. We'll take a look at it first. That, after all, it may have been a shadow that Hirst and Russell saw, but the only significance is that the sun was eclipsed relatively to the moon by a cosmic haze of some kind, or a swarm of meteors close together, or a gaseous discharge left behind by a comet. My own acceptance is that vagueness of shadow is a function of vagueness of intervention. That a shadow as dense as the shadow of this earth is cast by a body denser than hazes and swarms. The information seems definite enough in this respect. Quite as dark as the shadow of this earth during the eclipse of the moon. Though we may not always be as patient toward them as we should be, it is our acceptance that the astronomic primitives have done a great deal of good work, for instance, in the allaying of fears upon this earth. Sometimes it may seem as if all science were to us very much like what a red flag is to bulls and anti-socialists. It's not that. It's more like what unsquare meals are to bulls and anti-socialists. Not the scientific, but the insufficient. Our acceptance is that evil is the negative state, by which we mean the state of maladjustment, discord, ugliness, disorganization, inconsistency, injustice, and so on, as determined in intermediateness, not by real standards, but only by higher approximations to adjustment, harmony, beauty, organization, consistency, justice, and so on. Evil is outlived virtue, or incipient virtue, that has not yet established itself, or any other phenomenon that is not in seeming adjustment, harmony, consistency with a dominant. The astronomers have functioned bravely in the past. They've been good for business. The big interests think kindly, if at all, of them. It's bad for trade to have an intense darkness come upon an unaware community and frighten people out of their purchasing values. But if an obscuration be foretold, and if it then occur, may seem a little uncanny, only a shadow, and no one who was about to buy a pair of shoes runs home panic-stricken and saves the money. Upon general principles, we accept that astronomers have quasi-systematized data of eclipses, or have included some and disregarded others. They have done well, they have functioned, but now they're negatives, or they're out of harmony. If we are in harmony with a new dominant, or the spirit of a new era, in which exclusionism must be overthrown, if we have data of many obscurations that have occurred not only upon the moon but upon our own earth, as convincing of vast intervening bodies, usually invisible as is any regularized predicted eclipse. One looks up at the sky. It seems incredible that, say, at the distance of the moon, there could be invisible, a solid body, say, the size of the moon. One looks up at the moon at a time when only a crescent of it is visible. The tendency is to build up the rest of it in one's mind. But the unillumined part looks as vacant as the rest of the sky, and it's of the same blueness as the rest of the sky. There's a vast area of solid substance before one's eyes. It's indistinguishable from the sky. In some of our little lessons upon the beauties of modesty and humility, we have picked out basic arrogances: tail of a peacock, horns of a stag, dollars of a capitalist, eclipses of astronomers. Though I have no desire for the job, I'd engage to list hundreds of instances in which the report upon an expected eclipse has been sky overcast or weather unfavorable. In our super Hibernia, the unfavorable has been construed as the favorable. Some time ago, when we were lost because we had not recognized our own dominant, when we were still of the unchosen and likely to be more malicious than we now are, because we have noted a steady tolerance creeping into our attitude, if astronomers are not to blame, but are only correlates to a dominant, we advertised a predicted eclipse that did not occur at all. Now, without any especial feeling, except that of recognition of the fate of all attempted absolutism, we give the instance, noting that, though such an evil thing to orthodoxy, it was orthodoxy that recorded the non-event. Monthly notices of the RAS, 8/132. Remarkable appearances during the total eclipse of the moon on March 19, 1848. In an extract from a letter from Mr. Forster of Bruges, it is said that, according to the writer's observations at the time of the predicted total eclipse, the moon shone with about 3 times the intensity of the mean illumination of an eclipsed lunar disk, that the British consul at Ghent, who did not know of the predicted eclipse, had written inquiring as to the blood red color of the moon. This is not very satisfactory to what used to be our malices. But there follows another letter from another astronomer, Walkie, who had made observations at Clistes Saint Laurent, that instead of an eclipse, the moon became, as is printed in italics, most beautifully illuminated, rather tinged with a deep red, the moon being as perfect with light as if there had been no eclipse whatever. I note that Chambers, in his work upon eclipses, gives Forster's letter in full, and not a mention of Walkie's letter. There is no attempt in monthly notices to explain upon the notion of greater distance of the moon, and the earth's shadow falling short, which would make as much trouble for astronomers if that were not foreseen as no eclipse at all. Also, there is no refuge in saying that virtually never, even in total eclipses, is the moon totally dark, as perfect with light as if there had been no eclipse whatever. It is said that at the time there had been an aurora borealis, which might have caused the luminosity, without a datum that such an effect by an aurora had never been observed upon the moon. But single instances, so an observation by Scott in the Antarctic. The force of this datum lies in my own acceptance, based upon especially looking up this point, that an eclipse 9/10 of totality has great effect, even though the sky be clouded. Scott, Voyage of the Discovery, Volume 2, page 215. There may have been an eclipse of the sun, September 21st, 1903, as the almanac said, but we should, none of us, have liked to swear to the fact. This eclipse had been set down at 9/10 of totality. The sky was overcast at the time. So it is not only that many eclipses unrecognized by astronomers as eclipses have occurred, but that intermediatism or impositivism breaks into their own seemingly regularized eclipses. Our data of unregularized eclipses, as profound as those that are conventionally or officially recognized, that have occurred relatively to this earth. In Notes and Queries, there are several allusions to intense darknesses that have occurred upon this earth, quite as eclipses occur, but that are not referable to any known eclipsing body. Of course, there is no suggestion here that these darknesses may have been eclipses. My own acceptance is that if in the 19th century anyone had uttered such a thought as that, he'd have felt the blight of a dominant, that materialistic science was a jealous god, excluding, as works of the devil, all utterances against the seemingly uniform, regular, periodic; that to defy him would have brought on, withering by ridicule, shrinking away by publishers, contempt of friends and family, justifiable grounds for divorce; that one who would so defy would feel what unbelievers in relics of saints felt in an earlier age, what befell virgins who forgot to keep fires burning in a still earlier age, but that if he'd almost absolutely hold out, just the same, new fixed star reported in monthly notices. Altogether, the point in positivism here is that by dominants and their correlates, quasi-existence strives for the positive state, aggregating around a nucleus, or dominant, systematized members of a religion, a science, a society, but that individuals who do not surrender and submerge may of themselves highly approximate to positiveness, the fixed, the real, the absolute. In Notes and Queries 24139, there is an account of a darkness in Holland in the midst of a bright day, so intense and terrifying that many panic-stricken persons lost their lives stumbling into the canals. Gentleman's Magazine, 33 414. A darkness that came upon London, August 19, 1763, greater than at the great eclipse of 1748. However, our preference is not to go so far back for data. For a list of historic dark days, see Humboldt, Cosmos, 1/120. Monthly Weather Review, March 1886, 79. That, according to the La Crosse Daily Republican of March 20th, 1886, darkness suddenly settled upon the city of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, at 3 p.m., March 19th. In 5 minutes, the darkness equaled that of midnight. Consternation. I think that some of us are likely to overdo our own superiority and the absurd fears of the Middle Ages. Oshkosh. People in the streets rushing in all directions, horses running away, women and children running into cellars. Little modern touch, after all, gas meters instead of images and relics of saints. This darkness, which lasted from 8 to 10 minutes, occurred in a day that had been light but cloudy. It passed from west to east, and brightness followed. Then came reports from towns to the west of Oshkosh that the same phenomenon had already occurred there. A wave of total darkness had passed from west to east. Other instances are recorded in the Monthly Weather Review, but as to all of them, we have a sense of being pretty well eclipsed ourselves by the conventional explanation that the obscuring body was only a very dense mass of clouds. But some of the instances are interesting. Intense darkness at Memphis, Tennessee, for about 15 minutes at 10 a.m., December 2nd, 1904. We are told that in some quarters a panic prevailed, and that some were shouting and praying and imagining that the end of the world had come. MWR 32 522. At Louisville, Kentucky, March 7th, 1911, at about 8 a.m., duration about half an hour, had been raining moderately, and then hail had fallen. The intense blackness and general ominous appearance of the storm spread terror throughout the city. MWR 39 345. However, this merger between possible eclipses by unknown dark bodies and commonplace terrestrial phenomena is formidable. As to darknesses that have fallen upon vast areas, conventionality is smoke from forest fires. In the U.S. Forest Service Bulletin, number 117, F.G. Plummer gives a list of 18 darknesses that have occurred in the United States and Canada. He is one of the primitives, but I should say that his dogmatism is shaken by vibrations from the new dominant. His difficulty, which he acknowledges, but which he would have disregarded had he written a decade or so earlier, is the profundity of some of these obscurations. He says that mere smokiness cannot account for such awe-inspiring dark days. So he conceives of eddies in the air, concentrating the smoke from forest fires. Then, in the inconsistency or discord of all quasi-intellection that is striving for consistency or harmony, he tells of the vastness of some of these darknesses. Of course, Mr. Plummer did not really think upon this subject, but one does feel that he might have approximated higher to real thinking than by speaking of concentration and then listing data of enormous area, or the opposite of circumstances of concentration. Because of his 19 instances, 9 are set down as covering all New England. In quasi-existence, everything generates or is part of its own opposite. Every attempt at peace prepares the way for war. All attempts at justice result in injustice in some other respect. So Mr. Plummer's attempt to bring order into his data with the explanation of darkness caused by smoke from forest fires results in such confusion that he ends up by saying that these daytime darknesses have occurred often with little or no turbidity of the air near the Earth's surface, or with no evidence at all of smoke, except that there is almost always a forest fire somewhere. However, of the 18 instances, the only one that I'd bother to contest is the profound darkness in Canada and northern parts of the United States, November 19, 1819, which we have already considered. Its concomitants: lights in the sky, fall of a black substance, shocks like those of an earthquake. In this instance, the only available forest fire was one to the south of the Ohio River. For all I know, soot from a very great fire south of the Ohio might fall in Montreal, Canada, and conceivably, by some freak of reflection, light from it might be seen in Montreal, but the earthquake is not assimilable with a forest fire. On the other hand, it will soon be our expression that profound darkness, fall of matter from the sky, lights in the sky, and earthquakes are phenomena of the near approach of other worlds to this world. It is such comprehensiveness, as contrasted with inclusion of a few factors and disregard for the rest, that we call higher approximation to realness, or universalness. A darkness of April 17, 1904, at Wimbledon, England. Simon's Meteorological Magazine, 3969. It came from a smokeless region. No rain, no thunder. Lasted 10 minutes. Too dark to go even out in the open. As to darkness in Great Britain, one thinks of fogs, but in Nature, 25/289, there are some observations by Major J. Herschel upon an obscuration in London, January 22nd, 1882, at 10:30 a.m., so great that he could hear persons upon the opposite side of the street, but could not see them. It was obvious that there was no fog to speak of. Annual Register, 1857, 132. An account by Charles A. Murray, British envoy to Persia, of a darkness of May 20th, 1857, that came upon Baghdad, a darkness more intense than ordinary midnight, when neither stars nor moon are visible. After a short time, the black darkness was succeeded by a red, lurid gloom, such as I never saw in any part of the world. Panic seized the whole city. A dense volume of red sand fell. This matter of sand falling seems to suggest conventional explanation enough, or that the simoon, heavily charged with terrestrial sand, had obscured the sun. But Mr. Murray, who says that he had had experience with simoons, gives his opinion that it cannot have been a simoon. It is our comprehensiveness now, or this matter of concomitance of darknesses, that we are going to capitalize. It is all very complicated and tremendous, and our own treatment can be but impressionistic, but a few of the rudiments of advanced seismology we shall now take up, or the four principal phenomena of another world's close approach to this world. If a large substantial mass, or superconstruction, should enter this earth's atmosphere, it is our acceptance that it would sometimes, depending upon velocity, appear luminous, or look like a cloud, or like a cloud with a luminous nucleus. Later we shall have an expression upon luminosity, different from the luminosity of incandescence, that comes upon objects falling from the sky or entering this earth's atmosphere. Now our expression is that worlds have often come close to this earth, and that smaller objects, size of a haystack, or size of several dozen skyscrapers lumped, have often hurtled through this earth's atmosphere and have been mistaken for clouds because they were enveloped in clouds. Or that around something coming from the intense cold of interplanetary space, that is, of some regions, our own suspicion is that other regions are tropical. The moisture of this earth's atmosphere would condense into a cloud-like appearance around it. In Nature 20:121, there is an account by Mr. S.W. Clifton, collector of customs at Fremantle, Western Australia, sent to the Melbourne Observatory. A clear day, appearance of a small black cloud moving not very swiftly, bursting into a ball of fire of the apparent size of the moon. Or that something with the velocity of an ordinary meteorite could not collect vapor around it, but that slower moving objects, speed of a railway train, say, may. The clouds of tornadoes have so often been described as if they were solid objects that I now accept that sometimes they are, that some so-called tornadoes are objects hurtling through this earth's atmosphere, not only generating disturbances by their suctions, but crushing with their bulk all things in their way, rising and falling, and finally disappearing, demonstrating that gravitation is not the power that the primitives think it is, if an object moving at relatively low velocity be not pulled to this earth, or being so momentarily affected bounds away. End of chapter 17A. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago, gis.depal.edu/pmcafee. Chapter 17B of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 17B. In Finley's Reports on the Character of 600 Tornadoes, very suggestive bits of description occur. Cloud bounded along the earth like a ball. Or that it was no meteorological phenomenon, but something very much like a huge, solid ball that was bounding along, crushing and carrying with it everything within its field. Cloud bounded along, coming to the earth every 800 or 1,000 yards. Here's an interesting bit that I got somewhere else. I offer it as a datum in superbiology, which, however, is a branch of advanced science that I'll not take up, restricting to things indefinitely called objects. The tornado came wriggling, jumping, whirling like a great green snake, darting out a score of glistening fangs. Though it's interesting, I think that's sensational myself. It may be that vast green snakes sometimes rush past this earth, taking a swift bite wherever they can. But as I say, that's a superbiologic phenomenon. Finley gives dozens of instances of tornado clouds that seem to be more like solid things, swathed in clouds, than clouds. He notes that in the tornado at Americus, Georgia, July 18, 1881, a strange sulphurous vapor was emitted from the cloud. In many instances, objects or meteoritic stones that have come from this earth's externality have had a sulphurous odor. Why a wind effect should be sulphurous is not clear. That a vast object from external regions should be sulphurous is in line with many data. This phenomenon is described in the Monthly Weather Review, July 1881, as a strange sulphurous vapor, burning and sickening all who approached close enough to breathe it. The conventional explanation of tornadoes as wind effects, which we do not deny in some instances, is so strong in the United States that it is better to look elsewhere for an account of an object that has hurtled through this Earth's atmosphere, rising and falling and defying this Earth's gravitation. Nature, 7/112. That, according to a correspondent to the Birmingham Morning News, the people living near King's Sutton, Banbury, saw, about 1 o'clock, December 7, 1872, something like a haycock hurtling through the air. Like a meteor, it was accompanied by fire and a dense smoke, and made a noise like that of a railway train. It was sometimes high in the air and sometimes near the ground. The effect was tornado-like. Trees and walls were knocked down. It's a late day now to try to verify this story, but a list is given of persons whose property was injured. We are told that this thing then disappeared all at once. These are the smaller objects, which may be derailed railway trains or big green snakes, for all I know, but our expression upon approach to this earth by vast dark bodies, that likely they'd be made luminous, would envelop in clouds, perhaps, or would have their own clouds, but that they'd quake, and that they'd affect this earth with quakes, and that then would occur a fall of matter from such a world, or rise of matter from this earth to a nearby world, or both fall and rise, or exchange of matter, process known to advanced seismology as celestio-metathesis. Except that, if matter from some other world, and it would be like someone to get it into his head that we absolutely deny gravitation, just because we cannot accept orthodox dogmas, except that, if matter from another world, filling the sky of this earth generally, as to a hemisphere, or locally, should be attracted to this earth, it would seem thinkable that the whole thing should drop here, and not merely its surface materials. Objects upon a ship's bottom. From time to time they drop to the bottom of the ocean. The ship does not. Or, like our acceptance upon dripping from aerial ice fields, we think of only a part of a nearby world succumbing, except in being caught in suspension to this earth's gravitation, and surface materials falling from that part. Explain or express or accept, and what does it matter? Our attitude is, here are the data. See for yourself. What does it matter what my notions may be? Here are the data. But think for yourself, or think for myself. All mixed up we must be. A long time must go by before we can know Florida from Long Island. So we've had data of fishes that have fallen from our now established and respectabilized Super Sargasso Sea, which we've almost forgotten. It's now so respectable. But we shall have data of fishes that have fallen during earthquakes. These, we accept, were dragged down from ponds or other worlds that have been quaked when only a few miles away by this Earth, some other world also quaking this Earth. In a way, or in its principle, our subject is orthodox enough. Only grant proximity of other worlds, which, however, will not be a matter of granting, but will be a matter of data. And one conventionally conceives of their surfaces quaked, even of a whole lake full of fishes being quaked and dragged down from one of them. The lake full of fishes may cause a little pain to some minds, but the fall of sand and stones is pleasantly enough thought of. More scientific persons, or more faithful hypnotics than we, have taken up this subject unpainfully relatively to the moon. For instance, Perry has gone over 15,000 records of earthquakes, and he has correlated many with proximities of the moon, or has attributed many to the pull of the moon when nearest to this Earth. Also, there is a paper upon this subject in the Proceedings of the Royal Society of Cornwall, 1845. Or, theoretically, when at its closest to this Earth, the moon quakes the face of this Earth, and is itself quaked, but does not itself fall to this Earth. As to showers of matter that may have come from the moon at such times, one can go over old records and find what one pleases. That is what we now shall do. Our expressions are for acceptance only. Our data. We take them from 4 classes of phenomena that have preceded or accompanied earthquakes. Unusual clouds, darkness profound, luminous appearances in the sky, and falls of substances and objects, whether commonly called meteoric or not. Not one of these occurrences fits in with principles of primitive or primary seismology, and every one of them is a datum of a quaked body passing close to this Earth or suspended over it. To the primitives, there is not a reason in the world why a convulsion of this Earth's surface should be accompanied by unusual sights in the sky, by darkness, or by the fall of substances or objects from the sky. As to phenomena like these, or storms preceding earthquakes, the irreconcilability is still greater. It was before 1860 that Perry made his great compilation. We take most of our data from lists compiled long ago. Only the safe and unpainful have been published in recent years, at least in ambitious, voluminous form. The restraining hand of the system, as we call it, whether it has any real existence or not, is tight upon the sciences of today. The uncanniest aspect of our quasi-existence that I know of is that everything that seems to have one identity has also as high a seeming of everything else. In this oneness of allness, or continuity, the protecting hand strangles, the parental stifles. Love is inseparable from phenomena of hate. There is only continuity, that is, in quasi-existence. Nature, at least in its correspondence columns, still evades this protective strangulation, and the Monthly Weather Review is still a rich field of unfaithful observation. But in looking over other long-established periodicals, I have noted their glimmers of quasi-individuality fade gradually. After about 1860, and the surrender of their attempted identities to a higher attempted organization, some of them expressing intermediateness-wide endeavor to localize the universal, or to localize self, soul, identity, entity, or positiveness, or realness, held out until as far as 1880, traces findable up to 1890, and then expressing the universal process, except that here and there in the world's history there may have been successful approximations to positiveness by individuals, who only then became individuals and attained to selves or souls of their own, surrendered, submitted, became parts of a higher organization's attempt to individualize or systematize into a complete thing, or to localize the universal or the attributes of the universal. After the death of Richard Proctor, whose occasional illiberalities I'd not like to emphasize too much, all succeeding volumes of Knowledge have yielded scarcely an unconventionality. Note the great number of times that the American Journal of Science and the Report of the British Association are quoted. Note that after, say, 1885, they're scarcely mentioned in these inspired but illicit pages, as by hypnosis and inertia we keep on saying. About 1880. Throttle and disregard. But the coercion could not be positive, and many of the excommunicated continued to creep in, or, even to this day, some of the strangled are faintly breathing. Some of our data have been hard to find. We could tell stories of great labor and fruitless quests that would, though perhaps imperceptibly, stir the sympathy of a Mr. Symons. But in this matter of concurrence of earthquakes with aerial phenomena, which are as unassociable with earthquakes, if internally caused, as falls of sand on convulsed small boys full of sour apples, the abundance of so-called evidence is so great that we can only sketchily go over the data, beginning with Robert Mallett's catalogue, Report of the British Association, 1852, omitting some extraordinary instances because they occurred before the 18th century. Earthquake preceded by a violent tempest. England, January 8th, 1704. Preceded by a brilliant meteor. Switzerland, November 4th, 1704. Luminous cloud moving at high velocity, disappearing behind the horizon. Florence, December 9th, 1731. Thick mists in the air, through which a dim light was seen. Several weeks before the shock, globes of light had been seen in the air. Swabia, May 22nd, 1732. Reign of Earth, Carpentras, France, October 18th, 1737. A Black Cloud, London, March 19th, 1750. Violent storm and a strange star of octagonal shape. Slavange, Norway, April 15th, 1752. Balls of fire from a streak in the sky. Augermanland, 1752. Numerous meteorites. Lisbon, October 15th, 1755. Terrible tempests, over and over, falls of hail and brilliant meteors, instance after instance. An immense globe. Switzerland, November 2nd, 1761. Oblong sulphurous cloud, Germany, April 1767. Extraordinary mass of vapor, Boulogne, April 1780. Heavens obscured by a dark mist, Grenada, August 7, 1804. Strange howling noises in the air, and large spots obscuring the sun, Palermo, Italy, April 16, 1817. Luminous meteor moving in the same direction as the shock, Naples, November 22, 1821. Fireball appearing in the sky, apparent size of the moon, Thuringerwald, November 29, 1831. And, unless you be polarized by the new dominant, which is calling for recognition of multiplicities of external things as a dominant, dawning new over Europe in 1492, called for recognition of terrestrial externality to Europe. Unless you have this contact with the new, you have no affinity for these data. Beans that drop from a magnet. Irreconcilables that glide from the mind of a Thomson. Or my own acceptance that we do not really think at all, that we correlate around supermagnets that I call dominants, a spiritual dominant in one age, and responsively to it upspring monasteries, and the stake and the cross are its symbols. A materialist dominant, and upspring laboratories, and microscopes, and telescopes, and crucibles are its icons. That were nothing but iron filings, relatively to a succession of magnets that displace preceding magnets. With no soul of your own, and with no soul of my own, except that some day some of us may no longer be intermediatisms, but may hold out against the cosmos, that once upon a time thousands of fishes were cast from one pail of water. We have psychovalency for these data, if we're obedient slaves to the new dominant, and repulsion to them, if we're mere correlates to the old dominant. I'm a soulless and selfless correlate to the new dominant, myself. I see what I have to see. The only inducement I can hold out in my attempt to rake up disciples is that someday the new will be fashionable. The new correlates will sneer at the old correlates. After all, there is some inducement to that, and I'm not altogether sure it's desirable to end up as a fixed star. As a correlate to the new dominant, I am very much impressed with some of these data. The luminous object that moved in the same direction as an earthquake. It seems very acceptable that a quake followed this thing as it passed near this Earth's surface. The streak that was seen in the sky, or only a streak that was visible of another world. And objects or meteorites that were shaken down from it. The quake at Carpentras, France, and that above Carpentras was a smaller world, more violently quaked, so that Earth was shaken down from it. But I like best the super wolves that were seen to cross the sun during the earthquake at Palermo. They howled. Or the loves of the worlds, the call they feel for one another. They try to move closer and howl when they get there. The howls of the planets. I have discovered a new unintelligibility. In the Edinburgh New Philosophical Journal, have to go away back to 1841, days of less efficient strangulation, Sir David Milne lists phenomena of quakes in Great Britain. I pick out a few that indicate to me that other worlds were near this Earth's surface. Violent storm before a shock of 1703. Ball of fire preceding. 1750. A large ball of fire seen upon day following a quake, 1755. Uncommon phenomenon in the air, a large luminous body, bent like a crescent, which stretched itself over the heavens, 1816. Vast ball of fire, 1750. Black rains and black snows, 1755. Numerous instances of upward projection, or upward attraction, during quakes, preceded by a cloud, very black and lowering, 1795. Fall of black powder, preceding a quake by 6 hours, 1837. Some of these instances seem to me to be very striking. A smaller world. It is greatly racked by the attraction of this earth. Black substance is torn down from it. Not until 6 hours later, after an approach still closer, does this earth suffer perturbation. As to the extraordinary spectacle of a thing, world, superconstruction, that was seen in the sky in 1816, I have not yet been able to find out more. I think that here our acceptance is relatively sound, that this occurrence was tremendously of more importance than such occurrence as, say, transits of Venus, upon which hundreds of papers have been written. That not another mention have I found, though I have not looked so especially as I shall look for more data, that all but undetailed record of this occurrence was suppressed. Altogether, we have considerable agreement here between data of vast masses that do not fall to this earth, but from which substances fall, and data of fields of ice, from which ice may not fall off, but from which water may drip. I'm beginning to modify that at a distance from this earth, gravitation has more effect than we have supposed, though less effect than the dogmatists suppose and prove. I'm coming out stronger for the acceptance of a neutral zone, that this earth, like other magnets, has a neutral zone, in which is the Super Sargasso Sea, and in which other worlds may be buoyed up, though projecting parts may be subject to this earth's attraction. But my preference, here are the data. I now have one of the most interesting of the new correlates. I think I should have brought it in before, but whether out of place here, because not accompanied by earthquake, or not, we'll have it. I offer it as an instance of an eclipse by a vast dark body that has been seen and reported by an astronomer. The astronomer is M. Lias. The phenomenon was seen by him at Pernambuco, April 11, 1860. Comptes rendus, 50/11/97. It was about noon, sky cloudless. Suddenly the light of the sun was diminished, the darkness increased, and, to illustrate its intensity, we are told that the planet Venus shone brilliant. But Venus was of low visibility at this time. The observation that burns incense to the new dominant is that around the sun appeared a corona. There are many other instances that indicate proximity of other worlds during earthquakes. I note a few: quake and an object in the sky, called a large luminous meteor. Quarterly Journal, Royal Institute, 5/132. Luminous body in the sky, earthquake and fall of sand, Italy, February 12th and 13th, 1870. La Science pour tout, 15/159. Many reports upon luminous object in the sky and earthquake. Connecticut, February 27, 1883. Monthly Weather Review, February 1883. luminous object or meteor in the sky, fall of stones from the sky, and earthquake. Italy, January 20, 1891. L'Astronomie, 1891, 154. Earthquake and prodigious number of luminous bodies or globes in the air. Boulogne, France, June 7th, 1779. Sestier, La Foudre, 169. Earthquake at Manila, 1863, and curious luminous appearance in the sky. Ponton, Earthquakes, page 124. The most notable appearance of fishes during an earthquake is that of Riobamba. Humboldt sketched one of them, and it's an uncanny looking thing. Thousands of them appeared on the ground during this tremendous earthquake. Humboldt says that they were cast up from subterranean sources. I think not myself, and have data for thinking not. But there'd be such a row, arguing back and forth, that it's simpler to consider a clearer instance of the fall of living fishes from the sky during an earthquake. I can't quite accept, myself, whether a large lake and all the fishes in it was torn down from some other world, or a lake in the Super Sargasso Sea, distracted between two pulling worlds, was dragged down to this earth. Here are the data. La Science pour tout, 6/191. February 16, 1861. An earthquake at Singapore. Then came an extraordinary downpour of rain, or as much water as any good-sized lake would consist of. For 3 days this rain, or this fall of water, came down in torrents. In pools on the ground, formed by this deluge, great numbers of fishes were found. The writer says that he had himself seen nothing but water fall from the sky. Whether I'm emphasizing what a deluge it was or not, he says that so terrific had been the downpour that he had not been able to see 3 steps away from him. The natives said that the fishes had fallen from the sky. 3 days later the pools dried up and many dead fishes were found. But in the first place, though that's an expression for which we have an instinctive dislike, the fishes had been active and uninjured. Then follows material for another of our little studies in the phenomena of disregard. A psychotropism here is mechanically to take pen in hand and mechanically write that fishes found on the ground after a heavy rainfall came from overflowing streams. The writer of the account says that some of the fishes had been found in his courtyard, which was surrounded by high walls. Paying no attention to this, a correspondent, La Science pour tout, 6/317, explains that in the heavy rain a body of water had probably overflowed, carrying fishes with it. We are told by the first writer that these fishes of Singapore were of a species that was very abundant near Singapore. So I think myself that a whole lake full of them had been shaken down from the Super Sargasso Sea under the circumstances we have thought of. However, if appearance of strange fishes after an earthquake be more pleasing in the sight, or to the nostrils of the new dominant, we faithfully and piously supply that incense. An account of the occurrence at Singapore was read by M. de Castelnau before the French Academy. M. de Castelnau recalled that, upon a former occasion, he had submitted to the Academy the circumstance that fishes of a new species had appeared at the Cape of Good Hope after an earthquake. It seems proper, and it will give luster to the new orthodoxy, now to have an instance in which not merely quake and fall of rocks or meteorites, or quake and either eclipse or luminous appearances in the sky have occurred, but in which are combined all the phenomena, one or more of which, when accompanying earthquake, indicate, in our acceptance, the proximity of another world. This time a longer duration is indicated than in other instances. In the Canadian Institute Proceedings 2-7-198, there is an account by the Deputy Commissioner at Dhurmsala of the extraordinary Dhurmsala meteorite, coated with ice. But the combination of events related by him is still more extraordinary. That within a few months of the fall of this meteorite, there had been a fall of live fishes at Benares, a shower of red substance at Farrukh Abad, a dark spot observed on the disk of the sun, an earthquake, an unnatural darkness of some duration, and a luminous appearance in the sky that looked like an aurora borealis. But there's more to this climax. We are introduced to a new order of phenomena: visitors. The Deputy Commissioner writes that, in the evening after the fall of the Dhurmsala meteorite, or mass of stone covered with ice, he saw lights. Some of them were not very high. They appeared and went out and reappeared. I have read many accounts of the Dhurmsala meteorite, July 28, 1860, but never in any other of them a mention of this new correlate. Something as out of place in the 19th century as would have been an aeroplane, the invention of which would not, in our acceptance, have been permitted in the 19th century, though adumbrations to it were permitted. This writer says that the lights moved like fire balloons, but I am sure that they were neither fire balloons, lanterns, nor bonfires, or any other thing of that sort, but bona fide lights in the heavens. It's a subject for which we shall have to have a separate expression. Trespassers upon territory to which something else has a legal right. Perhaps someone lost a rock, and he and his friends came down looking for it in the evening, or secret agents or emissaries who had an appointment with certain esoteric ones near Dhurmsala, things or beings coming down to explore and unable to stay down long. In a way, another strange occurrence during an earthquake is suggested. The ancient Chinese tradition, the marks like hoof marks in the ground. We have thought, with a low degree of acceptance, of another world that may be in secret communication with certain esoteric ones of this earth's inhabitants, and of messages in symbols like hoof marks that are sent to some receptor or special hill upon this earth, and of messages that at times miscarry. This other world comes close to this world. There are quakes, but advantage of proximity is taken to send a message. The message, designed for a receptor in India, perhaps, or in Central Europe, miscarries all the way to England. Marks like the marks of the Chinese tradition are found upon a beach in Cornwall after an earthquake. Philosophical Transactions 50-500. After the quake of July 15, 1757, upon the sands of Penzance, Cornwall, in an area of more than 100 square yards, were found marks like hoof prints, except that they were not crescentic. We feel a similarity, but note an arbitrary disregard of our own. This time, it seems to us that marks described as little cones surrounded by basins of equal diameter would be like hoof prints, if hoofs printed complete circles. Other disregards are that there were black specks on the tops of cones, as if something, perhaps gaseous, had issued from them. That from one of these formations came a gush of water as thick as a man's wrist. Of course, the opening of springs is common in earthquakes, But we suspect, myself, that the negative absolute is compelling us to put in this datum and its disorders. There's another matter in which the negative absolute seems to work against us, though to superchemistry we have introduced the principle of celestio metathesis. We have no good data of exchange of substances during proximities. The data are all of falls, and not of upward translations. Of course, upward impulses are common during earthquakes, but I haven't a datum upon a tree or a fish or a brick or a man that ever did go up and stay up, and that never did come down again. Our classic of the horse and barn occurred in what was called a whirlwind. It is said that, in an earthquake in Calabria, paving stones shot up far in the air. The writer doesn't specifically say that they came down again, but something seems to tell me they did. The corpses of Riobamba. Humboldt reported that in the quake of Riobamba, bodies were torn upward from graves, that the vertical motion was so strong that bodies were tossed several hundred feet in the air. I explain that if, in the center of greatest violence of an earthquake, anything ever has gone up, and has kept on going up, the thoughts of the nearest observers were very likely upon other subjects. The Quay of Lisbon. We are told that it went down. A vast throng of persons ran to the quay for refuge. The city of Lisbon was in profound darkness. The quay and all the people on it disappeared. If it and they went down, not a single corpse, not a shred of clothing, not a plank of the quay, nor so much as a splinter of it, ever floated to the surface. End of chapter 17. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago, gis.depaul.edu/pmcAfee.
Chapter 18 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 18. The New Dominant. I mean, primarily, all that opposes exclusionism. That development, or progress, or evolution, is attempt to positivize, and is a mechanism by which a positive existence is recruited. That what we call existence is a womb of infinitude, and is itself only incubatory. That eventually all attempts are broken down by the falsely excluded. Subjectively, the breaking down is aided by our own sense of false and narrow limitations. So the classic and academic artists wrought positivist paintings, and expressed the only ideal that I am conscious of, though we so often hear of ideals instead of different manifestations, artistically, scientifically, theologically, politically, of the one ideal. They sought to satisfy, in its artistic aspect, cosmic craving for unity or completeness, sometimes called harmony, called beauty in some aspects. By disregard they sought completeness. But the light effects that they disregarded, and their narrow confinement to standardized subjects, brought on the revolt of the Impressionists. So the Puritans tried to systematize, and they disregarded physical needs, or vices, or relaxations. They were invaded and overthrown when their narrowness became obvious and intolerable. All things strive for positiveness for themselves, or for quasi-systems of which they are parts. Formality in the mathematic, The regular and the uniform are aspects of the positive state. But the positive is the universal, so all attempted positiveness that seems to satisfy in the aspects of formality and regularity, sooner or later disqualifies in the aspect of wideness or universalness. So there is revolt against the science of today because the formulated utterances that were regarded as final truths in a past generation are now seen to be insufficiencies. Every pronouncement that has opposed our own acceptances has been found to be a composition like any academic painting, something that is arbitrarily cut off from relations with environment, or framed off from interfering and disturbing data, or outlined with disregards. Our own attempt has been to take in the included, but also to take in the excluded into wider expressions. We accept, however, that for every one of our expressions there are irreconcilables somewhere. That final utterance would include all things. However, of such is the gossip of angels. The final is unutterable in quasi-existence, where to think is to include but also to exclude, or be not final. If we admit that for every opinion we have expressed there must somewhere be an irreconcilable, we are intermediatists, and not positivists, not even higher positivists. Of course it may be that some day we shall systematize and dogmatize and refuse to think of anything that we may be accused of disregarding, and believe instead of merely accepting. Then, if we could have a wider system which would acknowledge no irreconcilables, we'd be higher positivists. So long as we only accept, we are not higher positivists, but our feeling is that the new dominant, even though we have thought of it only as another enslavement, will be the nucleus for higher positivism, and that it will be the means of elevating into infinitude a new batch of fixed stars, until, as a recruiting instrument, it too will play out, and will give way to some new medium for generating absoluteness. It is our acceptance that all astronomers of today have lost their souls, or rather, all chance of attaining entity, but that Copernicus and Kepler, and Galileo and Newton, and conceivably Leverrier, are now fixed stars. Some day I shall attempt to identify them. In all this, I think we're quite a Moses. We point out the promised land, but, unless we be cured of our intermediatism, we will never be reported in monthly notices ourself. In our acceptance, dominants, in their succession, displace preceding dominants not only because they are more nearly positive, but because the old dominants, as recruiting mediums, play out. Our expression is that the new dominant, of wider inclusions, is now manifesting throughout the world, and that the old exclusionism is everywhere breaking down. In physics, exclusionism is breaking down by its own researches in radium, for instance, and in its speculations upon electrons, or its merging away into metaphysics, and by the desertion that has been going on for many years by such men as Gurney, Crookes, Wallace, Flammarion, Lodge, to formally disregard phenomena, no longer called spiritualism, but now psychic research. Biology is in chaos. Conventional Darwinites mixed up with mutationists and orthogenicists and followers of Weismann, who take from Darwinism one of its pseudo-bases, and nevertheless try to reconcile their heresies with orthodoxy. The painters are metaphysicians and psychologists. The breaking down of exclusionism in China and Japan and in the United States has astonished history. The science of astronomy is going downward, so that, though Pickering, for instance, did speculate upon a trans-Neptunian planet, and Lowell did try to have accepted heretical ideas as to marks on Mars, attention is now minutely focused upon such technicalities as variations and shades of Jupiter's fourth satellite. I think that, in general acceptance, over-refinement indicates decadence. I think that the stronghold of inclusionism is in aeronautics. I think that the stronghold of the old dominant, when it was new, was in the invention of the telescope. Or that, coincidentally with the breakdown of exclusionism, appears the means of finding out. whether there are vast aerial fields of ice and floating lakes full of frogs and fishes or not, where carved stones and black substances and great quantities of vegetable matter and flesh, which may be dragon's flesh, come from, whether there are interplanetary trade routes and vast areas devastated by super Tamerlanes, whether sometimes there are visitors to this earth, who might be pursued and captured and questioned. End of chapter 18. Recording by Acacia Wood. Chapter 19 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 19. I have industriously sought data for an expression upon birds, but the prospecting has not been very quasi-satisfactory. I think I rather emphasize our industriousness because a charge likely to be brought against the attitude of acceptance is that one who only accepts must be one of languid interest and little application of energy. It doesn't seem to work out. We are very industrious. I suggest to some of our disciples that they look into the matter of messages upon pigeons, of course attributed to earthly owners, but said to be undecipherable. I'd do it ourselves, only that would be selfish. That's more of the intermediatism that will keep us out of the firmament. Positivism is absolute egoism. But look back in the time of Andrée's polar expedition. Pigeons that would have no publicity ordinarily were often reported at that time. In the Zoologist 3, 1821, is recorded an instance of a bird, puffin, that had fallen to the ground with a fractured head. Interesting, but mere speculation. But what solid object, high in the air, had that bird struck against? Tremendous red rain in France, October 16 and 17, 1846. Great storm at the time, and red rain supposed to have been colored by matter swept up from this earth's surface and then precipitated. Comptes Rendus 23, 832. But in Comptes Rendus 24, 625, the description of this red rain differs from one's impression of red, sandy, or muddy water. It is said that this rain was so vividly red and so blood-like that many persons in France were terrified. Two analyses are given, Comptes Rendus 24, 812. One chemist notes a great quantity of corpuscles, whether blood-like corpuscles or not, in the matter. The other chemist sets down organic matter at 35%. It may be that an interplanetary dragon had been slain somewhere, or that this red fluid, in which were many corpuscles, came from something not altogether pleasant to contemplate, about the size of the Catskill Mountains, perhaps. But the present datum is that with this substance, larks, quail, ducks, and water hens, some of them alive, fell at Lyons and Grenoble, and other places. I have notes upon other birds that have fallen from the sky, but unaccompanied by the red rain that makes the fall of birds in France peculiar, and very peculiar if it be accepted that the red substance was extra-mundane. The other notes are upon birds that have fallen from the sky, in the midst of storms, or of exhausted but living birds falling not far from a storm area. But now we shall have an instance for which I can find no parallel: fall of dead birds from a clear sky, far distant from any storm to which they could be attributed, so remote from any discoverable storm that my own notion is that, in the summer of 1896, something, or some beings, came as near to this earth as they could, upon a hunting expedition. That, in the summer of 1896, an expedition of super scientists passed over this earth and let down a dragnet. And what would it catch, sweeping through the air, supposing it to have reached not quite to this earth? In the Monthly Weather Review, May, 1917, W.L. McCaddy quotes from the Baton Rouge correspondence to the Philadelphia Times. that, in the summer of 1896, into the streets of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and from a clear sky, fell hundreds of dead birds. There were wild ducks and catbirds, woodpeckers, and many birds of strange plumage, some of them resembling canaries. Usually one does not have to look very far from any place to learn of a storm, but the best that could be done in this instance was to say there had been a storm on the coast of Florida. And unless he have psycho-chemic repulsion for the explanation, the reader feels only momentary astonishment that dead birds from a storm in Florida should fall from an unstormy sky in Louisiana, and with his intellect greased like the plumage of a wild duck, the datum then drops off. Our greasy, shiny brains. That they may be of some use after all. That other modes of existence place a high value upon them as lubricants. That we're hunted for them, a hunting expedition to this earth. The newspapers report a tornado. If from a clear sky, or a sky in which there were no driven clouds, or other evidences of still continuing wind power, or if from a storm in Florida, it could be accepted that hundreds of birds had fallen far away in Louisiana, I conceive conventionally of heavier objects having fallen in Alabama, say, and of the fall of still heavier objects still nearer the origin in Florida. The sources of information of the Weather Bureau are widespread. It has no records of such falls. So a dragnet that was let down from above somewhere, or something that I learned from the more scientific of the investigators of psychic phenomena. The reader begins their works with prejudice against telepathy and everything else of psychic phenomenon. The writers deny spirit communication and say that the seeming data are data of only telepathy. Astonishing instances of seeming clairvoyance, only telepathy. After a while the reader finds himself agreeing that it's only telepathy, which at first had been intolerable to him. So maybe in 1896 a super dragnet did not sweep through this Earth's atmosphere, gathering up all the birds within its field, the meshes then suddenly breaking. Or that the birds of Baton Rouge were only from the Super Sargasso Sea. Upon which we shall have another expression. We thought we'd settled that, and we thought we'd established that, but nothing's ever settled, and nothing's ever established, in a real sense, if, in a real sense, there is nothing in quasiness. I suppose there had been a storm somewhere, the storm in Florida, perhaps, and many birds had been swept upward into the Super Sargasso Sea. It has frigid regions, and it has tropical regions. That birds of diverse species had been swept upward into an icy region, where, huddling together for warmth, they had died. Then later they had been dislodged, meteor coming along, boat, bicycle, dragon, don't know what did come along, something dislodged them. So leaves of trees, carried up there in whirlwinds, staying there years, ages, perhaps only a few months, but then falling to this earth at an unseasonable time for dead leaves. Fishes carried up there, some of them dying and drying, some of them living in volumes of water that are in abundance up there, or that fall sometimes in the deluges that we call cloudbursts. The astronomers won't think kindly of us, and we haven't done anything to endear ourselves to the meteorologists. But we're weak and mawkish intermediatists. Several times we've tried to get the aeronauts with us. Extraordinary things up there. Things that curators of museums would give up all hope of ever being fixed stars to obtain. Things left over from whirlwinds of the time of the pharaohs, perhaps. Or that Elijah did go up in the sky in something like a chariot, and may not be Vega after all, and that there may be a wheel or so left of whatever he went up in. We basely suggest that it would bring a high price, but sell soon, because after a while there'd be thousands of them hawked around. We weakly drop a hint to the aeronauts. In the Scientific American 33-197 there is an account of some hay that fell from the sky. From the circumstances we incline to accept that this hay went up in a whirlwind, from this earth, in the first place, reach the Super Sargasso Sea, and remain there a long time before falling. An interesting point in this expression is the usual attribution to a local and coinciding whirlwind and identification of it, and then data that make that local whirlwind unacceptable. That, upon July 27, 1875, small masses of damp hay had fallen at Monkstown, Ireland. In the Dublin Daily Express, Dr. J.W. Moore had explained he had found a nearby whirlwind to the south of Monkstown that coincided. But according to the Scientific American, a similar fall had occurred near Wrexham, England, 2 days before. In November, 1918, I made some studies upon light objects thrown into the air. Armistice Day. I suppose I should have been more emotionally occupied, but I made notes upon torn-up papers thrown high in the air from windows of office buildings. Scraps of paper did stay together for a while, several minutes sometimes. Cosmos, 3-4-574. That, upon the 10th of April, 1869, at Autrich, Indre-et-Loire, a great number of oak leaves, enormous segregation of them, fell from the sky. Very calm day. So little wind that the leaves fell almost vertically. Fall lasted about 10 minutes. Flammarion, in The Atmosphere, page 412, tells this story. He has to find a storm. He does find a squall. But it had occurred upon April 3rd. Flammarion's two incredibilities are that leaves could remain a week in the air, that they could stay together a week in the air. Think of some of your own observations upon papers thrown from an airplane. Our one incredibility: that these leaves had been whirled up 6 months before, when they were common on the ground, and had been sustained, of course not in the air, but in a region gravitationally inert, and had been precipitated by the disturbances of April rains. I have no records of leaves that have so fallen from the sky in October or November, the season when one might expect dead leaves to be raised from one place and precipitated somewhere else. I emphasize that this occurred in April. La Nature, 1889-94. That upon April 19, 1889, dried leaves of different species, oak, elm, etc., fell from the sky. This day, too, was a calm day. The fall was tremendous. The leaves were seen to fall 15 minutes, but, judging from the quantity on the ground, it is the writer's opinion that they had already been falling half an hour. I think that the geyser of corpses that sprang from Riobamba toward the sky must have been an interesting sight. If I were a painter, I'd like that subject. But this cataract of dried leaves, too, is a study in the rhythms of the dead. In this datum, the point most agreeable to us is the very point that the writer in La Nature emphasizes: windlessness. He says that the surface of the Loire was absolutely smooth. The river was strewn with leaves as far as he could see. L'Astronomie, 1894-194. That, upon the 7th of April, 1894, dried leaves fell at Clairvaux and Outre-Aube, France. The fall is described as prodigious. Half an hour. Then, upon the 11th, a fall of dried leaves occurred at Pontcarré. It is in this recurrence that we found some of our opposition to the conventional explanation. The editor, Flammarion, explains. He says that the leaves had been caught up in a cyclone which had expended its force, that the heavier leaves had fallen first. We think that that was all right for 1894, and that it was quite good enough for 1894. But, in these more exacting days, we want to know how wind power insufficient to hold some leaves in the air could sustain others 4 days. The factors in this expression are unseasonableness, not for dried leaves, but for prodigious numbers of dried leaves, direct fall, windlessness, month of April, and localization in France. The factor of localization is interesting. Not a note have I upon fall of leaves from the sky, except these notes: Were the conventional explanation, or old correlate, acceptable, it would seem that similar occurrences in other regions should be as frequent as in France. The indication is that there may be quasi-permanent undulations in the Super Sargasso Sea, or a pronounced inclination toward France. Inspiration: that there may be a nearby world, complementary to this world, where autumn occurs at the time that is springtime here. Let some disciple have that. But there may be a dip toward France, so that leaves that are born high there are more likely to be held in suspension than high-flying leaves elsewhere. Some other time I shall take up super-geography and be guilty of charts. I think now that the Super Sargasso Sea is an oblique belt with changing ramifications over Great Britain, France, Italy, and on to India. Relatively to the United States, I am not very clear, but think especially of the southern states. The preponderance of our data indicates frigid regions aloft. Nevertheless, such phenomena as putrefaction have occurred often enough to make super-tropical regions also acceptable. We shall have one more datum upon the Super Sargasso Sea. It seems to me that, by this time, our requirements of support and reinforcement and agreement have been quite as rigorous for acceptance as ever for belief, at least for full acceptance. By virtue of mere acceptance we may, in some later book, deny the Super Sargasso Sea, and find that our data relate to some other complementary world instead, or the moon, and have abundant data for accepting that the moon is not more than 20 or 30 miles away. However, the Super Sargasso Sea functions very well as a nucleus around which to gather data that oppose exclusionism. That is our main motive: to oppose exclusionism, or our agreement with cosmic processes. The climax of our general expression upon the Super Sargasso Sea. Coincidentally appears something else that may overthrow it later. Notes and Queries, 8-12-228. That in the province of Macerata, Italy, summer of 1897, an immense number of small, blood-colored clouds covered the sky. About an hour later a storm broke, and myriad seeds fell to the ground. It is said that they were identified as products of a tree found only in Central Africa and the Antilles. If, in terms of conventional reasoning, these seeds had been high in the air, they had been in a cold region. But it is our acceptance that these seeds had, for a considerable time, been in a warm region, and for a time longer than is attributable to suspension by wind power. It is said that a great number of the seeds were in the first stage of germination. End of chapter 19. Recording by Acacia Wood. Chapter 20 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 20. The New Dominant. Inclusionism. In it we have a pseudo-standard. We have a datum, and we give it an interpretation in accordance with our pseudo-standard. At present we have not the delusions of absolutism that may have translated some of the positivists of the 19th century to heaven. We are intermediatists, but feel a lurking suspicion that we may some day solidify and dogmatize and illiberalize into higher positivists. At present we do not ask whether something be reasonable or preposterous, because we recognize that by reasonableness and preposterousness are meant agreement and disagreement with a standard, which must be a delusion, though not absolutely, of course, and must some day be displaced by a more advanced quasi-delusion. Scientists in the past have taken the positivist attitude: is this or that reasonable or unreasonable? Analyze them, and we find that they meant relatively to a standard, such as Newtonism, Daltonism, Darwinism, or Lyellism. But they have written and spoken and thought as if they could mean real reasonableness and real unreasonableness. So our pseudo-standard is inclusionism, and if a datum be a correlate to a more widely inclusive outlook as to this earth and its externality and relations with externality, its harmony with inclusionism admits it. Such was the process, and such was the requirement for admission in the days of the Old Dominant. Our difference is an underlying intermediatism, or consciousness that though we're more nearly real, we and our standards are only quasi. Or that all things in our intermediate state are phantoms in a supermind in a dreaming state, but striving to awaken to realness. Though in some respects our own intermediatism is unsatisfactory, our underlying feeling is that in a dreaming mind awakening is accelerated. If phantoms in that mind know that they're only phantoms in a dream. Of course, they too are quasi, but in a relative sense, they have an essence of what is called realness. They are derived from experience or from sense relations, even though grotesque distortions. It seems acceptable that a table that is seen when one is awake is more nearly real than a dreamed table which, with 15 or 20 legs, chases one. So now, in the 20th century, with a change of terms and a change in underlying consciousness, our attitude toward the new dominant is the attitude of the scientists of the 19th century to the old dominant. We do not insist that our data and interpretations shall be shocking, grotesque, evil, ridiculous, childish, insincere, laughable, ignorant, to 19th centuryites, as were their data and interpretations to the medieval minded. We ask only whether data and interpretations correlate. If they do, they are acceptable, perhaps only for a short time, or as nuclei, or scaffolding, or preliminary sketches, or as gropings and tentativenesses. Later, of course, when we cool off and harden and radiate into space most of our present mobility, which expresses in modesty and plasticity, we shall acknowledge no scaffoldings, gropings, or tentativenesses, but think we utter absolute facts. A point in intermediatism here is opposed to most current speculations upon development. Usually one thinks of the spiritual as higher than the material, but in our acceptance, quasi-existence is a means by which the absolutely immaterial materializes absolutely, and, being intermediate, is a state in which nothing is finally either immaterial or material, all objects, substances, thoughts, occupying some grade of approximation one way or the other. Final solidification of the ethereal is, to us, the goal of cosmic ambition. Positivism is Puritanism. Heat is evil. Final good is absolute frigidity. An Arctic winter is very beautiful, but I think that an interest in monkeys chattering in palm trees accounts for our own intermediatism. Visitors. Our confusion here, out of which we are attempting to make quasi-order, is as great as it has been throughout this book, because we have not the positivist's delusion of homogeneity. A positivist would gather all data that seem to relate to one kind of visitors and coldly disregard all other data. I think of as many different kinds of visitors to this earth as there are visitors to New York, to a jail, to a church. Some persons go to church to pickpockets, for instance. My own acceptance is that either a world or a vast superconstruction, or a world, if red substances and fishes fell from it, hovered over India in the summer of 1860. Something then fell from somewhere July 17, 1860, at Dharamsala. Whatever it was, it is so persistently alluded to as a meteorite that I look back and see that I adopted this convention myself. But in the London Times, December 26, 1860, Syed Abdullah, professor of Hindustani, University College, London, writes that he had sent to a friend in Dharamsala for an account of the stones that had fallen at that place. The answer: diverse forms and sizes, many of which bore great resemblance to ordinary cannon balls just discharged from engines of war. It's an addition to our data of spherical objects that have arrived upon this earth. Note that they are spherical stone objects. And in the evening of the same day that something took a shot at Dharamsala, or sent objects upon which there may be decipherable markings. Lights were seen in the air. I think myself of a number of things, beings, whatever they were, trying to get down, but resisted, like balloonists at a certain altitude trying to get farther up, but resisted. Not in the least, except to good positivists, or the homogeneous minded, does this speculation interfere with the concept of some other world that is in successful communication with certain esoteric ones upon this earth, by a code of symbols that print in rock, like symbols of telephotographers in selenium. I think that sometimes, in favorable circumstances, emissaries have come to this earth. Secret meetings. Of course it sounds... but secret meetings, emissaries, esoteric ones in Europe before the war broke out, and those who suggested that such phenomena could be. However, as to most of our data, I think of super things that have passed close to this earth with no more interest in this earth than have passengers upon a steamship in the bottom of the sea, or passengers may have a keen interest, but circumstances of schedules and commercial requirements forbid investigation of the bottom of the sea. Then, on the other hand, we may have data of super scientific attempts to investigate phenomena of this earth from above, perhaps by beings from so far away that they had never even heard that something, somewhere, asserts a legal right to this earth. Altogether, we're good intermediatists, but we can't be very good hypnotists. Still another source of the merging away of our data: that, upon general principles of continuity, if super vessels, or super vehicles, have traversed this earth's atmosphere, there must be mergers between them and terrestrial phenomena. Observations upon them must merge away into observations upon clouds, and balloons, and meteors. We shall begin with data that we cannot distinguish ourselves, and work our way out of mergers into extremes. In the observatory 35-168, it is said that, according to a newspaper, March 6, 1912, residents of Warmley, England, were greatly excited by something that was supposed to be a splendidly illuminated aeroplane passing over the village. The machine was apparently traveling at a tremendous rate, and came from the direction of Bath, and went on towards Gloucester. The editor says that it was a large, triple-headed fireball. Tremendous indeed, he says, but we are prepared for anything nowadays. That is satisfactory. We'd not like to creep up stealthily and then jump out of a corner with our data. This editor, at least, is prepared to read. Nature, October 27, 1898. A correspondent writes that, in the County Wicklow, Ireland, at about 6 o'clock in the evening, he had seen, in the sky, an object that looked like the moon in its three-quarter aspect. We note the shape which approximates to triangularity, and we note that in color it is said to have been golden yellow. It moved slowly, and in about 5 minutes disappeared behind a mountain. The editor gives his opinion that the object may have been an escaped balloon. In Nature, August 11, 1898, there is a story, taken from the July number of the Canadian Weather Review, by the meteorologist F.F. Payne, that he had seen, in the Canadian sky, a large, pear-shaped object sailing rapidly. At first he supposed that the object was a balloon, its outline being sharply defined. But, as no cage was seen, it was concluded that it must be a mass of cloud. In about 6 minutes this object became less definite, whether because of increasing distance or not. The mass became less dense, and finally it disappeared. As to cyclonic formation, no whirling motion could be seen. Nature, 58-294. That, upon July 8, 1898, a correspondent had seen, at Kiel, an object in the sky, colored red by the sun, which had set. It was about as broad as a rainbow, and about 12 degrees high. It remained in its original brightness about 5 minutes, and then faded rapidly, and then remained almost stationary again, finally disappearing about 8 minutes after I first saw it. In an intermediate existence, we quasi-persons have nothing to judge by, because everything is its own opposite. If $100 a week be a standard of luxurious living to some persons, it is poverty to others. We have instances of 3 objects that were seen in the sky in a space of 3 months, and this concurrence seems to me to be something to judge by. Science has been built upon concurrence: so have been most of the fallacies and fanaticisms. I feel the positivism of a Leverrier, or instinctively take to the notion that all three of these observations relate to the same object. However, I don't formulate them and predict the next transit. Here's another chance for me to become a fixed star, but as usual, oh well. A point in intermediatism: that the intermediatist is likely to be a flaccid compromiser. Our own attitude: ours is a partly positive and partly negative state, or a state in which nothing is finally positive or finally negative. But if positivism attract you, go ahead and try. You will be in harmony with cosmic endeavor. But continuity will resist you. Only to have appearance in quasiness is to be proportionately positive, but beyond a degree of attempted positivism, continuity will rise to pull you back. Success, as it is called, though there is only success failure in intermediateness, will, in intermediateness, be yours proportionately as you are in adjustment with its own state, or some positivism mixed with compromise and retreat. To be very positive is to be a Napoleon Bonaparte, against whom the rest of civilization will sooner or later combine. For interesting data, see newspaper accounts of fate of one Dowie, of Chicago. Intermediatism, then, is recognition that our state is only a quasi-state. It is no bar to one who desires to be positive. It is recognition that he cannot be positive and remain in a state that is positive-negative, or that a great positivist, isolated, with no system to support him, will be crucified, or will starve to death, or will be put in jail and beaten to death: that these are the birth pangs of translation to the positive absolute. So, though positive negative myself, I feel the attraction of the positive pole of our intermediate state, and attempt to correlate these three data, to see them homogeneously, to think that they relate to one object. In the aeronautic journals and in the London Times there is no mention of escaped balloons in the summer or fall of 1898. In the New York Times there is no mention of ballooning in Canada or the United States in the summer of 1898. London Times, September 29, 1885. A clipping from the Royal Gazette of Bermuda of September 8, 1885, sent to the Times by General Lefroy: that upon August 27, 1885, at about 8:30 A.M., there was observed by Mrs. Adelina D. Bassett a strange object in the clouds, coming from the north. She called the attention of Mrs. L. Lowell to it, and they were both somewhat alarmed. However, they continued to watch the object steadily for some time. It drew nearer. It was of triangular shape, and seemed to be about the size of a pilot boat mainsail, with chains attached to the bottom of it. While crossing the land it had appeared to descend, but, as it went out to sea, it ascended, and continued to ascend until it was lost to sight high in the clouds. Or with such power to ascend, I don't think much myself of the notion that it was an escaped balloon, partly deflated. Nevertheless, General Lefroy, correlating with exclusionism, attempts to give a terrestrial interpretation to this occurrence. He argues that the thing may have been a balloon that had escaped from France or England, or the only aerial thing of terrestrial origin that, even to this date of about 35 years later, has been thought to have crossed the Atlantic Ocean. He accounts for the triangular form by deflation: a shapeless bag, barely able to float. My own acceptance is that great deflation does not accord with observations upon its power to ascend. In the Times, October 1, 1885, Charles Harding, of the R.M.S., argues that if it had been a balloon from Europe, surely it would have been seen and reported by many vessels. Whether he was as good a Briton as the General or not, he shows awareness of the United States, or that the thing may have been a partly collapsed balloon that had escaped from the United States. General Lefroy wrote to Nature about it, Nature 3399, saying, whatever his sensitivenesses may have been, that the columns of the Times were hardly suitable for such a discussion. If, in the past, there had been more persons like General Lefroy, we'd have better than the mere fragments of data that in most cases are too broken up very well to piece together. He took the trouble to write to a friend of his, W.H. Gosling, of Bermuda, who also was an extraordinary person. He went to the trouble of interviewing Mrs. Bassett and Mrs. Lowell. Their description to him was somewhat different: an object from which nets were suspended. Deflated balloon with its network hanging from it. A super dragnet? That something was trawling overhead? The birds of Baton Rouge. Mr. Gosling wrote that the item of chains, or suggestion of a basket that had been attached, had originated with Mr. Bassett, who had not seen the object. Mr. Gosling mentioned a balloon that had escaped from Paris in July. He tells of a balloon that fell in Chicago September 17th, or 3 weeks later than the Bermuda object. It's one incredibility against another, with disregards and convictions governed by whichever of the two dominants looms stronger in each reader's mind. That he can't think for himself any more than I can is understood. My own correlates. I think that we're fished for. It may be that we're highly esteemed by super epicures somewhere. It makes me more cheerful when I think that we may be of some use after all. I think that dragnets have often come down and have been mistaken for whirlwinds and waterspouts. Some accounts of seeming structure in whirlwinds and waterspouts are astonishing. And I have data that, in this book, I can't take up at all: mysterious disappearances. I think we're fished for. But this is a little expression on the side, relates to trespassers, has nothing to do with the subject that I shall take up at some other time, or our use to some other mode of seeming that has a legal right to us. Nature 33 137. Our Paris correspondent writes that in relation to the balloon which is said to have been seen over Bermuda in September, no ascent took place in France which can account for it. Last of August, not September. In the London Times there is no mention of balloon ascents in Great Britain in the summer of 1885, but mention of 2 ascents in France. Both balloons had escaped. In L'Aéronaute, August 1885, it is said that these balloons had been sent up from fêtes of the 14th of July, 44 days before the observation at Bermuda. The aeronauts were Gower and Alloy. Gower's balloon was found floating on the ocean, but Alloy's balloon was not found. Upon the 17th of July it was reported by a sea captain, still in the air, still inflated. But this balloon of Alloy's was a small exhibition balloon, made for short ascents from fêtes and fairgrounds. In La Nature, 1885 131, it is said that it was a very small balloon, incapable of remaining long in the air. As to contemporaneous ballooning in the United States, I find only one account: an ascent in Connecticut, July 29, 1885. Upon leaving this balloon, the aeronauts had pulled the ripcord, turning it inside out. New York Times, August 10, 1885. To the intermediatist, the accusation of anthropomorphism is meaningless. There is nothing in anything that is unique or positively different. We'd be materialists were it not quite as rational to express the material in terms of the immaterial as to express the immaterial in terms of the material. Oneness of allness in quasiness. I will engage to write the formula of any novel in psychochemic terms, or draw its graph in psychomechanic terms, or write, in romantic terms, the circumstances and sequences of any chemic or electric or magnetic reaction, or express any historic event in algebraic terms, or see Boole and Jevons for economic situations, expressed algebraically. I think of the dominants as I think of persons, not meaning that they are real persons, not meaning that we are real persons. Or the old dominant and its jealousy, and its suppression of all things and thoughts that endangered its supremacy. In reading discussions of papers by scientific societies, I have often noted how, when they approached forbidden or irreconcilable subjects, the discussions were thrown into confusion and ramification. It's as if scientific discussions have often been led astray, as if purposefully, as if by something directive hovering over them. Of course, I mean only the spirit of all development. Just so, in any embryo, cells that would tend to vary from the appearances of their era are compelled to correlate. In Nature 90 169, Charles Tilden Smith writes that, at Chisbury, Wiltshire, England, April 8, 1912, he saw something in the sky, unlike anything that I had ever seen before. Although I have studied the skies for many years, I have never seen anything like it. He saw 2 stationary dark patches upon clouds. The extraordinary part, they were stationary upon clouds that were rapidly moving. They were fan-shaped, or triangular, and varied in size, but kept the same position upon different clouds as cloud after cloud came along. For more than half an hour Mr. Smith watched these dark patches. His impression as to the one that appeared first, that it was really a heavy shadow cast upon a thin veil of clouds by some unseen object away in the west, which was intercepting the sun's rays. Upon page 244 of this volume of Nature is a letter from another correspondent to the effect that similar shadows are cast by mountains upon clouds, and that no doubt Mr. Smith was right in attributing the appearance to some unseen object which was intercepting the sun's rays. But the Old Dominant that was a jealous dominant, and the wrath of the Old Dominant against such an irreconcilability as large opaque objects in the sky casting down shadows upon clouds. Still the dominants are suave very often, or are not absolute gods, and the way attention was led away from this subject is an interesting study in quasi-divine bamboozlement. Upon page 268, Charles J.P. Cave, the meteorologist, writes that upon April 5 and 8 at Ditcham Park, Petersfield, he had observed a similar appearance while watching some pilot balloons, but he describes something not in the least like a shadow on clouds, but a stationary cloud. The inference seems to be that the shadows at Chisbury may have been shadows of pilot balloons. Upon page 322, another correspondent writes upon shadows cast by mountains. Upon page 348, someone else carries on the divergence by discussing this third letter. Then someone takes up the third letter mathematically, and then there is a correction of error in this mathematic demonstration. I think it looks very much like what I think it looks like. But the mystery here: that the dark patches at Chisbury could not have been cast by stationary pilot balloons that were to the west, or that were between clouds and the setting sun. If, to the west of Chisbury, a stationary object were high in the air, intercepting the sun's rays, the shadow of the stationary object would not have been stationary, but would have moved higher and higher with the setting of the sun. I have to think of something that is in accord with no other data whatsoever. A luminous body, not the sun, in the sky, but because of some unknown principle or atmospheric condition, its light extended down only about to the clouds, that from it were suspended two triangular objects, like the object that was seen in Bermuda, that it was this light that fell short of the earth that these objects intercepted, that the objects were drawn up and lowered from something overhead so that, in its light, their shadows changed size. If my grope seems to have no grasp in it, and if a stationary balloon will, in half an hour, not cast a stationary shadow from the setting sun, we have to think of two triangular objects that accurately maintain positions in a line between sun and clouds, and at the same time approach and receded from clouds. Whatever it may have been, it's enough to make the devout make the sign of the crucible, or whatever the devotees of the Old Dominant do in the presence of a new correlate. Vast, black thing poised like a crow over the moon. It is our acceptance that these two shadows of Chisbury looked, from the moon, like vast things, black as crows, poised over the earth. It is our acceptance that two triangular luminosities, and then two triangular patches, like vast black things, poised like crows over the moon, and, like the triangularities at Chisbury, have been seen upon or over the moon. Scientific American, 46 49. Two triangular luminous appearances reported by several observers in Lebanon, Connecticut, evening of July 3, 1882, on the moon's upper limb. They disappeared, and two dark triangular appearances that looked like notches were seen 3 minutes later upon the lower limb. They approached each other, met, and instantly disappeared. The merger here is notches that have at times been seen upon the moon's limb, thought to be cross-sections of craters. Monthly Notices, RAS 37432. But these appearances of July 3, 1882, were vast upon the moon, seemed to be cutting off or obliterating nearly a quarter of its surface. Something else that may have looked like a vast black crow poised over this earth from the moon. Monthly Weather Review 41 599. Description of a shadow in the sky of some unseen body, April 8, 1913, Fort Worth, Texas, supposed to have been cast by an unseen cloud. This patch of shade moved with the declining sun. Report of the British Association, 1854, 410, account by two observers of a faint but distinctly triangular object visible for 6 nights in the sky. It was observed from two stations that were not far apart. But the parallax was considerable. Whatever it was acceptably, relatively close to this earth. I should say that relatively to phenomena of light we are in confusion as great as some of the discords that orthodoxy is in relatively to light. Broadly and intermediatistically, our position is that light is not really and necessarily light, any more than is anything else really and necessarily anything, but an interpretation of a mode of force, as I suppose we have to call it, as light. At sea level, the Earth's atmosphere interprets sunlight as red or orange or yellow. High up on mountains the sun is blue. Very high up on mountains the zenith is black. Or it is orthodoxy to say that in interplanetary space, where there is no air, there is no light. So then the sun and comets are black, but this Earth's atmosphere, or rather dust particles in it, interpret radiations from these black objects as light. We look up at the moon. The jet black moon is so silvery white. I have about 50 notes indicating that the moon has atmosphere. Nevertheless, most astronomers hold out that the moon has no atmosphere. They have to. The theory of eclipses would not work out otherwise. So, arguing in conventional terms, the moon is black. Rather astonishing, explorers upon the moon, stumbling and groping in intense darkness, with telescopes powerful enough, we could see them stumbling and groping in brilliant light. Or, just because of familiarity, it is not now obvious to us how the preposterousness of the old system must have seemed to the correlates of the system preceding it. Ye jet black silvery moon. Altogether, then, it may be conceivable that there are phenomena of force that are interpretable as light as far down as the clouds, but not in denser strata of air, or just the opposite of familiar interpretations. I now have some notes upon an occurrence that suggests a force not interpreted by air as light, but interpreted or reflected by the ground as light. I think of something that, for a week, was suspended over London, of an emanation that was not interpreted as light until it reached the ground. Lancet, June 1, 1867. That every night for a week a light had appeared in Woburn Square, London, upon the grass of a small park enclosed by railings. Crowds gathering, police called out for the special service of maintaining order and making the populace move on. The editor of the Lancet went to the square. He says that he saw nothing but a patch of light falling upon an arbor at the northeast corner of the enclosure. Seems to me that that was interesting enough. In this editor we have a companion for Mr. Symons and Dr. Gray. He suggests that the light came from a street lamp. Does not say that he could trace it to any such origin himself, but recommends that the police investigate neighboring street lamps. I'd not say that such a commonplace as light from a street lamp would not attract and excite and deceive great crowds for a week, but I do accept that any cop who was called upon for extra work would have needed nobody's suggestion to settle that point the very first thing. Or that something in the sky hung suspended over a London square for a week. End of chapter 20. Recording by Acacia Wood. Chapter 21 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 21. Knowledge, December 28, 1883. Seeing so many meteorological phenomena in your excellent paper Knowledge, I am tempted to ask for an explanation of the following, which I saw when on board the British India Company steamer Patna, while on a voyage up the Persian Gulf. In May, 1880, on a dark night, about 11:30 p.m., there suddenly appeared on each side of the ship an enormous luminous wheel, whirling around, the spokes of which seemed to brush the ship along. The spokes would be 200 or 300 yards long, and resembled the birch rods of the dame schools. Each wheel contained about 16 spokes, and although the wheels must have been some 500 or 600 yards in diameter, the spokes could be distinctly seen all the way round. The phosphorescent gleam seemed to glide along flat on the surface of the sea, no light being visible in the air above the water. The appearance of the spokes could be almost exactly represented by standing in a boat and flashing a bull's eye lantern horizontally along the surface of the water, round and round. I may mention the phenomena was also seen by Captain Avern, of the Patna, and Mr. Manning, third officer. Lee Force Brace. P.S. The wheels advanced along with the ship for about 20 minutes. LFB. Knowledge, January 11, 1884. Letter from A. McD. That Lee Force Brace, who sees so many meteorological phenomena in your excellent paper, should have signed himself the modern Ezekiel for his vision of wheels is quite as wonderful as the prophets. The writer then takes up the measurements that were given and calculates a velocity at the circumference of a wheel of about 166 yards per second, apparently considering that especially incredible. He then says: "From the nom de plume he assumes, it might be inferred that your correspondent is in the habit of sailing close to the wind." He asks permission to suggest an explanation of his own. It is that before 11:30 P.M. there had been numerous accidents to the main brace, and that it had required splicing so often that almost any ray of light would have taken on a rotary motion. In Knowledge, January 25, 1884, Mr. Brace answers and signs himself J.W. Robertson. I don't suppose A. McD. means any harm, but I do think it's rather unjust to say a man is drunk because he sees something out of the common. If there's one thing I pride myself upon, it's being able to say that never in my life have I indulged in anything stronger than water. From this curiosity of pride, he goes on to say that he had not intended to be exact, but to give his impressions of dimensions and velocity. He ends amiably, however, no offense taken where I suppose none is meant. To this letter Mr. Proctor adds a note, apologizing for the publication of A. McD.'s letter, which had come about by a misunderstood instruction. Then Mr. Proctor wrote disagreeable letters himself about other persons. What else would you expect in a quasi-existence? The obvious explanation of this phenomenon is that, under the surface of the sea, in the Persian Gulf, was a vast luminous wheel, that it was the light from its submerged spokes that Mr. Robertson saw, shining upward. It seems clear that this light did shine upward from origin below the surface of the sea. But at first it is not so clear how vast luminous wheels, each the size of a village, ever got under the surface of the Persian Gulf. Also there may be some misunderstanding as to what they were doing there. A deep sea fish and its adaptation to a dense medium. That, at least in some regions aloft, there is a medium dense even to gelatinousness. A deep sea fish brought to the surface of the ocean, in a relatively attenuated medium, it disintegrates. Superconstructions adapted to a dense medium in interplanetary space. Sometimes, by stresses of various kinds, they are driven into this Earth's thin atmosphere. Later we shall have data to support just this, that things entering this Earth's atmosphere disintegrate and shine with a light that is not the light of incandescence, shine brilliantly, even if cold. Vast wheel-like superconstructions, they enter this Earth's atmosphere, and, threatened with disintegration, plunge for relief into an ocean or into a denser medium. Of course, the requirements now facing us are, not only data of vast wheel-like superconstructions that have relieved their distresses in the ocean, but data of enormous wheels that have been seen in the air, or entering the ocean, or rising from the ocean and continuing their voyages. Very largely we shall concern ourselves with enormous fiery objects that have either plunged into the ocean or risen from the ocean. Our acceptance is that, Though disruption may intensify into incandescence, apart from disruption and its probable fieriness, things that enter this earth's atmosphere have a cold light which would not, like light from molten matter, be instantly quenched by water. Also, it seems acceptable that a revolving wheel would, from a distance, look like a globe, that a revolving wheel, seen relatively close by, looks like a wheel in few aspects. The mergers of ball lightning and meteorites are not resistances to us. Our data are of enormous bodies. So we shall interpret it. And what does it matter? Our attitude throughout this book, that here are extraordinary data, that they never would be exhumed and never would be massed together unless. Here are the data. Our first datum is of something that was once seen to enter an ocean. It's from the Puritanic publication Science, which has yielded us little material, or which, like most Puritans, does not go upon a spree very often. Whatever the thing could have been, my impression is of tremendousness, or of bulk many times that of all meteorites in all museums combined. Also of relative slowness, or of long warning of approach. The story in Science 5-242 is from an account sent to the Hydrographic Office at Washington from the branch office at San Francisco. That at midnight, February 24, 1885, latitude 37 degrees north and longitude 170 degrees east, or somewhere between Yokohama and Victoria, the captain of the bark Innerwich was aroused by his mate, who had seen something unusual in the sky. This must have taken appreciable time. The captain went on deck and saw the sky turning fiery red. All at once, a large mass of fire appeared over the vessel, completely blinding the spectators. The fiery mass fell into the sea. Its size may be judged by the volume of water cast up by it, said to have rushed toward the vessel with a noise that was deafening. The bark was struck flat aback, and a roaring white sea passed ahead. The master, an old, experienced mariner, declared that the awfulness of the sight was beyond description. In Nature 37-187 and L'Astronomie 1887-76, we are told that an object, described as a large ball of fire, was seen to rise from the sea near Cape Race. We are told that it rose to a height of 50 feet and then advanced close to the ship, then moving away, remaining visible about 5 minutes. The supposition in Nature is that it was ball lightning, but Flammarion, Thunder and Lightning, page 68, says that it was enormous. Details in the American Meteorological Journal 6/443, November 12, 1887, British steamer Siberian, that the object had moved against the wind before retreating. That Captain Moore said that, at about the same place, he had seen such appearances before. Report of the British Association 1861-30. That, upon June 18, 1845, according to the Malta Times, from the brig Victoria, about 900 miles east of Adalia, Asia Minor, 36 degrees 40 minutes 56 seconds north, latitude 13 degrees 44 minutes 36 seconds east, longitude, 3 luminous bodies were seen to issue from the sea at about half a mile from the vessel. They were visible about 10 minutes. The story was never investigated, but other accounts that seem acceptably to be other observations upon this same sensational spectacle came in, as if of their own accord, and were published by Professor Baden-Powell. One is a letter from a correspondent at Mount Lebanon. He describes only 2 luminous bodies. Apparently they were 5 times the size of the moon, each had appendages, or they were connected by parts that are described as sail-like or streamer-like, looking like large flags blown out by a gentle breeze. The important point here is not only suggestion of structure, but duration. The duration of meteors is a few seconds. Duration of 15 seconds is remarkable, but I think there are records up to half a minute. This object, if it were all one object, was visible at Mount Lebanon about 1 hour. An interesting circumstance is that the appendages did not look like trains of meteors, which shine by their own light, but seemed to shine by light from the main bodies. About 900 miles west of the position of the Victoria is the town of Adelia, Asia Minor. At about the time of the observation reported by the captain of the Victoria, the Reverend F. Hallett, F.R.A.S., was in Adelia. He too saw this spectacle, and sent an account to Professor Baden-Powell. In his view, it was a body that appeared and then broke up. He placed his duration at 20 minutes to half an hour. In the report of the British Association, 1860-82, the phenomenon was reported from Syria and Malta as two very large bodies, nearly joined. Report of the British Association, 1860-77, that at Cherbourg, France, January 12, 1836, was seen a luminous body, seemingly 2/3 the size of the moon. It seemed to rotate on an axis. Central to it there seemed to be a dark cavity. For other accounts, all indefinite, but distortable into data of wheel-like objects in the sky, see Nature, 22 617, London Times, October 15, 1859, Nature, 21 225, Monthly Weather Review, 1883, 264. L'Astronomie, 1894, 157, that, upon the morning of December 20th, 1893, an appearance in the sky was seen by many persons in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. A luminous body passed overhead, from west to east, until at about 15 degrees in the eastern horizon it appeared to stand still for 15 or 20 minutes. According to some descriptions, it was the size of a table. To some observers it looked like an enormous wheel. The light was a brilliant white. Acceptably, it was not an optical illusion. The noise of its passage through the air was heard. Having been stationary, or having seemed to stand still 15 or 20 minutes, it disappeared, or exploded. No sound of explosion was heard. Vast wheel-like constructions. They're especially adapted to roll through a gelatinous medium from planet to planet. Sometimes, because of miscalculations, or because of stresses of various kinds, they enter this earth's atmosphere. They're likely to explode. They have to submerge in the sea. They stay in the sea a while, revolving with relative leisureliness until relieved, and then emerge, sometimes close to vessels. Seamen tell of what they see. Their reports are interred in scientific morgues. I should say that the general route of these constructions is along latitudes not far from the latitudes of the Persian Gulf. Journal of the Royal Meteorological Society, 2829, that upon April 4, 1901, about 8:30, in the Persian Gulf, Captain Hoseason of the steamship Kilwa, according to a paper read before the Society by Captain Hoseason, was sailing in a sea in which there was no phosphorescence, there being no phosphorescence in the water. I suppose I'll have to repeat that. There being no phosphorescence in the water. Vast shafts of light, though the captain uses the word ripples, suddenly appeared. Shaft followed shaft upon the surface of the sea. But it was only a faint light, and in about 15 minutes died out, having appeared suddenly, having died out gradually. The shafts revolved at a velocity of about 60 miles an hour. Phosphorescent jellyfish correlate with the old dominant. In one of the most heroic compositions of disregards in our experience, it was agreed, in the discussion of Captain Hoseason's paper, that the phenomenon was probably pulsations of long strings of jellyfish. Nature, 21 410, reprint of a letter from R.E. Harris, commander of the A.H.N. Company steamship Shajihan, to the Calcutta Englishman, January 21st, 1880. That upon the 5th of June, 1880, off the coast of Malabar, at 10 p.m., water calm, sky cloudless, he had seen something that was so foreign to anything that he had ever seen before, that he had stopped his ship. He saw what he describes as waves of brilliant light, with spaces between. Upon the water were floating patches of a substance that was not identified. Thinking in terms of the conventional explanation of all phosphorescence at sea, the captain at first suspected this substance. However, he gives his opinion that it did no illuminating, but was, with the rest of the sea, illuminated by tremendous shafts of light. whether it was a thick and oily discharge from the engine of a submerged construction or not. I think that I shall have to accept this substance as a concomitant, because of another note. As wave succeeded wave, one of the most grand and brilliant, yet solemn spectacles that one could think of, was here witnessed. Journal of the Royal Meteorological Society, 32 280. Extract from a letter from Mr. Douglas Carnegie, Blackheath, England. Date some time in 1906. This last voyage we witnessed a weird and most extraordinary electric display. In the Gulf of Oman he saw a bank of apparently quiescent phosphorescence, but, when within 20 yards of it, shafts of brilliant light came sweeping across the ship's bows at a prodigious speed, which might be put down as anything between 60 and 200 miles an hour. These light bars were about 20 feet apart and most regular. As to phosphorescence, I collected a bucketful of water and examined it under the microscope, but could not detect anything abnormal. That the shafts of light came up from something beneath the surface. They first struck us on our broadsides, and I noticed that an intervening ship had no effect on the light beams. They started away from the lee side of the ship, just as if they had traveled right through it. The Gulf of Oman is at the entrance to the Persian Gulf. Journal of the Royal Meteorological Society, 33 294. Extract from a letter by Mr. S.C. Patterson, second officer of the P&O steamship Delta, a spectacle which the journal continues to call phosphorescent. Malacca Strait, 2 a.m., March 14, 1907. Shafts which seemed to move round a center, like the spokes of a wheel, and appeared to be about 300 yards long. The phenomenon lasted about half an hour, during which time the ship had traveled 6 or 7 miles. It stopped suddenly. L'Astronomie, 1891, 312. A correspondent writes that, in October, 1891, in the China Sea, he had seen shafts, or lances of light, that had had the appearance of rays of a searchlight, and that had moved like such rays. Nature, 20 291. Report to the Admiralty by Captain Evans, the hydrographer of the British Navy. That Commander J.E. Pringle of H.M.S. Vulture had reported that, at latitude 26 degrees 26' north, and longitude 53 degrees 11' east in the Persian Gulf, May 15, 1879, he had noticed luminous waves or pulsations in the water, moving at great speed. This time we have a definite datum upon origin somewhere below the surface. It is said that these waves of light passed under the Vulture. On looking toward the east, the appearance was that of a revolving wheel with a center on that bearing, and whose spokes were illuminated, and looking toward the west, a similar wheel appeared to be revolving, but in the opposite direction. Or finally, as to submergence, these waves of light extended from the surface well under the water. It is Commander Pringle's opinion that the shafts constituted one wheel, and that doubling was an illusion. He judges the shafts to have been about 25 feet broad, and the spaces about 100. Velocity about 84 miles an hour. Duration about 35 minutes. Time 9:40 p.m. Before and after this display the ship had passed through patches of floating substance described as oily-looking fish spawn. Upon page 428 of this number of Nature, E.L. Moss says that, in April, 1875, when upon H.M.S. Bulldog, a few miles north of Vera Cruz, he had seen a series of swift lines of light. He had dipped up some of the water, finding in it an animalcule, which would, however, not account for phenomena of geometric formation and high velocity. If he means Vera Cruz, Mexico, this is the only instance we have out of Oriental waters. Scientific American, 106/51. That, in the Nautical Meteorological Annual, published by the Danish Meteorological Institute, appears a report upon a singular phenomenon that was seen by Captain Gabe, of the Danish East Asiatic Company steamship Vintang. At 3 a.m., June 10, 1909, while sailing through the Straits of Malacca, Captain Gabe saw a vast revolving wheel of light, flat upon the water, long arms issuing from a center around which the whole system appeared to rotate. So vast was the appearance that only half of it could be seen at a time, the center lying near the horizon. This display lasted about 15 minutes. Heretofore, we have not been clear upon the important point that forward motions of these wheels do not synchronize with a vessel's motions, and freaks of disregard, or, rather, commonplaces of disregard, might attempt to assimilate with lights of a vessel. This time we are told that the vast wheel moved forward, decreasing in brilliancy and also in speed of rotation, disappearing when the center was right ahead of the vessel. Or my own interpretation would be that the source of light was submerging deeper and deeper and slowing down because meeting more and more resistance. The Danish Meteorological Institute reports another instance: that when Captain Breyer, of the Dutch steamship Valentijn, was in the South China Sea, midnight, August 12, 1910, he saw a rotation of flashes. It looked like a horizontal wheel, turning rapidly. This time it is said that the appearance was above water. The phenomenon was observed by the captain, the first and second mates, and the first engineer, and upon all of them it made a somewhat uncomfortable impression. In general, if our expression be not immediately acceptable, we recommend to rival interpreters that they consider the localization, with one exception, of this phenomenon, to the Indian Ocean and adjacent waters, or Persian Gulf on one side and China Sea on the other side. Though we're intermediatists, the call of attempted positivism, in the aspect of completeness, is irresistible. We have expressed that from few aspects would wheels of fire in the air look like wheels of fire, but, if we can get it, we must have observation upon vast luminous wheels, not interpretable as optical illusions, but enormous, substantial things that have smashed down material resistances and have been seen to plunge into the ocean. Athenaeum, 1848, 833. That at the meeting of the British Association, 1848, Sir W.S. Harris said that he had recorded an account sent to him of a vessel toward which had whirled 2 wheels of fire, which the men described as rolling millstones of fire. When they came near, an awful crash took place: the topmasts were shivered to pieces. It is said that there was a strong sulphurous odor. End of chapter 21. Recording by Acacia Wood. Chapter 22 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 22. Journal of the Royal Meteorological Society, 1/157. Extract from the log of the bark Lady of the Lake, by Captain F.W. Banner. Communicated by R.H. Scott, F.R.S. That, upon the 22nd of March, 1870, at latitude 5 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 27 degrees 52 minutes west, the sailors of the Lady of the Lake saw a remarkable object, or cloud, in the sky. They reported to the captain. According to Captain Banner, it was a cloud of circular form, with an included semicircle divided into 4 parts, the central dividing shaft beginning at the center of the circle and extending far outward and then curving backward. Geometricity and complexity and stability of form, and the small likelihood of a cloud maintaining such diversity of features, to say nothing of appearance of organic form. The thing traveled from a point at about 20 degrees above the horizon to a point about 80 degrees above. Then it settled down to the northeast, having appeared from the south-southeast. Light gray in color, or it was cloud color. It was much lower than the other clouds. And this datum stands out: that, whatever it may have been, it traveled against the wind. It came up obliquely against the wind and finally settled down right in the wind's eye. For half an hour this form was visible. When it did finally disappear, that was not because it disintegrated like a cloud, but because it was lost to sight in the evening darkness. Captain Banner draws the following diagram. End of chapter 22. Recording by Acacia Wood. Chapter 23 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 23. Textbooks tell us that the Dhurmsalla meteorites were picked up soon, or within half an hour. Given a little time, the conventionalists may argue that these stones were hot when they fell, but that their great interior coldness had overcome the molten state of their surfaces. According to the Deputy Commissioner of Dhurmsalla, these stones had been picked up immediately by passing coolies. These stones were so cold that they benumbed the fingers. But they had fallen with a great light. It is described as a flame of fire about 2 feet in depth and 9 feet in length. Acceptably, this light was not the light of molten matter. In this chapter we are very intermediatistic and unsatisfactory. To the intermediatist there is but one answer to all questions: sometimes and sometimes not. Another form of this intermediatist solution of all problems is yes and no. Everything that is, also isn't. A positivist attempts to formulate. So does the intermediatist, but with less rigorousness. He accepts, but also denies. He may seem to accept in one respect, and deny in some other respect. But no real line can be drawn between any two aspects of anything. The intermediatist accepts that which seems to correlate with something that he has accepted as dominant. The positivist correlates with the belief. In the Dhurmsalla meteorites we have support for our expression that things entering this Earth's atmosphere sometimes shine with a light that is not the light of incandescence. Or so we account, or offer an expression upon, thunderstones, or carved stones that have fallen luminously to this earth, in streaks that have looked like strokes of lightning, but we accept also that some things that have entered this earth's atmosphere disintegrate with the intensity of flame and molten matter. But some things we accept enter this earth's atmosphere and collapse non-luminously, quite like deep-sea fishes brought to the surface of the ocean. Whatever agreement we have is an indication that somewhere aloft there is a medium denser than this earth's atmosphere. I suppose our stronghold is in that such is not popular belief. Or the rhythm of all phenomena: air dense at sea level upon this earth, less and less dense as one ascends, then denser and denser. A good many bothersome questions arise. Our attitude: here are the data. Luminous rains sometimes fall. Nature, March 9, 1882. Nature, 25/437. This is light that is not the light of incandescence, but no one can say that these occasional or rare rains come from this earth's externality. We simply note cold light of falling bodies. For luminous rain, snow, and dust, see Hartwig, Area World, page 319. As to luminous clouds, we have more nearly definite observations and opinions. They mark transition between the old dominant and the new dominant. We have already noted the transition in Professor Schwedoff's theory of external origin of some hailstones, and the implications that, to a former generation, seemed so preposterous, droll was the word, that there are in interplanetary regions volumes of water, whether they have fishes and frogs in them or not. Now our acceptance is that clouds sometimes come from external regions, having had origin from supergeographical lakes and oceans that we shall not attempt to chart just at present, only suggesting to enterprising aviators, and we note that we put it all up to them, and show no inclination to go Columbusing on our own account, that they take bathing suits, or rather deep-sea diving suits, along. So then that some clouds come from interplanetary oceans, of the Super Sargasso Sea, if we still accept the Super Sargasso Sea, and shine upon entering this earth's atmosphere. In Himmel und Erde, February, 1889, a phenomenon of transition of 30 years ago, Herr O. Jesse, in his observations upon luminous night clouds, notes the great height of them, and drolly, or sensibly, suggests that some of them may have come from regions external to this earth. I suppose he means only from other planets. But it's a very droll and sensible idea, either way. In general, I am accounting for a great deal of this earth's isolation, that it is relatively isolated by circumstances that are similar to the circumstances that make for relative isolation of the bottom of the ocean, except that there is a clumsiness of analogy now. To call ourselves deep-sea fishes has been convenient, but in a quasi-existence there is no convenience that will not sooner or later turn awkward. So, if there be denser regions aloft, these regions should now be regarded as analogues of far submerged oceanic regions, and things coming to this earth would be like things rising to an attenuated medium, and exploding, sometimes incandescently, sometimes with cold light, sometimes non-luminously, like deep-sea fishes brought to the surface, altogether conditions of inhospitality. I have a suspicion that, in their own depths, deep-sea fishes are not luminous. If they are, Darwinism is mere Jesuitism in attempting to correlate them. Such advertising would so attract attention that all advantages would be more than offset. Darwinism is largely a doctrine of concealment. Here we have brazen proclamation, if accepted. Fishes in the Mammoth Cave need no light to see by. We might have an expression that deep-sea fishes turn luminous upon entering a less dense medium, but models in the American Museum of Natural History specialized organs of luminosity upon these models. Of course, we do remember that awfully convincing Dodo, and some of our sophistications we trace to him. At any rate, disruption is regarded as a phenomenon of coming from a dense to a less dense medium. An account by M. Macarius, in the Transactions of the Swedish Academy of Sciences, 1808-215, translated for the North American Review, 3/319, that M. Macarius, having heard of an extraordinary and probably hitherto unseen phenomenon, reported from near the town of Skänning, Sweden, investigated. That, upon the 16th of May, 1808, at about 4 P.M., the sun suddenly turned dull brick red. At the same time there appeared, upon the western horizon, a great number of round bodies, dark brown, and seemingly the size of a hat crown. They passed overhead and disappeared in the eastern horizon. Tremendous procession! It lasted 2 hours. Occasionally one fell to the ground. When the place of a fall was examined, there was found a film, which soon dried and vanished. Often, when approaching the sun, these bodies seemed to link together, or were then seen to be linked together, in groups not exceeding 8, and, under the sun, they were seen to have tails 3 or 4 fathoms long. Away from the sun the tails were invisible. Whatever their substance may have been, it is described as gelatinous, soapy, and jellied. I place this datum here for several reasons. It would have been a good climax to our expression upon hordes of small bodies that, in our acceptance, were not seeds, nor birds, nor ice crystals. But the tendency would have been to jump to the homogeneous conclusion that all our data in that expression related to this one kind of phenomena, whereas we conceive of infinite heterogeneity of the external, of crusaders and rabbles and immigrants and tourists and dragons and things like gelatinous hat crowns. Or that all things here upon this earth that flock together are not necessarily sheep, Presbyterians, gangsters, or porpoises. The datum is important to us here as indication of disruption in this earth's atmosphere, dangers in entering this earth's atmosphere. I think myself that thousands of objects have been seen to fall from aloft, and have exploded luminously, and have been called ball lightning. As to what ball lightning is, we have not yet begun to make intelligent guesses. Monthly Weather Review, 34/17. In general, it seems to me that when we encounter the opposition ball lightning, we should pay little attention, but confine ourselves to guesses that are at least intelligent, that stand phantom-like in our way. We note here that in some of our acceptances upon intelligence, we should more clearly have pointed out that they were upon the intelligent as opposed to the instinctive. In the Monthly Weather Review, 33/409, there is an account of ball lightning that struck a tree. It made a dent, such as a falling object would make. Some other time I shall collect instances of ball lightning, to express that they are instances of objects that have fallen from the sky, luminously, exploding terrifically. So bewildered is the old orthodoxy by these phenomena that many scientists have either denied ball lightning or have considered it very doubtful. I refer to Dr. Seister's list of 150 instances which he considered authentic. In accord with our disaccord is an instance related in the Monthly Weather Review, March, 1887, something that fell luminously from the sky, accompanied by something that was not so affected, or that was dark. That, according to Captain C.D. Sweet of the Dutch bark JPA, upon March 19, 1887, north 37 degrees 39 minutes, west 57 degrees 00 minutes, he encountered a severe storm. He saw two objects in the air above the ship. One was luminous, and might be explained in several ways, but the other was dark. One or both fell into the sea with a roar and the casting up of billows. It is our acceptance that these things had entered this earth's atmosphere, having first crashed through a field of ice. Immediately afterward lumps of ice fell. One of the most astonishing of the phenomena of ball lightning is a phenomenon of many meteorites, violence of explosion out of all proportion to size and velocity. We accept that the icy meteorites of Dhurmsalla could have fallen with no great velocity, but the sound from them was tremendous. The soft substance that fell at the Cape of Good Hope was carbonaceous, but was unburned, or had fallen with velocity insufficient to ignite it. The tremendous report that it made was heard over an area more than 70 miles in diameter. That some hailstones have been formed in a dense medium, and violently disintegrate in this earth's relatively thin atmosphere. Nature, 88 350. Large hailstones noted at the University of Missouri, November 11, 1911. They exploded with sounds like pistol shots. The writer says that he had noticed a similar phenomenon 18 years before at Lexington, Kentucky. Hailstones seemed to have been formed in a denser medium. When melted under water, they gave out bubbles larger than their central air spaces. Monthly Weather Review, 33 445. Our acceptance is that many objects have fallen from the sky, but that many of them have disintegrated violently. This acceptance will coordinate with data still to come, but also we make it easy for ourselves in our expressions upon superconstructions, if we're asked why, from thinkable wrecks of them, girders, plates, or parts recognizably of manufactured metal have not fallen from the sky. However, as to composition, we have not this refuge, so it is our expression that there have been reported instances of the fall of manufactured metal from the sky. The meteorite of Rutherford, North Carolina, is of artificial material, mass of pig iron. It is said to be fraudulent. American Journal of Science, 2 34 298. The object that was said to have fallen at Marblehead, Massachusetts, in 1858, is described in the American Journal of Science, 2 34 135, as a furnace product, formed in smelting copper ores, or iron ores, containing copper. It is said to be fraudulent. According to Ehrenberg, the substance reported by Captain Callum to have fallen upon his vessel near Java offered complete resemblance to the residue resulting from combustion of a steel wire in a flask of oxygen. Zerker, Meteors, page 239. Nature, November 21, 1878, publishes a notice that, according to the Yuma Sentinel, a meteorite that resembles steel had been found in the Mojave Desert. In Nature, February 15, 1894, we read that one of the meteorites brought to the United States by Peary from Greenland is of tempered steel. The opinion is that meteoric iron had fallen in water or snow, quickly cooling and hardening. This does not apply to composition. November 5, 1898, Nature publishes a notice of a paper by Professor Berworth of Vienna upon the close connection between meteoric iron and steelwork steel. At the meeting of November 24, 1906, of the Essex Field Club, was exhibited a piece of metal said to have fallen from the sky, October 9, 1906, at Braintree. According to the Essex naturalist, Dr. Fletcher of the British Museum had declared this metal to be smelted iron, so that the mystery of its reported "fall" remained unexplained. End of chapter 23. Recording by Acacia Wood. Chapter 24 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Acacia Wood. The Book of the Damned, by Charles Fort. Chapter 24. We shall have an outcry of silences. If a single instance of anything be disregarded by a system, our own attitude is that a single instance is a powerless thing. Of course, our own method of agreement of many instances is not a real method. In continuity, all things must have resemblances with all other things. Anything has any quasi-identity you please. Some time ago, conscription was assimilated with either autocracy or democracy with equal facility. Note the need for a dominant to correlate to. Scarcely anybody said simply that we must have conscription, but that we must have conscription which correlates with democracy, which was taken as a base, or something basically desirable. Of course, between autocracy and democracy nothing but false demarcation can be drawn. So, I can conceive of no subject upon which there should be such poverty as a single instance, if anything one pleases can be whipped into line. However, we shall try to be more nearly real than the Darwinites who advance concealing coloration as Darwinism, and then drag in proclaiming luminosity, too, as Darwinism. I think the Darwinites had better come in with us as to the deep sea fishes and be sorry later, I suppose. It will be amazing or negligible to read all the instances now to come of things that have been seen in the sky, and to think that all have been disregarded. My own opinion is that it is not possible, or very easy, to disregard them, now that they have been brought together, but that, if prior to about this time we had attempted such an assemblage, the old dominant would have withered our typewriter. As it is, the letter E has gone back on us, and the S is temperamental. Most extraordinary and singular phenomenon, North Wales, August 26, 1894. A disk from which projected an orange-colored body that looked like an elongated flatfish, reported by Admiral Amani, Nature 50 524. Disk from which projected a hook-like form, India, about 1838. Diagram of it given. Disk about size of the moon, but brighter than the moon, visible about 20 minutes, by G. Petit in Professor Baden-Powell's Catalogue. Reported the British Association, 1849. Very brilliant hook-like form seen in the sky at Poland, Trumbull Company, Ohio, during the stream of meteors of 1833. Visible more than an hour. Large luminous body almost stationary for a time, shaped like a square table. Niagara Falls, November 13, 1833. American Journal of Science, 125 391. Something described as a bright white cloud at night, November 3, 1886, at Hamar, Norway. From it were emitted brilliant rays of light, drifted across the sky, retained throughout its original form. Nature, December 16, 1886, 158. Thing with an oval nucleus, and streamers with dark bands and lines, very suggestive of structure. New Zealand, May 4, 1888. Nature, 42 402. Luminous object size of full moon visible an hour and a half. Chile, November 5, 1883. Comptes Rendus, 103 682. Bright object near sun, December 21, 1882. Knowledge, 313. Light that looked like a great flame far out at sea, off Ryukyu, December 2, 1845. London Royal Society Proceedings, 5 627. Something like a gigantic trumpet, suspended, vertical, oscillating gently, visible 5 or 6 minutes, length estimated at 425 feet, at Oaxaca, Mexico, July 6, 1874. Scientific American Supplement 6, 2365. Two luminous bodies, seemingly united, visible 5 or 6 minutes, June 3, 1898. La Nature, 1898, 127. Thing with a tail, crossing moon, transit half a minute, September 26, 1870. London Times, September 30, 1870. Object 4 or 5 times size of moon, moving slowly across sky, November 1, 1885, near Adrianople. L'Astronomie, 1886, 309. Large body, colored red, moving slowly, visible 15 minutes, reported by Caggia Marseille, August 1, 1871. Chemistry News, 24 193. Details of this observation and similar observation by Guillemin, and other instances by de Fonville, Comptes Rendus, 73 297, 755. Thing that was large and that was stationary twice in 7 minutes, Oxford, November 19, 1847, listed by Lowe. Rex I, 136. Grayish object that looked to be about 3½ feet long, rapidly approaching the earth at Saarbrück, April 1, 1826. Sound like thunder, object expanding like a sheet. American Journal of Science, 126 133. Quarterly Journal of the Royal Institute, 24 488. Report by an astronomer, N.S. Drayton, upon an object duration of which seemed to him extraordinary. Duration 3/4 of a minute. Jersey City, July 6, 1882. Scientific American, 4753. Object like a comet, but with proper motion of 10 degrees an hour, visible 1 hour, reported by Purin and Glancy from the Cordoba Observatory, Argentina, March 14, 1916. Scientific American, 115 493. Something like a signal light, reported by Glacier, October 4, 1844, bright as Jupiter, sending out quick flickering waves of light. Yearbook of Facts, 1845 278. I think that with the object known as Eddie's comet passes away the last of our susceptibility to the common fallacy of personifying. It is one of the most deep-rooted of positivist illusions, that people are persons. We have been guilty too often of spleens and spites and ridicules against astronomers, as if they were persons or final unities, individuals, completenesses or selves, instead of indeterminate parts. But, so long as we remain in quasi-existence, we can cast out illusion only with some other illusion, though the other illusion may approximate higher to reality. So we personify no more, but we super-personify. We now take into full acceptance our expression that development is an autocracy of successive dominants, which are not final, but which approximate higher to individuality or selfness than do the human tropisms that irresponsibly correlate to them. Eddie reported a celestial object from the observatory at Grahamstown, South Africa. It was in 1890. The new dominant was only heir presumptive then, or heir apparent but not obvious. The thing that Eddie reported might as well have been reported by a night watchman who had looked up through an unplaced sewer pipe. It did not correlate. The thing was not admitted to monthly notices. I think myself that if the editor had attempted to let it in, earthquake, or a mysterious fire in his publishing house. The dominants are jealous gods. In nature, presumably a vassal of the new god, though of course also plausibly rendering homage to the old, is reported a comet-like body of October 27, 1890, observed at Grahamstown by Eddie. It may have looked comet-like, but it moved 100 degrees while visible, or 100 degrees in 3/4 of an hour. See Nature 43, 89, 90. In Nature 44, 519, Professor Copeland describes a similar appearance that he had seen September 10, 1891. Dreyer says, Nature 44, 541, that he had seen this object at the Armagh Observatory. He likens it to the object that was reported by Eddie. It was seen by Dr. Alexander Graham Bell, September 11, 1891, in Nova Scotia. But the old dominant was a jealous god. So there were different observations upon something that was seen in November, 1883. These observations were Philistines in 1883. In the American Meteorologic Journal 1/110, a correspondent reports having seen an object like a comet with two tails, one up and one down, November 10th or 12th, 1883. Very likely this phenomenon should be placed in our expression upon torpedo-shaped bodies that have been seen in the sky, our data upon dirigibles or super zeppelins, but our attempted classifications are far from rigorous, or are mere gropes. In the Scientific American 50/40, a correspondent writes from Humaco, Puerto Rico, that November 21st, 1883, he and several other persons, or persons as it were, had seen a majestic appearance like a comet, visible 3 successive nights, disappeared then. The editor says that he can offer no explanation. If accepted, this thing must have been close to the earth. If it had been a comet, it would have been seen widely, and the news would have been telegraphed over the world, says the editor. Upon page 97 of this volume of the Scientific American, a correspondent writes that at Sulphur Springs, Ohio, he had seen a wonder in the sky at about the same date. It was torpedo-shaped, or something with a nucleus, at each end of which was a tail. Again the editor says that he can offer no explanation, that the object was not a comet. He associates it with the atmospheric effects general in 1883. But it will be our expression that, in England and Holland, a similar object was seen in November, 1882. In the Scientific American 4294 is published a letter from Henry Harrison of Jersey City, copied from the New York Tribune, that upon the evening of April 13, 1879, Mr. Harrison was searching for Brorson's comet when he saw an object that was moving so rapidly that it could not have been a comet. He called a friend to look, and his observation was confirmed. At 2 o'clock in the morning this object was still visible. In the Scientific American Supplement 7, 2885, Mr. Harrison disclaims sensationalism, which he seems to think unworthy, and gives technical details. He says that the object was seen by Mr. J. Spencer DeVoe, of Manhattanville. End of chapter 24. Recording by Acacia Wood.
Chapter 25 of the Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Damned, by Charles Fort. Chapter 25. A formation having the shape of a dirigible. It was reported from Huntington, West Virginia. Luminous object that was seen July 19, 1916, at about 11 p.m. Observed through, rather powerful field glasses. It looked to be about 2 degrees long and half a degree wide. It gradually dimmed, disappeared, reappeared, and then faded out of sight. Another person, as we say, it would be too inconvenient to hold our intermediatist recognitions. Another person who observed this phenomenon suggested to the writer of the account that the object was a dirigible, but the writer says that faint stars could be seen behind it. This would seem really to oppose our notion of a dirigible visitor to this earth, except for the inconclusiveness of all things in a mode of seeming that is not final. Or we suggest that behind some parts of the object, thing, construction, faint stars were seen. We find a slight discussion here. Professor H.M. Russell thinks that the phenomenon was a detached cloud of aurora borealis. Upon page 369 of this volume of the Scientific American, another correlator suggests that it was a light from a blast furnace. Disregarding that, if there be blast furnaces in or near Huntington, their reflections would be commonplace there. We now have several observations upon cylindrical-shaped bodies that have appeared in this earth's atmosphere. Cylindrical, but pointed at both ends, or torpedo-shaped. Some of the accounts are not very detailed, but out of the bits of description my own acceptance is that supergeographical routes are traversed by torpedo-shaped superconstructions that have occasionally visited, or that have occasionally been driven into, this earth's atmosphere. From data The acceptance is that upon entering this earth's atmosphere, these vessels have been so racked that they have not sailed away. Disintegration would have occurred. That, before leaving this earth, they have, whether in attempted communication or not, or in mere wantonness or not, dropped objects which did almost immediately violently disintegrate or explode. Upon general principles, we think that explosives have not been purposely dropped, but that parts have been racked off and have fallen, exploding like the things called ball lightning. Many have been objects of stone or metal with inscriptions upon them, for all we know, at present. In all instances, estimates of dimensions are valueless, but ratios of dimensions are more acceptable. A thing said to have been 6 feet long may have been 600 feet long, but shape is not so subject to the illusion of distance. Nature 40, 415. That, August 5th, 1889, during a violent storm, an object that looked to be about 15 inches long and 5 inches wide fell, rather slowly, at East Twickenham, England. It exploded. No substance from it was found. L'Année Scientifique, 1864, 54. That, October 10, 1864, M. Leverrier had sent to the Academy 3 letters from witnesses of a long luminous body, tapering at both ends, that had been seen in the sky. In Thunder and Lightning, page 87, Flammarion says that on August 20th, 1880, during a rather violent storm, M.A. Trécoul of the French Academy saw a very brilliant yellowish-white body, apparently 35 to 40 centimeters long and about 25 centimeters wide, torpedo-shaped, or a cylindrical body, quote, with slightly conical ends. It dropped something and disappeared in the clouds. Whatever it may have been that was dropped, it fell vertically like a heavy object, and left a luminous train. The scene of this occurrence may have been far from the observer. No sound was heard. For M. Trécoul's account, see Comptes Rendus 103 849. Monthly Weather Review, 1907, 310. That, July 2nd, 1907, in the town of Burlington, Vermont, a terrific explosion had been heard throughout the city. A ball of light, or a luminous object, had been seen to fall from the sky, or from a torpedo-shaped thing or construction in the sky. No one had seen this thing that had exploded fall from a larger body that was in the sky, but if we accept that at the same time there was a larger body in the sky, my own acceptance is that a dirigible in the sky, or a construction that showed every sign of disrupting, had barely time to drop, whatever it did drop, and to speed away to safety above. The following story is told in the review by Bishop John S. Michaud. Quote, I was standing on the corner of Church and College streets, just in front of the Howard Bank, and facing east, engaged in conversation with ex-Governor Woodbury and Mr. A. Buell, when, without the slightest indication or warning, we were startled by what sounded like a most unusual and terrific explosion, evidently very near by. Raising my eyes, and looking eastward along College Street, I observed a torpedo-shaped body some 300 feet away, stationary in appearance, and suspended in the air about 50 feet above the tops of the buildings. In size it was about 6 feet long by 8 inches in diameter. The shell, or covering, having a dark appearance, with here and there tongues of fire issuing from spots on the surface, resembling red-hot unburnished copper. Although stationary when first noticed, this object soon began to move rather slowly, and disappeared over Dolan Brothers' store, southward. As it moved, the covering seemed rupturing in places, and through these the intensely red flames issued. Bishop Michaud attempts to correlate it with meteorological observations. Because of the nearby view, this is perhaps the most remarkable of the new correlates, but the correlate now coming is extraordinary because of the great number of recorded observations upon it. My own acceptance is that upon November 17, 1882, a vast dirigible crossed England, but by the definiteness, indefiniteness of all things quasi-real, some observations upon it can be correlated with anything one pleases. E.W. Maunder, invited by the editors of the Observatory to write some reminiscences for the 500th number of their magazine, gives one that he says stands out. It is upon something that he terms, quote, a strange celestial visitor. Maunder was at the Royal Observatory, Greenwich, November 17th, 1882, at night. There was an aurora without features of special interest. In the midst of the aurora, a great circular disk of greenish light appeared and moved smoothly across the sky. But the circularity was evidently the effect of foreshortening. The thing passed above the moon and was, by other observers, described as cigar-shaped, like a torpedo, a spindle, a shuttle. The idea of foreshortening is not mine. Maunder says this. He says, quote, had the incident occurred a third of a century later, beyond doubt everyone would have selected the same simile. It would have been, quote, just like a Zeppelin, end quote. The duration was about 2 minutes. Color said to have been the same as that of the auroral glow in the north. Nevertheless, Maunder says that this thing had no relation to the auroral phenomena. Quote, it appeared to be a definite body, end quote. Motion too fast for a cloud, but, quote, nothing could be more unlike the rush of a meteor, end quote. In the Philosophical Magazine, 5/15/318, J. Rand Capron, in a lengthy paper, alludes throughout to this phenomenon as an, quote, auroral beam, end quote. But he lists many observations upon its, quote, torpedo shape, and one observation upon a, quote, dark nucleus in it, host of most confusing observations, estimates of height between 40 and 200 miles, observations in Holland and Belgium. We are told that, according to Capron's spectroscopic observations, the phenomenon was nothing but a beam of auroral light. In the Observatory, 6/192, is Maunder's contemporaneous account. He gives apparent approximate length and breadth at 27 degrees and 3 degrees and a half. He gives other observations seeming to indicate structure, quote, remarkable dark marking down the center, end quote. In Nature, 27/84, Capron says that because of the moonlight, he had been able to do little with the spectroscope. Color white, but aurora rosy. Nature, 27/87. Bright stars seen through it, but not at the zenith, where it looked opaque. This is the only assertion of transparency. Too slow for a meteor, but too fast for a cloud. Quote, surface had a mottled appearance. Quote, very definite in form, like a torpedo. Quote, probably a meteoric object. Dr. Groneman. Technical demonstration by Dr. Groneman that it was a cloud of meteoric matter. See Nature, 27/315, 338, 365, 388, 412, and 434. Quote, very little doubt it was an electric phenomenon, end quote. Proctor, in Knowledge 2/419. In the London Times, November 20th, 1882, the editor says that he had received a great number of letters upon this phenomenon. He publishes 2. One correspondent described it as, quote, well defined and shaped like a fish, extraordinary and alarming, end quote. The other correspondent writes of it as, quote, a most magnificent luminous mass, shaped somewhat like a torpedo, end quote. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. Notes and Queries, 5/3/306. About 8 lights that were seen in Wales over an area of about 8 miles, all keeping their own ground, whether moving together perpendicularly, horizontally, or over a zigzag course. They looked like electric lights, disappearing, reappearing dimly, then shining as bright as ever. Quote, we have seen them 3 or 4 at a time afterward on 4 or 5 occasions. London Times, October 5th, 1877. Quote, "From time to time, the west coast of Wales seems to have been the scene of mysterious lights. And now we have a statement from Towyn that within the last few weeks, lights of various colors have been seen moving over the estuary of the Dosani River and out to sea. They are generally in a northerly direction, but sometimes they hug the shore and move at high velocity for miles towards Aberdovey and suddenly disappear." End quote. L'Année Scientifique, 1877, 45. Lights that appeared in the sky above Vos, France, March 23, 1877, described as balls of fire of dazzling brightness, appeared from a cloud about a degree in diameter, moving relatively slowly. They were visible more than an hour, moving northward. It is said that 8 or 10 years before, similar lights or objects had been seen in the sky at Vos. London Times, September 19, 1848. That at Inverness, Scotland, 2 large bright lights that looked like stars had been seen in the sky, sometimes stationary, but occasionally moving at high velocity. L'Année Scientifique, 1888, 66. Observed near St. Petersburg, July 30, 1880, in the evening. A large spherical light and 2 smaller ones moving along a ravine. Visible 3 minutes, disappearing without noise. Nature, 35, 173. That at Iloilo, September 30, 1886, was seen a luminous object the size of the full moon. It, quote, floated slowly, quote, northward, followed by smaller ones close to it. The false lights of Durham. Every now and then in the English newspapers, in the middle of the 19th century, there is something about lights that were seen against the sky, but as if not far above land, oftenest upon the coast of Durham. They were mistaken for beacons by sailors. Wreck after wreck occurred. The fishermen were accused of displaying false lights and profiting by wreckage. The fishermen answered that mostly only old vessels, worthless except for insurance, were so wrecked. In 1866, from the London Times, popular excitement became intense. There was an investigation. Before a commission headed by Admiral Collinson, testimony was taken. One witness described the light that had deceived him as, quote, considerably elevated above ground. No conclusion was reached. The lights were called, quote, the mysterious lights. But whatever the, quote, false lights of Durham may have been, they were unaffected by the investigation. In 1867, the Tyne Pilotage Board took the matter up. Opinion of the Mayor of Tyne, a mysterious affair. In the Report of the British Association, 1877, 152, there is a description of a group of, quote, meteors that traveled with, quote, remarkable slowness. They were in sight about 3 minutes. Remarkable, it seems, is scarcely strong enough. One reads of remarkable as applied to a duration of 3 seconds. These meteors had another peculiarity. They left no train. They are described as, quote, seemingly huddled together like a flock of wild geese, and moving with the same velocity and grace of regularity. End quote. Journal of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, November and December 1913. That, according to many observations collected by Professor Chant of Toronto, there appeared upon the night of February 9, 1913, a spectacle that was seen in Canada, the United States, and at sea, and in Bermuda. A luminous body was seen. To it there was a long tail. The body grew rapidly larger. Quote, observers differ as to whether the body was single or was composed of 3 or 4 parts with a tail to each part. End quote. The group, or complex structure, moved with, quote, a peculiar, majestic deliberation. Quote, it disappeared in the distance, and another group emerged from its place of origin. Onward they moved at the same deliberate pace in 2s or 3s or 4s. End quote. They disappeared. A third group, or a third structure, followed. Some observers compared the spectacle to a fleet of airships, others to battleships attended by cruisers and destroyers. According to one writer, quote, there were probably 30 or 32 bodies, and the peculiar thing about them was their moving in 4s and 3s and 2s abreast of one another, and so perfect was the lining up that you would have thought it was an aerial fleet maneuvering after rigid drilling. End quote. Nature, May 25, 1893. A letter from Captain Charles J. Norcock of HMS Caroline. That upon the 24th of February, 1893, at 10 p.m., between Shanghai and Japan, the officer of the watch had reported, quote, some unusual lights. They were between the ship and a mountain. The mountain was about 6,000 feet high. The lights seemed to be globular. They moved sometimes massed, but sometimes strung out in an irregular line. They bore, quote, northward, until lost to sight. Duration, 2 hours. The next night the lights were seen again. They were for a time eclipsed by a small island. They bore north at about the same speed and in about the same direction as speed and direction of the Caroline. But they were lights that cast a reflection. There was a glare upon the horizon under them. A telescope brought out but few details, that they were reddish and seemed to emit a faint smoke. This time the duration was 7½ hours. Then Captain Norcock says that in the same general locality, and at about the same time, Captain Castle of HMS Leander had seen the lights. He had altered his course and had made towards them. The lights had fled from him. At least they had moved higher in the sky. Monthly Weather Review, March, 1904, 115. Reports from the observations of 3 members of his crew by Lieutenant Frank F. Schofield, United States Navy, of the USS Supply. February 24, 1904. 3 luminous objects of different sizes, the largest having an apparent area of about 6 suns. When first sighted they were not very high. They were below clouds of an estimated height of about 1 mile. They fled or evaded, or they turned. They went up into the clouds below which they had at first been sighted. Their unison of movement. But they were of different sizes, and of different susceptibilities to all forces of this earth and of the air. Monthly Weather Review, August, 1898, 358. 2 letters from C.N. Krotzenberg, Crow Agency, Montana. That, in the summer of 1896, when this writer was a railroad postal clerk, or one who was experienced in train phenomena, while his train was going, quote, northward, from Trenton, Montana, he and another clerk saw, in the darkness of a heavy rain, a light that appeared to be round, and of a dull rose color, and seemed to be about a foot in diameter. It seemed to float within 100 feet of the earth, but soon rose high, or, quote, midway between horizon and zenith. The wind was quite strong from the east, but the light held a course almost due north. Its speed varied. Sometimes it seemed to outrun the train, quote, considerably. At other times it seemed to fall behind. The mail clerks watched until the town of Linville, Iowa, was reached. Behind the depot of this town the light disappeared and was not seen again. All this time there had been rain, but very little lightning, but Mr. Krotzenberg offers the explanation that it was, quote, ball lightning. The editor of the review disagrees. He thinks that the light may have been a reflection from the rain, or fog, or from leaves of trees glistening with rain, or the train's light, but not lights. In the December number of the review is a letter from Edward M. Boggs, that the light was a reflection, perhaps from the glare, one light this time, from the locomotive's firebox, upon wet telegraph wires, an appearance that might not have been striated by the wires, but consolidated into one rotundity, that it had seemed to oscillate with the undulations of the wires, and had seemed to change horizontal distance with the varying angles of reflection, and had seemed to advance or fall behind when the train had rounded curves. All of which is typical of the best of quasi-reasoning. It includes and assimilates diverse data, but it excludes that which will destroy it. That, acceptably, the telegraph wires were alongside the track beyond as well as leading to Linville. Mr. Krotzenberg thinks of ball lightning, which, though a sore bewilderment to most speculation, is usually supposed to be a correlate with the old system of thought. But his awareness of something else is expressed in other parts of his letters, when he says that he has something to tell that is so strange that I should never have mentioned it, even to my friends, had it not been corroborated. So unreal that I hesitate to speak of it, fearing that it was some freak of the imagination. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Book of the Damned. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Damned by Charles Fort. Chapter 27. Vast and black. The thing that was poised like a crow over the moon. Round and smooth, cannonballs, things that have fallen from the sky to this earth, are slippery brains. Things like cannonballs have fallen in storms upon this earth, like cannonballs are things that, in storms, have fallen to this earth. Showers of blood, showers of blood, showers of blood. Whatever it may have been, something like red brick dust, or a red substance in a dried state, fell at Piedmont, Italy, October 27, 1814. A red powder fell in Switzerland, winter of 1867. That something far from this earth had bled, superdragon that had rammed a comet, or that there are oceans of blood somewhere in the sky, substances that dries and falls in a powder, wafts for ages in powdered form, that there is a vast area that will some day be known to aviators as the Desert of Blood. We attempt little of supertopography at present, but ocean of blood, or desert of blood, or both, Italy is nearest to it, or to them. I suspect that there were corpuscles in the substance that fell in Switzerland, but all that could be published in 1867 was that in this substance there was a high proportion of variously shaped organic matter. At Gießen, Germany, in 1821, according to the report of the British Association, fell a rain of a peach-red color. In this rain were flakes of hyacinth tint. It is said that this substance was organic. We are told that it was purine. But distinctly enough, we are told of one red rain that it was of corpuscular composition. Red snow, rather. It fell, March 12, 1876, near the Crystal Palace, London. As to the red snow of polar and mountainous regions, we have no opposition, because that snow has never been seen to fall from the sky. It is a growth of microorganisms, or of a protococcus, that spreads over snow that is on the ground. This time nothing is said of sand from the Sahara. It is said of the red matter that fell in London, March 12, 1876, that it was composed of corpuscles. Of course, that they looked like vegetable cells. A note, that 9 days before had fallen the red substance, flesh, whatever it may have been, of Bath County, Kentucky. I think that a super-egotist, vast, but not so vast as it had supposed, had refused to move to one side for a comet. We summarize our general super-geographical expressions. Gelatinous regions, sulphurous regions, frigid and tropical regions, a region that has been source of life relatively to this earth, regions wherein there is density so great that things from them entering this earth's thin atmosphere exploded. We have had a datum of explosive hailstones. We now have support to the acceptance that they had been formed in a medium far denser than air of this earth at sea level. In the Popular Science News 2238 is an account of ice that had been formed under great pressure in the laboratory of the University of Virginia. When released and brought into contact with ordinary air, this ice exploded. And again the flesh-like substance that fell in Kentucky, its flake-like formation. Here is a phenomenon that is familiar to us. It suggests flattening under pressure. But the extraordinary inference is pressure not equal on all sides. In the Annual Record of Science, 1873, 350, it is said that, in 1873, after a heavy thunderstorm in Louisiana, a tremendous number of fish scales were found for a distance of 40 miles along the banks of the Mississippi River. Bushels of them picked up in a single place, large scales that were said to be of the garfish, a fish that weighs from 5 to 50 pounds. It seems impossible to accept this identification. One thinks of a substance that has been pressed into flakes or scales, and round hailstones with wide thin margins of ice irregularly around them. Still, such hailstones seemed to me more like things that had been stationary, had been held in a field of thin ice. In the Illustrated London News 34 546 are drawings of hailstones so marginized as if they had been held in a sheet of ice. Some day we shall have an expression which will be, to our advanced primitiveness, a great joy. That devils have visited this earth, foreign devils, human-like beings with pointed beards, good singers, one shoe ill-fitting, but with sulphurous exhalations at any rate. I have been impressed with the frequent occurrence of sulphurousness with things that come from the sky. A fall of jagged pieces of ice, Orkney, July 24, 1818. They had a strong sulphurous odor, and the coke, or the substance that looked like coke, that fell at Mortrey, France, April 24, 1887, with it fell a sulphurous substance. The enormous round thing that rose from the ocean near the Victoria. Whether we still accept that they were superconstructions that had come from a denser atmosphere and, in danger of disruption, had plunged into the ocean for relief, then rising and continuing on their way to Jupiter or Uranus. It was reported that they spread a, quote, stench of sulphur. At any rate, this datum of proximity is against the conventional explanation that these things did not rise from the ocean, but rose far away above the horizon, with illusion of nearness. And the things that were seen in the sky, July 1898. I have another note. In Nature, a correspondent writes that upon July 1st, 1898, at Sedberg, he had seen in the sky a red object, or in his own wording, something that looked like the part of a rainbow about 10 degrees long. But the sky was dark at the time, the sun had set, a heavy rain was falling. Throughout this book, the datum that we are most impressed with, successive falls, or that, if upon one small area things fall from the sky, and then, later, fall again upon the same small area, they are not products of a whirlwind, which, though sometimes axially stationary, discharges tangentially. So, the frogs that fell at Wigan. I have looked that matter up again. Later, more frogs fell. As to our data of gelatinous substance said to have fallen to this earth with meteorites, it is our expression that meteorites, tearing through the shaky protoplasmic seas of Genesistrine, against which we warn aviators, or they may find themselves suffocating in a reservoir of life, or stuck like currants in a blancmange, that meteorites detach gelatinous or protoplasmic lumps that fall with them. Now the element of positiveness in our composition yearns for the appearance of completeness. Supergeographical lakes with fishes in them, meteorites that plunged through these lakes on their way to this earth. The positiveness in our makeup must have expression in at least one record of a meteorite that has brought down a lot of fishes with it. Nature 3/512. That near the bank of a river in Peru, February 4th, 1871, a meteorite fell. Quote, "On the spot it is reported several dead fishes were found, of different species." End quote. The attempt to correlate is that the fishes, quote, "are supposed to have been lifted out of the river and dashed against the stones." End quote. Whether this be imaginable or not depends upon each one's own hypnosis. Nature 4/169. That the fishes have fallen among the fragments of the meteorite. Popular Science Review 4/126. That one day Mr. Lee Gold, an Australian scientist, was traveling in Queensland. He saw a tree that had been broken off close to the ground. Where the tree had been broken was a great bruise. Nearby was an object that, quote, "resembled a 10-inch shot." End quote. A good many pages back there was an instance of overshadowing, I think. The little carved stone that fell at Tarbes is my own choice as the most impressive of our new correlates. It was coated with ice, remember. Suppose we should sift and discard half the data in this book. Suppose only that one datum should survive. To call attention to the stone of Tarbes would, in my opinion, be doing well enough for whatever the spirit of this book is trying to do. Nevertheless, it seems to me that a datum that preceded it was slightingly treated. The disk of quartz, said to have fallen from the sky after a meteoric explosion. Said to have fallen at the plantation Blijendaal, Dutch Guiana. Sent to the Museum of Leyden by M. van Sijpenstein, adjutant to the governor of Dutch Guiana. And the fragments that fall from supergeographic ice fields, flat pieces of ice with icicles on them. I think that we did not emphasize that enough. If these structures were not icicles but crystalline protuberances, such crystalline formations indicate long suspensions quite as notably as would icicles. In the Popular Science News it is said that in 1869, near Tiflis, fell large hailstones with long protuberances. Quote, "The most remarkable point in connection with the hailstones is the fact that, judging from our present knowledge, a very long time must have been occupied in their formation." End quote. According to the Geological Magazine, this fall occurred May 27, 1869. The writer in the Geological Magazine says that of all theories that he has ever heard of, not one could give him light as to this occurrence. Quote, "These growing crystalline forms must have been suspended a long time." End quote. Again and again, this phenomenon. 14 days later, at about the same place, more of these hailstones fell. Rivers of blood that vein albuminous seas, or an egg-like composition in the incubation of which this earth is a local center of development. That there are super arteries of blood in Genesitrine, that sunsets are consciousness of them, that they flush the skies with northern light sometimes, super embryonic reservoirs from which life forms emanate. Or that our whole solar system is a living thing, that showers of blood upon this earth are its internal hemorrhages. Or vast living things in the sky, as there are vast living things in the oceans. Or some one especial thing, an especial time, an especial place, a thing the size of the Brooklyn Bridge, it's alive in outer space, something the size of Central Park kills it. It drips. We think of the ice fields above this earth, which do not themselves fall to this earth, but from which water does fall. Popular Science News 35/104. That, according to Professor Luigi Palazzo, head of the Italian Meteorological Bureau, upon May 15, 1890, at Messignadi, Calabria, something the color of fresh blood fell from the sky. The substance was examined in the public health laboratories of Rome. It was found to be blood. Quote, "The most probable explanation of this terrifying phenomenon is that migratory birds, quails or swallows, were caught and torn in a violent wind." End quote. So, the substance was identified as bird's blood. What matters it what the microscopists of Rome said or had to say, and what matters it that we point out that there is no assertion that there was a violent wind at the time, and that such a substance would be almost infinitely dispersed in a violent wind, that no bird was said to have fallen from the sky, or said to have been seen in the sky, that not a feather of a bird is said to have been seen. This one datum, the fall of blood from the sky. But later, in the same place, blood again fell from the sky. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Notes and Queries. A correspondent who had been to Devonshire writes for information as to a story that he had heard there, of an occurrence of about 35 years before the date of writing, of snow upon the ground of all South Devonshire waking up one morning to find such tracks in the snow as had never before been heard of, "clawed footmarks," of "an unclassifiable form," alternating at huge but regular intervals with what seemed to be the impression of the point of a stick. But the scattering of the prints, amazing expanse of territory covered, obstacles such as hedges, walls, houses, seemingly surmounted, intense excitement, that the tracks had been followed by huntsmen and hounds until they had come to a forest, from which the hounds had retreated baying and terrified, so that no one had dared to enter the forest. Notes and Queries, 7, 9, 18. Whole occurrence well remembered by a correspondent. A badger had left marks in the snow. This was determined, and the excitement had "dropped to a dead calm in a single day." Notes and Queries, 7, 9, 70. That for years a correspondent had had a tracing of the prints which his mother had taken from those in the snow in her garden in Exmouth, that they were hoof-like marks, but had been made by a biped. Notes and Queries, 7, 9, 253. Well remembered by another correspondent who writes of the excitement and consternation of "some classes." He says that a kangaroo had escaped from a menagerie, "the footprints being so peculiar and far apart gave rise to a scare that the devil was loose." We have had a story, and now we shall tell it over from contemporaneous sources. We have had the accounts first very largely for an impression of the correlating effect that time brings about, by addition, disregard, and distortion. For instance, the "dead calm in a single day." If I had found that the excitement did die out rather soon, I'd incline to accept that nothing extraordinary had occurred. I found that the excitement had continued for weeks. I recognized this as a well-adapted thing to say, to divert attention from a discorrelate. All phenomena are "explained" in the terms of the dominant of the era. This is why we give up trying really to explain, and content ourselves with expressing. Devils that might print marks in snow are correlates to the third dominant back from this era. So it was an adjustment by 19th century correlates, or human tropisms, to say that the marks in the snow were clawed. Hoof-like marks are not only horsey, but devilish. It had to be said in the 19th century that those prints showed claw marks. We shall see that this was stated by Professor Owen, one of the greatest biologists of his day, except that Darwin didn't think so. But I shall give reference to two representations of them that can be seen in the New York Public Library. In neither representation is there the faintest suggestion of a claw mark. There never has been a Professor Owen who has explained. He has correlated. Another adaptation, in later accounts, is that of leading this discorrelate to the old dominant into the familiar scenery of a fairy story, and discredit it by assimilation to the conventionally fictitious. So the idea of the baying, terrified hounds, and forest-like enchanted forests, which no one dared to enter. Hunting parties were organized, but the baying, terrified hounds do not appear in contemporaneous accounts. The story of the kangaroo looks like adaptation to needs for an animal that could spring far, because marks were found in the snow on roofs of houses. But so astonishing is the extent of snow that was marked that after a while another kangaroo was added. But the marks were in single lines. My own acceptance is that not less than 1,000 one-legged kangaroos, each shod with a very small horseshoe, could have marked that snow of Devonshire. London Times, February 16, 1885, quote, "Considerable sensation has been caused in the towns of Topsham, Lympstone, Exmouth, Teignmouth, and Dawlish, in Devonshire, in consequence of the discovery of a vast number of foot tracks of the most strange and mysterious description." The story is of an incredible multiplicity of marks discovered in the morning of February 8, 1855, in the snow, by the inhabitants of many towns and regions between towns. This great area must, of course, be disregarded by Professor Owen and the other correlators. The tracks were in all kinds of unaccountable places, in gardens enclosed by high walls, and up on the tops of houses, as well as in the open fields. There was in Lympstone scarcely one unmarked garden. We've had heroic disregards, but I think that here disregard was titanic, and, because they occurred in single lines, the marks are said to have been, quote, "more like those of a biped than of a quadruped," end quote. As if a biped would place one foot precisely ahead of another, unless it hopped. But then we have to think of 1,000 or of thousands. It is said that the marks were, quote, "generally 8 inches in advance of each other." Quote, "The impression of the foot closely resembles that of a donkey's shoe, and measures from 1.5 inches in some instances to 2.5 inches across. Or the impressions were cones in incomplete, or crescenic basins. The diameters equaled diameters of very young colts' hooves, too small to be compared with marks of donkey hoofs." Quote, "On Sunday last, the Reverend Mr. Musgrave alluded to the subject in his sermon, and suggested the possibility of the footprints being those of a kangaroo. But this could scarcely have been the case, as they were found on both sides of the Este. At present it remains a mystery, and many superstitious people in the above named towns are actually afraid to go outside their doors after night." End quote. The Este is a body of water 2 miles wide. London Times, March 6, 1855, quote, "The interest in this matter has scarcely yet subsided, many inquiries still being made into the origin of the footprints, which caused so much consternation upon the morning of the 8th ultimo. In addition to the circumstances mentioned in the Times a little while ago, it may be stated that at Dawlish a number of persons sallied out, armed with guns and other weapons, for the purpose, if possible, of discovering and destroying the animal which was supposed to have been so busy in multiplying its footprints. As might have been expected, the party returned as they went. Various speculations have been made as to the cause of the footprints. Some have asserted that they are those of a kangaroo. while others affirm that they are the impressions of claws of large birds driven ashore by stress of weather. On more than one occasion reports have been circulated that an animal from a menagerie had been caught, but the matter at present is as much involved in mystery as ever it was." In the Illustrated London News the occurrence is given a great deal of space. In the issue of February 24, 1855, a sketch is given of the prints. "I call them cones in incomplete basins. Except that they're a little longish, they look like prints of hoofs of horses, or rather of colts. But they're in a single line. It is said that the marks from which the sketch were made were 8 inches apart, and that this spacing was regular and invariable in every parish. Also other towns besides those named in the Times are mentioned." The writer, who had spent a winter in Canada, was familiar with tracks in the snow, says that he had never seen "a more clearly defined track." Also he brings out the point that was so persistently disregarded by Professor Owen and the other correlators, that "no known animal walks in a line of single footsteps, not even man." With these wider inclusions, this writer concludes with us that the marks were not footprints. It may have been that his following observation hits upon the crux of the whole occurrence: that whatever it may have been that had made the marks, it had removed, rather than pressed, the snow. According to his observations, the snow looked "as if branded with a hot iron." Illustrated London News, March 3, 1855 214. Professor Owen, to whom a friend had sent drawings of the prints, writes that there were claw marks. He says that the "track" was made by A. Badger. 6 other witnesses sent letters to this number of the News. One mentioned, but not published, is a notion of a stray swan. Always this homogeneous seeing A. Badger, A. Swan, A. Track. I should have listed the other towns as well as those mentioned in the Times. A letter from Mr. Musgrave is published. He too sends a sketch of the prints. It too shows a single line. There are 4 prints, of which the third is a little out of line. There is no sign of a claw mark. The prints look like prints of a longish hoof of a very young colt, but they are not so definitely outlined as in the sketch of February 24th, as if drawn after disturbance by wind, or after thawing had set in. Measurements at places 1.5 miles apart gave the same inner spacing, "exactly 8.5 inches apart." We now have a little study in the psychology and genius of an attempted correlation. Mr. Musgrave says, "I found a very apt opportunity to mention the name kangaroo, in allusion to the report then current." He says that he had no faith in the kangaroo story himself, but was glad "that a kangaroo was in the wind," because it opposed "a dangerous, degrading, and false impression that it was the devil." "Mine was a word in season and did good." Whether it's Jesuitical or not, and no matter what is or isn't, that is our own acceptance, that, though we've often been carried away from this attitude controversially, that is our acceptance as to every correlate of the past that has been considered in this book, relatively to the dominant of its era. Another correspondent writes that, though the prints in all cases resembled hoof marks, there were indistinct traces of claws, that an otter made the marks. After that, many other witnesses wrote to the News. The correspondence was so great that, in the issue of March 10th, only a selection could be given. There's a jumping rat solution and a hopping toad inspiration, and then someone came out strong with the idea of a hare that had galloped with a pair of feet held close together, so as to make impressions in a single line. London Times, March 14th, 1840. Quote, among the high mountains of that elevated district, where Glenorchy, Glenlyon, and Glenochay are contiguous, there have been met with several times, during this and also the former winter, upon the snow, the tracks of an animal seemingly unknown at present in Scotland. The print, in every respect, is an exact resemblance to that of a foal of considerable size, with this small difference, perhaps, that the sole seems a little longer, or not so round. But as no one has had the good fortune as yet to have obtained a glimpse of this creature, nothing more can be said of its shape or dimensions. Only it has been remarked, from the depth to which the feet sank in the snow, that it must be a beast of considerable size. It has been observed also that its walk is not like that of the generality of quadrupeds, but that it is more like the bounding or leaping of a horse when scared or pursued. It is not in one locality that its tracks have been met with, but through a range of at least 12 miles. End quote. In the Illustrated London News, March 17, 1855, a correspondent from Heidelberg writes, quote, upon the authority of a Polish doctor of medicine, end quote, that the Piaszawa Gora (Sand Hill), a small elevation on the border of Galicia, but in Russian Poland, such marks are to be seen in the snow every year, and sometimes in the sand of this hill, and quote, are attributed by the inhabitants to supernatural influences. End of chapter 28. End of The Book of the Damned, by Charles Fort.